Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome to Lost Planning the Interwebs. I am your host, Nick Ricada of Ricada Law, a small law firm in central Minnesota. Whew. Whew. How is it going? How are you guys this morning? Oh my gosh. I just gotta say, I am ready for this little break. I don't know about y'all, but I am I am ready for a little bit, just a sleep. Just a tiny tab of sleep. I think that'll do me some good. But some of you people are probably like, "Oh, I'm a morning person," or "I'm a daytime person," or "I'm a real person. Therefore, I can do all this." Oh, I'm I'm frankly looking forward to the end of today so I can go take a nap again. Pro Vigil kicked in. I haven't even taken it yet. Oh, woo. Do you think it's possible that we don't get Cross on Amber before the break? I think it's likely we don't get Amber before the Cross on Amber before the break. How did Depp deal with Heard for years? It was a year and a half or 15 months. So not even a year and a half. And he left all the time, you know. Well, I guess it was a year and a half of 15 months of marriage. They were dating for longer, I suppose. So, how did he deal with it? With lots of liquor and drugs and losing a finger. Do you think they should have court tomorrow because of the break? I mean, they're not going to. The judge has, decided. Well, the judge has a conference, and the court is Monday through Thursday, for whatever reason. I don't know if there's a particular reason that they only do Monday through Thursday in this court, but it is what it is. Let's see, where are we going? Where do we go? Where do we go now? Here we go. There. Here we are. Just getting everything set up behind the scenes. That all important behind the scenes setup. Oh my goodness. Okay, so that's there. That's there. Yes, Twitter has proven Amber Heard is using countless lines from multiple movies yesterday. It's actually hilariously sad. Now, the interesting thing would be, since there's this break, if they utilize this break, if Johnny Depp's team were to utilize the break to go ahead and snag those lines and do their research on Twitter or wherever they need to do, snag the lines, verify that they're verbatim from the movie, and then brings those back either on cross or with the doctor. One of those two things. That could be an interesting thing. I mean, but they're probably not going to do that. But it'd be funny if they did, if they just plastered her to the wall with her mimicry of movies. But yeah. A mega pint of Coke. I could use a mega pint of Coke right now. I tell you what, uh, stopping stopping soda right before this trial was a mistake because it'd be really nice to have the caffeine and sugar boost. Um, okay, where are we? Where are we? Where are we? I think I got everything about set on my end. Try one, Nick. Just one. Yeah, right. It has been I think it's been about 4 weeks or something since I've had a soda. It's tough, man. They're so easy and convenient and delicious. Didn't Drexel cause me to relapse? Yeah. Oh, that was a couple years ago. I had not had soda for 2 or 3 years. And then Drex came over and he's like, "Here, have the drink of my people." And he gave me a grape crush. And I'm like, it's so good. Oh. And then it was over. Then I was drinking soda again for the past couple years. Are you in the basement? Yes. Well, I mean, yes, I'm in a gun safe in my basement. Mm-mm-mm. I saw on Twitter that her former assistant claims that Amber's story of sexual abuse is actually something that she told her in confidence. Yeah. Uh, all of this stuff is crazy. But it'll be interesting. I mean, we got to see what they do with it. What do they do with all this stuff? Let's see that Sig 556. It's well, it's not here in my room with me. Seriously, you'll be perfectly healthy if you just grab a sugar-free energy drink. I hate energy drinks, man. No, I'm good. I'm good. What's your take on Kurt's take of Amber? I don't know what Kurt's take of Amber is. What's Kurt's take of Amber? I would have been down here a little sooner. I did not sleep through my alarm. My phone ran out of batteries. So I didn't I fell asleep uh and didn't plug my phone in. So my phone ran out of batteries. So I just got up. And I woke up naturally. You know how like George Clooney woke up in Oh Brother Where Art Thou? Oh, my hair. That's how I felt waking up. It was like, I know I'm not supposed to be here. I'm supposed to be downstairs. Okay. Here we go. Trying to get the well, that works. Finally. Trying to get my the early super chats up so we can grab those before this trial starts, because that's gonna happen. Oh, I should also probably invite some guests. David Tate, unrelated, but I heard they just opened a new university dedicated to the study of the brains of hippopotamuses. They call it the hippocampus. You know what? I'm if I get any more of these puns. IFID, my dad gives horrible advice. He told me that the difference between a lobster with mammaries and a downtown bus stop is that one is barely crustacean, the other is a crusty bus station. I will not stop with these puns. Oh, come no. Me Flowers 66. The behavior panel is doing an analysis of Amber Heard testimony today at 11:30. I can't wait to see what they say. Uh, I mean, I guess like And this is no slight to the behavior panel, but what do you need them to tell you? Amber Heard is lying. Uh, this is a lie. This is a lie. This is a lie. This is a lie. You got it. Hmm. Oh shit. A lobster with mammaries is not barely crustacean. It's a busty crustacean. And the other one's a crusty bus station. I ruined it. That's why I say don't send those puns. I'll make you regret it. I will make you regret it. I'm sure the behavior panel analysis will be great. It's just like on Amber Heard, I mean, what do you need? Do you trust her at all? Do you believe anything she says? I don't. I don't believe any of the story. If Amber Heard told me she was born, I would say, I doubt it.
I doubt it.
I wouldn't trust it at all. Gags says apparently Amber Heard has been stealing lines from TV shows and films. Won't let me post the link to the tweet. No, I have disabled links for you peasants. The peasantry will not have access to the linking system. Enraged Bacon. If you want to see what a true PTSD breakdown on the stand looks like with real tears, watch Kyle when he breaks down. Amber went from fake cry to straight face several times yesterday. Squizgar, as always, Leighton looking at your breath on the glass. Brandon Lesko, can you please have Richards explain why, while you are always late and gay, it says while there, an Earl Grey cross will warrant another super chat. Also, penguins are getting taller. Soon they will be bigger than people again. You gotta understand, up here in the frozen north where I live, it hasn't even been daylight in the mornings until recently. My body is used to sleeping until tomorrow. Objection, hearsay. Your boy Yeti, Nick, you're very late and very MDMA friendly. Maury's story, the break is because Judge has a conference. Yes, that's correct. Commander Obvious, welcome to hashtag Turdsday Thursday or Amber Heard's testimony. Sailor, question, if Amber does not bring up how she used the makeup palette to cover bruises, can Depp's team do so on cross? Is there any other way for them to raise it? And well, if Depp's team wants to raise it, they got to raise it on cross. That's when they would ask her questions. But yeah, I mean, if I'm not sure the particular value of having her explain using makeup to cover up bruises. If there is value, that seems like that'd be on her side. Enraged Bacon, Amber is super talented. She left a massive turd on Johnny's bed and still managed to be full of crap. ZL, today is my birthday. Amber Heard's cross equals perfect present. Speaking of, I should probably send send out an invite to the DUI guy. I believe it's his birthday today. And David Stowe. Oh, by the way, ZL, happy birthday. Happy birthday. David Stowe on time and unbreaded. Kaylee Rasmussen, drinking game for the day. Every time Officer Squarehead says, take a drink, no shots, or no one is making it out alive. Oh, I'm not drinking. No, thank you. No, thank you at all. Oh boy. Okay, too many. Oh, gotta send this one. All right. Where was I? Sorry, I'm just sending links between some of these questions. Cubus SC7, how nice they take a break from the trial so you can check out Warhammer 40K Chaos Gate that is being released today. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You should try Hint. It's hydration with a little fruit flavor, no sugar. Yeah, I have. It's pretty good. Abe Eckstein, the fact that Legal Bites outgrifted you on Super Chats by 7K yesterday is embarrassing. Well, for you, Abe Eckstein, you're the one who was supposed to make up the gap. Goodness gracious. Doug Dimmadome. Did you see the new Kyle Rittenhouse game called Acquitted? Before a million people send me chats about it, I have not had time to look at anything. Everybody sent me a chat yesterday asking me to look at it. I will. I'm just haven't had time to do anything. Rory, did you see the New York Post article on Twitter where they photoshopped a tear onto Amber? Did they? That's amazing. Where are we? I did see I saw like a picture of Amber's face with a tear on it. I was like, I don't remember tears at all. Put up stream. The stream isn't started yet. Is it not has the stream that I'm looking at just not started yet? Okay, no one started yet. Wait, okay. This one has it. Hold on. I don't like having the fucking news thing on. Weird. Law and Crime hasn't started. Sky News hasn't started. The only one I've seen that started is NBC. I wonder what. Hold on.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
Shit. I hate having this thing here.
One defendants 167.
Let me get, I'm going to pull
and
up
170.
an alternate.
Okay, perfect.
When it starts, I'll switch over.
Okay, all right. So we got those two. All right. Anything else before the jury comes out? All right, thank you. Get the jury.
I can't believe Law and Crime hasn't started yet. Hell's wrong with them? They stupid or something?
I just want to let you.
Got a little longer. They're going to go.
Oh, God. I just heard Court TV. They have commentary. Ugh. It didn't sound good.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I just want to let you know that today we're going to go till 5:30. So I just want to let you know.
Oh,
at the beginning of the day
man.
that we'll be going till 5:30. Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. Your next question. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Amber, when we finished yesterday, we were talking about the Bahamas and the yacht and flying off
The
in a
yacht.
helicopter. I'm going to just ask you to take a look at, Michelle, if you can bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1091.
Okay, I'm gonna.
I think that's 1090.
You know what? Just a second. Nothing's happening. Hold on. I'm just switching to a feed without a freaking.
Would make my life significantly more complicated or peaceful, difficult, or wonderful, depending on what he was using. And I only could tell what he was using because I would have to look for clues, and he would pass out and get sick and lose control of himself. And then people would pick him up and clean him up and fix it. And he wouldn't either remember, or he would deny it, or he would accuse me of saying that this had happened when it didn't. And there was no one to back me up. There was just his employees and everyone who had been taking care of him versus my word. And so I started to take pictures to say, look, this is happening. This is, I understood enough about addiction to know that you have to hit rock bottom. Like, you have to have some consequence for your action or for your behavior if you ever change to get better. And it seemed to me like that was not happening. So I noticed a behavior pattern change, and he started to, instead of fits of rage, he started to pass out a lot and fall asleep, and kind of fall asleep mid-conversation. And it was just a pattern change. So I started to pick up on the clues so I could figure out what I was dealing with.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Exhibit 1091.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All right.
Honor.
1091 in evidence. You can publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. And Ms. Heard, and what is depicted in this picture?
Oh, is he sleeping
Please
on a
tell the
chair? Holy shit.
Johnny passed
Guilty.
out on the island where we were vacationing. He had a bit of a stint of sobriety right before this. And
He's sleeping in a chair.
it started to change with his friend Paul Bettany. And yeah.
Okay. Now I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1095?
Homeboy just asleep in a chair.
About
If every
March
picture-
2013 yesterday, and I just wanted to bring this up quickly.
That doesn't look passed out. That looks like someone taking a nap. Dude, there could be a billion pictures of me in a chair like that. I don't do fucking drugs at all.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, that was
Before,
taken.
before you go further, did you take this picture?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendants 1095.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right. 1095 in evidence. You can publish.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now Amber, will you please tell the jury why you took this and when you took this?
This was after a several day bender, a binge of Johnny's. The 22nd of March, which we talked about yesterday, about he tried to burn a painting. It was accusing me of having affairs with a musician, my ex-partner. And he was on these, a drug binge where I saw him no eating, little to no sleep. And he would just use cocaine and drink all day long.
Okay.
And that would go for a period of time, and then a major blowout, and then he'd get sick and pass out, and then feel really awful, and often, including this time, would start a period of sobriety after that.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to mid-July 2013, the Tokyo press tour for Lone Ranger. Can you please tell the jury about that particular trip and the events relating to Mr. Depp?
Sure. He was promoting Lone Ranger, and I had just met his kids at the premiere in Los Angeles shortly before this tour started. They found out about me.
Amber, I'm going to just ask you not to go through that.
Sure.
Just take us to Tokyo, please. Okay.
So I believe we went from that stop to Tokyo with the kids, and he had difficulty with drinking in front of them. He was trying to hide it, and yet he was dealing with some stress around his career. I didn't have a lot of details, but he was drinking at the restaurant, and the kids were kind of, noticing, but not really sure what to make of it.
Objection calls for speculation and hearsay.
She didn't say what they said.
I'll sustain us to the last
Okay.
part of the answer.
Okay, please continue, but don't say what they said. Okay, the kids said.
Anyway, Johnny became upset with me for judging him.
He should be. Don't judge.
He was
Judge not,
you know,
lest ye be judged.
I couldn't.
Bitch.
It was like I couldn't win if I didn't do anything. If I didn't say anything to him about the drinking, if I didn't acknowledge it, it got worse. If I did acknowledge it, it was my fault, and I was nagging. And I get it. I wouldn't like to be told what to do either. So, but it made him really angry. And the kids were on this press tour, and I was just concerned about them. I was concerned about them hearing us. Johnny screamed at me in the hotel room, and all I could think were the kids were in an adjoining room. What if they could hear us? I had just met them, and I didn't want them to think poorly of me and hate me, not knowing what was going on, in our behind closed doors. I remember him.
I was worried about
It was
me,
name calling, and
how they would look at me.
he eventually passed out.
Do you recall what names he called you? Do you recall what he said?
I
good list.
heard at this time nagging bitch all the time. Called me a cunt. He even said that he made a mistake with me, and that he didn't want to. That when we touched back down, he'd get rid of me, and I'd go back to. He said some disgusting things to me. I don't know if I need to repeat it.
Okay, let's go. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1090?
I don't know if I need to repeat it.
You indicated,
why
I
don't you
think, that he
try?
passed out at the end of that.
Why don't you try?
Did you
saying
take this
what
picture?
happened?
I did.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1090.
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right,
Thank you.
1090 in evidence. You can publish.
Thank you. And
There we go.
Where was Mr. Depp when you took this picture?
He was passed out with his head in a table in the hotel room, in our hotel room, not the kids' hotel room, in Tokyo, on that press tour.
All right. Now I'm going to take you to August 2013. What, if any, discussions did you start having with Mr. Depp about moving in with him?
What, if any, made it not
Well,
leading?
After this, I was getting close to his kids, and he had a stint of sobriety shortly after that, and it felt really good again. And shortly after that, he started suggesting that I let him rent my apartment for the vultures. That's what he called the press. And he said now that we were like a known couple, now that it was out in the press, that my apartment wasn't like safe effectively for me. And I had a modest apartment in Los Angeles. And so he started saying I needed to have security on me, or we'd rent out the neighboring houses. because of the vultures. And it was a conversation. And then that conversation evolved into I should move in with him. Always wanted me to go with his security guards, wanted me to have his credit card. Obviously, I wouldn't accept that, but the conversation about
Obviously.
moving in became, hard to resist because I was increasingly becoming a part of his life, and also loving his family and feeling like
It's the kids'
more
fault.
stability would mean more stability with him and his struggles with drug and alcohol use. And I thought I would minimize some of the jealousy and insecurity that he had. It was hard for me to justify working. Every audition, every meeting, every script I got was a negotiation or a fight. I had to justify it like as if I was saying, hey, let's have an open relationship. It was, and I thought that would be minimized if I could make him feel more secure by, if we live together, certainly there would be more security, right? And that was my reasoning.
So you talked about still reading scripts and things. What, if anything, did you do differently in terms of pursuing your acting career?
Well, I've always been really independent, and I've never imagined not working. I've worked from the earliest time I can imagine. I come from, parents who worked until they literally couldn't anymore. I never imagined myself having to explain my job or justify my job, but I did, and I am independent, and I see myself as independent and strong-willed, and I had to bargain. Every time I'd get a script, it would be, I thought you weren't taking another job. I'd always say, are you kidding me? That's crazy. I have to work. I support my family. When I moved out to LA, I'd get a check for, a gig, $600 or something. I'd save half for me, send half to my family. I kept having to justify taking work by saying, I'm supporting my parents, I'm supporting my sister, I'm supporting my family, I have to work. And he would say, you don't have to work, kid. Let me take care of you. My woman doesn't have to work. And that sounds really sweet and really romantic in some way, but it became a real fight. Every time I got a script, it was what kind of, how I was dressing, what kind of behavior I'd have, how did I have a sex scene? And then I started saying, no, I won't take the sex scenes, or, I'll take the part where I don't play, that kind of character. Or then I started minimizing the kinds of kissing scenes that I had. And eventually I had to change the wardrobe that I could have in the movie. I couldn't have a sex scene, but that all, it didn't happen all at once, of course. It was little thing after little thing after little thing. And eventually I found myself pushing as many scripts off my desk as I could, picking the ones that had minimal makeup, dress as conservative as possible, finding ways to
he made Amber Heard into a Puritan.
minimize the scenes I had where I had a romantic involvement of any kind. It was a constant battle and negotiation.
So let me take you back. Did you, as a result of your discussions with Mr. Depp about moving in, did there come a time that you did move in with him?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Thank you.
I mean, it is, but
yes.
it's a foundational question.
Please.
Sometimes you just let them lead.
And let me ask you this. You've talked about penthouse. We've heard a little bit about penthouse appointments and suites. Or could you just explain to the jury the different places that Mr. Depp had in Los Angeles and what they were called, just so we have some context here when we're going through all this?
It's a little confusing, I imagine. He had about, I think, 4 or 5 mansions in this beautiful, border of Beverly Hills and West Hollywood. And they were all on a cul-de-sac, and we called it Sweetser because that was the name of the street. And there 5 houses, I think 5 houses, it could be 4, all, effectively he had the whole street. Then he had about 5 penthouses downtown on the same floor of the Eastern Columbia building, which you've heard about, the ECB. And Sweetser was, Johnny's kingdom. One of those houses was like a whole house was his man cave. It was a studio, and it was where he made music and hung out. And we spent some time in there, but that was effectively Johnny's, place. And then there was the downtown places, and they were effectively empty, save for some furniture and one of Johnny's friends, Isaac, who you met. And he lived there some point before Johnny and I eventually decided to move in together.
Let me just stop you there. I just want to make sure we're clear. Are we talking about the penthouses or are we talking about Sweetser?
Isaac lived in the penthouses.
Okay.
The rest of them were pretty much empty. And my best friend, who I was very, 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 very close to, went through a breakup, and he very kindly insisted on moving her into this penthouse. And of course, she said no for the first few times, but he insisted and said they were empty and he would love to have her move down there. And he very kindly moved my best friend downtown. Problem is,
Rocky?
yeah,
Okay.
Rocky Pennington.
Objection
But the problem
leading.
is it's like 30, 45 minutes from West Hollywood, where my place was, which we call Orange at the time.
Okay. So when did you move into the penthouses?
Shortly after he moved Rocky, my best friend, into the penthouse. So she was in one of these empty-ish apartments, and somewhere around that time, I think it took me some time actually, but after that, I eventually agreed to move in with him and give up my place, although that made me pretty nervous, to be honest. But we were in this relationship that was very serious, and we were constantly traveling. Also, as another part of it is we were in LA for a matter of days or weeks. I'd go do a job, he'd go do a job. I'd come back for a photo shoot or a red carpet, go on a location, go visit him on a location. And there was an incredible amount of travel and movement. So we weren't really, again, living the day-to-day that you might normally with a partner, where you have a home and you move in together and you have one home. We didn't have that. It was...
If anyone wants to know why she's dressed like
Very
this,
different.
notice
I'm going
the
to take you to
the Handmaid's
September
Tale
of
testimony.
2013.
Controlled her
What were you
looks, he controlled her
filming at
life.
that time? London Fields?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
I was filming London Fields. I just started.
All right. And did there come a time that you
Objection leading.
became engaged to Mr. Depp?
Well, yeah, it was difficult because in that role was a very difficult role. I mean, every time, every scene that involved sexuality or romance was like, I'd look at that on the page and it felt like I'd feel my gut tighten because I knew it was going to be an issue. But Johnny dropped me off. I gave him the script. I sent him pictures of what I was wearing in my wardrobe fittings. I sent him everything. I shared my script with his team, and the fighting eventually kind of minimized. It was clear I was going to do this job, and I told myself I had to do this job. And Johnny had to go to London, I think, for some pre-production stuff for a movie he was going to do a smaller part in. I think it was called, I think this was Into the Woods, is my best guess. So he dropped me off in London. And when he dropped me off in London, we had a few days at this hotel that we first, consummated our relationship in, as when we were on the London press tour, and our relationship developed. That was
blown
the same
out?
hotel, and we were in this same room, which is Johnny liked to be in the same room. And it was really sweet. He got down on one knee and said, I want you to be my girl forever, my woman, my girl.
I said, "Are
I
you
want you
gonna
to be the rest
my
of my life.
girl?"
Say yes to me.
Down, 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 down.
He said he wanted to spend every day. He promised me that every day when I woke up, that I would wake up and he would make me smile at least once. And that would be his goal. And, you know, I looked into his eyes and I saw my future, hope, you know, like blind hope. So in love. It was one of the most,
Squint really
I
hard
can't
so you get the
describe that
tears
kind
going.
of joy. You know, I thought, you know, if we were married, then this is real. This is real. This isn't a thing of,
She's got Miley Cyrus scrunch face going all the time.
this isn't chaotic and this will change. You know, I had so much hope in that moment. And I just said to him over and over again, are you serious? Are you real? Are you serious? Are you sure? Because he didn't have a ring. So I thought, is this an impulse thing? You know, my experience, Johnny, could be very impulsive. And he said over and over again, be my woman forever. I want you to be my wife, my wife, my wife. I, of course, cried, and we had a wonderful evening. And he left shortly after, and I was like, the next day I had to go to work, and I couldn't tell anyone, and I wasn't sure. Part of me was worried that he didn't mean it, or you know, or that he wasn't sure. You know, I just didn't want it to be an impulse thing, so I didn't want to mention it. I want to bring it up. I didn't want to. And I kind of felt, I walked around for a few days like I had butterflies under my skin. And then he brought my dad out to London with my best friends. And my dad told me, you know, Johnny has asked me permission for your hand in marriage. And I felt like the luckiest woman in the world.
You can't
So while you
oversell
were
the
filming
crying.
London Fields and Johnny had gone back to LA.
Cried 19 times.
What,
on the
if any,
stand.
issues
Oh my
did you
God.
have with him on fraternizing with the cast? I'm going to ask, Michelle, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 188, please?
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay.
Your Honor, I'm going to, let's pull up 188A. I've redacted everything but what Mr. Depp says
All right, let me
on
just take a look at
188A.
188A.
That's admission against interest. Do you have that? You don't have it?
Michael Hedke, Noseman, can you tell Poop Lady to frank off as 45? Look, I've met you, a little bit low energy,
While they're working
not
on
really
that,
trustworthy.
can you tell us
I'm going to need
what
you to frank
transpired
off.
between you and Mr. Depp when you wanted to do something with a cast member?
Objection leading.
As I said, he came to London for his own work and also dropped me off in London, where I had to be for a few months to film this movie. And he asked me to marry him. He brought my best friends and my dad out. They left. And shortly after they left, my co-star, one of my co-stars, invited me to go to a concert with him and some of the cast to kind of break the ice. And I'd be working with them for the next few months. And I had already, you know, I already knew I couldn't be photographed, even if it was platonic. I couldn't be photographed with men or women that other people could possibly spin as romantic. I had learned that, but in January, the hard way. So I asked him permission if I could go to this concert with the cast. And I, you know, I said, you know, Johnny, that like he's my co-star.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Get her, Camille. Bust it up.
Don't tell us what the co-star said. Just tell us what your communication was with Mr. Depp.
Objection, hearsay. Her communications are hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
I'm not sure I
Yeah.
understand.
Even approaches.
Yes.
I know you don't understand, Elaine, but Amber cannot offer her own out-of-court statements for proof of what was in those statements because that's still hearsay. You can't say, I said this to someone. I said, or I, sent a communication to someone. You can't do it. Unless it's against your own interest, then you can do it. But you can't. It's still the hearsay rule. Elaine, this is basic shit, lady. And again, good on Camille, because that's one that's easy for people to miss. They go, oh, of course someone can say what they said to someone else, especially if they're the party. Yeah, of course they can. Nope. No, you cannot. Hearsay is any out-of-court statement offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. And she is right on top of those objections. She was yesterday. She's doing it today. She's doing great. But yeah, that Amish Puritan, I'm so sweet, but also suppressed by my religion or my husband. Look is what Amber Heard seems to be going for today. If I'm doing my fashion critique, as I know you all love my fashion critiques, that's what I'd go with. Camille's outfit is wonderful, by the way. I like the blouse under the blazer. Looks good. Amber should take notes. Unmute the fucking mic. Unmute the mic.
That if I accepted the invitation and went out to a concert, that the engagement would be off, that the relationship would be off, and that I was foolish, naive for thinking that people could invite me to a concert in a platonic way. I tried to say that it was fine.
Objection,
that it was-
hearsay.
Do it every time.
Isn't she testified about what Mr. Depp said? I don't
No,
understand.
she said what
I'll
she
overrule
said.
that objection.
She said, I tried to say.
continue.
Yeah, he said I was foolish and naive, that no one could invite me to, how could I be so dumb to think that somebody could just invite me to a concert? Why would they want to hang out with me? Obviously, it was because they wanted more from me, and that I probably wanted more too. I was basically asking for it. You're going to go backstage. What are you going to say to the band? And then I know how this plays out. And who's the other girl going to be there? And how could you be so stupid? How could you be so foolish? You're more naive. You should be smarter than this. And I apologized. That whole evening, I think for a few hours, I spent on the phone with him, texting, calling, or talking, hanging up. He'd hang up on me, be upset, and then send me cryptic messages about my foolishness. And, I'm already doing a movie where I play this, character where I was empowered. Like, I read the script and I thought this character was empowered sexually. And by the time I got Johnny's feedback on it, I had been convinced that actually I was just being used, that I was just being used. It was clear that that was all I had to offer, and I was too foolish to see it. And I had
Amber, I'm just going to stop you right there because I'd like you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 188A.
Mhm.
Is that in front of you? Do you recognize this portion of the text chain between you and Mr. Depp?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and this is on September 9, 2013?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and are these statements Mr. Depp made to you during that evening that you just described to the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 188A.
Any objection?
No
All
objection.
right, 188A in evidence as redacted. Do I have that redaction or is that something you need to give me? Is
I
that-
think we're going to need to give it to you hard
Okay.
copy.
All right,
Right.
thank you.
Thank you, Your
Appreciate it.
Honor. And if I,
You can publish.
and if I can draw your attention to it, he first says, I don't want to make anything an issue, baby, but I literally have been on the ground just 14 fucking hours from leaving your side. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says, you know what I want, who I am, and where I want to go with us. You know very well what type of fucking man I am, and yet you lay a gauntlet before me that you know is the very species of danger that will always attract me into a very tempting test. What's behind that door? Almost impossible to, I think he meant not take you on. You want me to roll the dice? This sounds more like an aggravated ultimatum than soft words that could help us make both feel better. Don't test me, please. Did he tell you that?
Oh, okay.
Yes, he
And
did.
what did you understand that to mean?
That he would murder me.
It was clear.
It's not
it
clear
was a threat.
at all.
a
That
threat
is
that if I wanted to be,
Objection, speculation.
that is
I think
speculation.
she can say what she understood it to mean.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
That
right.
would literally be
Let's move on then
speculation.
to the filming of Mordecai with Mr. Bettany in October, November 2013. Where did that take place?
in London.
Okay. And what, if any, involvement did you have? Were you there for any part of that filming?
For part of it, I happened to be in London already for the film I was just telling you about. And Johnny came to London shortly after to film his own movies. He did the smaller, I think it was a smaller role in Into the Woods, and then he was filming Mordecai after that. So after I finished my movie, I moved in with him into his house in London, a rented house in London.
Okay. And describe your experiences during that time period with Mr. Depp.
It was really touch and go. He was filming with Paul Bettany, and there were days when he wouldn't come home, or they couldn't get him up out of on set. He'd be asleep in his trailer, sleeping whatever he'd done the night before off. I remember he missed a few days of work that way. It struck me because in my experience in our job, you don't miss work. It doesn't matter how sick you are, you go. It's millions of dollars every single day they're filming, and I had not experienced someone who could effectively just control the set like that, to that extent. And one day he didn't come home, and I was worried sick. I found out that he was in a hotel room with Paul Bettany.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay. Move forward, because
When he came home, they had to carry him home.
Objection, hearsay.
Did you see them?
I
carry
watched
him?
it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay, please continue.
I watched. Actually, I was shocked that he could do it. One of the security guards carried Johnny like a baby into the house, and I looked at that, and his boots were hanging over the security guard's arm, who had to negotiate getting through the doorway, carrying Johnny like this. And I watched this. His assistants and the other security guards shaking their head, just shaking their head, acknowledging this is how bad it is. And
Acknowledging. Okay,
I
yeah.
remember thinking, this has got to be it. Like, this has got to change. This is it. And he was understandably very, very sick for at least 2 days, is my recollection. And in that 2 days, I had a lot of conversations with this team. I won't say what they were.
You can't.
But I felt at that juncture very encouraged that everybody and myself were on the same page. And I felt encouraged that we were in a new chapter, that Johnny had finally hit rock bottom, and finally he felt like changing for good. And I felt buoyed, supported by these conversations I was having with people that he was close to, that he trusted.
November 2013, did you have any contact with Lily Rose that led to any discussions with Mr. Depp?
Objection leading.
What, if any, communications did you have with Lily Rose in November 2013?
Objection calls your hearsay leading.
I'm asking what her connection was. I didn't ask what she
I'm
said.
going to sustain the objection. if you want.
Okay.
Yep.
November
Good job,
2013.
Judge.
What, if any, interaction did you have with Lily Rose without saying anything she said?
Objection hearsay.
It's interaction, Your Honor. I'm not asking for what she said.
What were they
You can lay a
dancing?
foundation out.
Okay. Did there come a time in November 2013 that you saw Lily Rose?
Yes, they came to stay with us for some time in the winter. Yeah, around November, I believe, 2013.
When you said they, who were you referring to?
Johnny's kids, Jack and Lily Rose.
All right. And was there a particular incident that led to a disagreement with Mr. Depp?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
What, if any, interaction did you have with Lily Rose that led to an argument with Mr. Depp?
Objection,
Objection
leading.
leading.
That, what, if any?
Sustain it. Do
If you
it.
approach from
Is she going to get the judge? Is she going to finally do it? Is she going to finally? It's the same fucking question leading to the exact same thing. It's the exact same question. Oh my gosh.
Did you have an argument with Mr. Depp relating to Lily Rose in November 2013?
Yes.
Can you please describe that?
Well, I was, these kids were, I found them to be these beautiful, wildly intelligent,
Describe the argument.
little
Objection non-responsive.
weirdos in the best way. They were, I was falling in love with them.
Objection
and-
non-responsive.
They were in my life at that time, a short amount of time, but I loved it, and I started to feel very protective, and Johnny's sobriety meant that he was there and then he wasn't. And the nature of our lives with the travel and work meant he was there and then he wasn't. And Lily Rose at some point had a crush on a
Objection hearsay
Yep.
and lack of foundation.
I'll overrule for them.
Thank you. Please continue.
this argument happened because Johnny was, I didn't agree that this gentleman, it was a famous musician over the age of 18, spent the night at the house, and I felt protective over Lily Rose and concerned.
Johnny Depp was going to just let her be ravaged by this
And
musician, but
Naturally,
I wouldn't.
they were not my children. It's not my place. And I understand that. I know it's a sensitive subject, so I understand why Johnny got so upset with me. But that and the introduction of the weed with his daughter, she was so young, I just felt protective. Again, it's not my place. I understand that. And I made him really angry by weighing in on that.
Okay. Did there come a time that there was a family engagement gathering?
Well, we celebrated Thanksgiving out in London. The kids were there. There was a stint of sobriety following how sick he got on set with Paul Bettany after
If
one of his
she's
drug
lying,
binges.
she's an awful
And he
bitch.
kind of just came alive again. He even played a prank on me. about having like relapsed when he hadn't relapsed. You know, I started to kind of feel that with the kids being around. I did think that maybe this was it. We were on a good path, meaning to sobriety, that this was it. And our life was peaceful for a minute. You know, it went back to being wonderful. There were these moments that just felt so wonderful.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Remember, this is a question about the argument.
Sustain the objection.
Okay,
What's
take us
the-
to the engagement. There was an engagement party, correct?
Then, yes, come Christmas of 2013, Johnny
say, I
had
objected non-responsive
rented this
earlier.
beautiful mansion in Malibu on the beach. It was gorgeous. And he brought my family out, and his family was out, obviously in LA. And we stayed in this rented mansion, and we're all together for the holidays. And one evening we were going to his mother's house. His mother, who you've heard about, was older and sick, but at home being cared for. And one evening we're going to have dinner, Christmas dinner there with her around the time of her birthday as well. And my best friend said, "You should."
Objection, hearsay.
Sorry.
Wasn't out to prove the truth of the matter, but go ahead.
it
Go past that.
was,
What did
but-
you do?
We went to Betty Sue's house, his mother's house, and Johnny proposed in front of our families in this big, surprise. He surprised me, got down on one knee, and I cried and hugged my mother and hugged his mother, and he gave me this enormous diamond ring, and it was a nice time.
We'll take you into January, February 2014. You employed a woman named Kate James, is that correct?
Objection, leading.
What, if any, relationship did you have with Kate James?
She was my assistant at the time. I
A
hired
lot of these
her
objections don't
sometime in
matter,
2012.
but
And
they're
had
annoying for Elaine and
as minimal contact with her as I possibly could. So
And why is that?
she was difficult, troubled, and inconsistent. She drank on the job and stuff like that, and her behavior was pretty
Objection, relevance.
horrible.
She's already testified. Kate James has testified, and I think bias. We can.
All right, I'll allow that. Go ahead.
I think
Thank you.
bias might be right
Okay.
here.
Um,
Just rip her
please
apart.
describe for the jury what your
She was
what,
horrible. She was terrible.
job
Didn't fire her, though.
responsibilities Kate had, and how you communicated with her, and kind of how that worked.
We
Objection,
had,
compound.
Thank you.
we had minimal person-to-person interaction because I was hardly ever in LA. If I was there for a few days at a time. And Johnny and I kind of lived in this insular bubble anyway when we were together. But we would send emails, texts, and a lot of voice memos, voice notes. And, if I found that if I said, "Kate,
Objection, hearsay.
you left the car running with your doors open and your kids in the car on the street. You need to
Objection,
move it."
hearsay.
She's not
Also-
testifying- she's testifying about context.
Wow.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
All right. I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 209.
She hates that Kate lady. Did you hear that shit?
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay grounds.
You left your car in the street open with the doors open with your kids inside.
It's still hearsay. May we
Ms. Hurd,
approach?
did you, may I lay the foundation
go ahead.
first? Ms. Hurd, did you communicate with Kate James by email in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at defendants 209. Is this a communication that was between you and Kate James that was in the ordinary course of business with
Trying
her
to
as
get a
an
business
employee?
record here.
Yes, it is.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants exhibit 209. Business records exception.
Still hearsay, Your Honor.
Business record exception gets the business record, but it's hearsay. If there's hearsay involved inside the business record, there's still objection to hearsay.
Yep.
Your Honor, the business records exception, I mean,
I don't know how it works. I don't know.
I don't agree. I think that's the point
If you
that
wanna- if you
hearsay
wanna
can.
approach.
Yeah, a business records exception can get a business record in. However, if there's hearsay in it, I don't know if we can get it, if I can get pulled up real quick. See, business records, it's evidence. Business record is material and otherwise admissible. Authentication of the record and foundation required. Hold on. Nope, that's a different spot. Tell her, Camille. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, I don't think business records exception is a hearsay exception.
What, if any, communications did you have with Kate James
Wreck.
about your issues with Mr. Depp?
Yep.
Objection hearsay.
Your Honor, Ms. James has testified.
It
Sustain the
doesn't
objection.
matter. It's still
All
hearsay.
right, we can take that down, Michelle.
Whoops. Camille
In
is
the
kicking
February,
her
I'm going to
ass.
jump to February, March 2016. What, if any, communications did you have with Mr. Depp about a prenup?
Objection hearsay.
Well, after the
Except to his,
after the
his adverse
engagement,
claims.
but before the engagement party, I started to feel like it would make, I know that he earned significantly more than me. He's a successful actor. I wanted to eliminate any doubt in his mind and in other
I
people's
wanted the
minds.
prenup.
So I brought
I
it up
wanted
to
it.
him and brought it up to my therapist.
Objection hearsay.
She's just saying that she brought it up to her therapist. She's not saying what she said. But please focus on Mr. Depp, okay?
Of course. Johnny said he would tear it up. He said, if you ever brought one up to me, or if I ever saw one, got my hands on it, I'd tear it up. Only way out of this is death. Only way out of this is death. And I thought it would, like, I didn't care either way, but I did feel that it would eliminate suspicion or doubt, and it would make things easier. And I told him over and over again, are you sure? Are you sure? Maybe we should do this. And one time he said to me, he's like, kid, are you already thinking of how you're getting out of this? Are you already planning to get out of this, kid? You already planning on leaving? It was around the same time as the moving in together conversation. He accused me of having 1 foot out. And they kind of were happening around the same time. You know, I still had my apartment and we're engaged now. He was asking me to redecorate Sweetser, his main house, and kind of move into the ECB building downtown where my best friend was living at this time. While the decorations and the remodeling had been done on Sweetser. And so these conversations were kind of happening about how to build our future together and how we were going to move forward together. And I would have forgotten about the extent that we had those conversations early on in the engagement if it hadn't been for my therapist's notes.
I'm sorry, if it hadn't been for your what?
If it hadn't been for my therapist's notes, which were
Okay.
taken at the time when I was talking to her about this and my conversations with
Objection,
Johnny.
hearsay.
Okay.
I'll
We'll mo-
sustain the
We'll move
objection.
on. Okay. Let's take it to March 2014. Did there come a time there was an engagement party?
Yes, so it was March 2014.
Please describe for the jury.
We had an engagement party and we decided that when we did get married, we'd have a small wedding, you know, something intimate. But, you know, our lives were kind of big. His life was extremely big. And we needed to incorporate, we wanted to have a bigger engagement party than a wedding, you know, and kind of get our guests in, our family, our friends, and have a big event of it, as opposed to making the wedding something that was big. And, you know, so we kind of put it on the engagement party and had a bunch of people, a lot of friends, business acquaintances, a lot of family. I had all of my family friends and my childhood friends come out for it. And I even invited my therapist. It was, you know, a big event.
Okay. And describe what took place at the engagement party.
Well, we walk in together and we took some pictures and said a few hellos, and then Johnny disappeared upstairs in, I guess it's like a coat room or something. It was in a big abandoned building that was rented out for events. And he disappeared upstairs almost the entire party, I would say. It was kind of came down at the end when we were leaving, and came down once because he was at the time sharing drugs with my dad.
Objection. Speculation. Lack of foundation.
How do you
Objection.
know that he was sharing drugs with your dad?
I was there. I watched it.
Please continue.
My dad at the time was was addicted to the same thing Johnny was. And so my dad had either my dad ran out or Johnny ran out. I can't recall which of the two ran out, but there was they needed more, of course, and had to leave the party. My dad actually left with Johnny's security to go get more drugs from
Objection
West
calls for
Hollywood.
speculation.
How do you know that?
They told me. and I
Hearsay.
sustained the objection.
Okay.
And they left to go whatever, and then they came back with drugs, and everything was okay in terms of the withdrawal symptom of I don't know what you call it at that point, but he still stayed upstairs. And
Are you referring to Mr. Depp?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Please
So
continue.
shortly after that, I tried to get Johnny to come downstairs, and he just snapped at me, just verbally told me to shut the fuck up. And I remember talking to my mom about the irony of it.
Okay.
We were in an engagement party, but that was pretty much it for the engagement party. And I went downstairs and entertained guests and smiled and took pictures and put on a face and, went
So
about
again, no
my
witness.
evening.
No witness to this.
All right. We'll take you to May 2014, the Met Gala. Could you please tell the jury what a Met Gala is and what's involved in that?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
Met Gala is a big event, annual event, celebrity event in New York. It's a
Where everyone
fashion
dresses
event,
like
but
an idiot.
it's just a major red carpet event. And you have to be invited, and it's kind of a thing, you know, and we were invited that year. And I had already gone for the previous year or two, and this year we were going to go together. And at some point in the evening, we're sitting across the table, and Johnny starts asking me about this woman. He thought I was looking at this woman in a sexual way, and I kind of turned it around on him and said that exact same
Objection, hearsay.
All right. It's context, Your Honor. This
Doesn't
is
matter.
I'll
context.
sustain the objection.
Just say what Mr. Depp said then. I guess
No.
you can't tell us what you said to him.
Okay.
Might not be able to say what Mr. Depp said.
He was accusing me of flirting. And that's how the argument started. I don't recall what other accusations I was fielding at that moment, but typically in my experience with him, it wasn't just one. So you'd make a point and then he would go on to a different accusation. But I remember that what started it is this accusation that I had been flirting at this event. We get back to the hotel room, and Johnny shoves me and kind of grabs me by the collarbone area, like not really my neck, but top of my neck, top of my, above my collarbone, below my neck. I think at that point when we were still in the living room, I shoved him back, but I don't really recall too many specifics. I remember he threw a bottle at me. It missed me, but it broke the chandelier. And at some point I remember,
Mimicry.
maybe this was the shove that I was talking about, but at some point, Johnny and I are in a struggle in the living room, and he kind of like shoves me down on the sofa, and I get up and I'm trying to get him off of me, and it's just stronger than me. I don't know how else to describe it. And at some point he just whacks me in the face. And I had not at the time been like, I think that was the first time I was like, is this a broken nose? At the time I was unsure what that feeling was. But I
It's a broken
suspected
nose.
I had a broken nose. And other than that, I was relatively unscathed.
Other than a suspected
But I
broken
remember
nose.
my nose being swollen, discolored, red. And I took a picture of my face at some point and made a joke about it to my friend about how bad I looked compared to how the red
Objection,
carpet.
hearsay.
All right.
It wasn't offered to prove the truth of the matter.
It
sir.
I'll
was.
sustain the objection.
Okay.
It was
Okay,
absolutely
just don't
offered to
say
prove the
what
truth of the
you-
matter.
What you told a friend, okay? Okay. Let's take you to the Adderall Diaries. When did you start filming the Adderall Diaries?
Whoever just asked
Believe
if hearsay exceptions are different in
May.
criminal and civil, no.
I filmed another movie
There may be a couple
in New York,
extra rules, but
March,
not
April, May. I went straight from that movie to another movie, an independent film with James Franco. The one I had previously shot was with Christopher Walken. That's right. Okay, so I went from one to the other, and saw Johnny in these, in between. Like if I got a long weekend, or I'd fly home to be with him and then fly back. It was kind of like that.
Fly back from where? Where were you filming those?
In New York.
Okay. And where was Mr. Depp at that time?
Johnny was in LA at the time, and then eventually went on location for his movie Black Mass in Boston.
So you were in New York and Mr. Depp was in Boston at some point? in May?
Eventually by May 2014. That's it.
All right. And what, if any, discussions or arguments did you have with Mr. Depp relating to James Franco in that time frame of May 2014?
It's a nightmare. I wanted to do this independent film. I liked the story. I liked the character. I, told him I'm not going to wear makeup in the thing. but-
Objection, hearsay.
Apparently,
Ms. Beardorf, if you could approach, please.
Those hearsay objections. Notice the amount of stories that Amber Heard has that involve someone who is completely unavailable because they're dead, that are negative. I gotta give credit not just to Camille, by the way, but the curly hair brunette who's sitting next to her. We've caught on a hot mic a couple times. She's whispering some assistance on those objections. She deserves a little, she deserves that assist credit, like in basketball. They're doing great together. You can hear like every time they object, Elaine is thrown off. Look at her. She's getting mad. Need to keep it up.
so tell the jury what Mr. Depp said.
Yep.
He was mad at me for taking the job with James Franco. He hated James Franco, and was
Who doesn't?
already accusing me of kind of secretly having a thing with him in my past since we had done Pineapple Express together.
So I'm going to take you to the Boston plane incident. We've heard about that earlier, May 24. Can you please describe for the jury what took place on May 24 relating to the plane incident?
Well, I had spoken to Johnny, he's in Boston, I'm in New York, and I spoke to him. He had already been upset with me and accused me in like many arguments about not telling him about scenes that I had. If I had a kissing scene, any sort of romantic scene, and I wasn't explicit about what I was going to do, then I was accused of having withheld information and hiding it from him. So I didn't want the fight, of course. I didn't want the argument, but I had to kind of eggshell tiptoe around how to tell him when I had any sort of scene like that. And I did tell him in this occasion.
Objection, hearsay.
We need to stay with what Mr. Depp said, okay?
Okay, so he was upset with me, but he didn't sound coherent so much on the phone. He was yelling at me about how could you tell me this? How could you tell me this when I'm filming, when I have this scene that I'm doing? How could you tell me this when I'm working? Obviously, I couldn't tell him any other time because we were both filming, and I told him as soon as it was relevant. But he kept saying, how could you tell me this? How could you just tell me this? And it was like I had told him I was having an affair or something, was that angry at me. But he kind of started to sound less connected to reality as these like arguments would happen on the phone. This is in one day. Eventually, he hangs up on me in the conversation, screaming at me. I talked to his assistants. I won't say what they said, but I had conversations and felt encouraged that I could continue on with the plan, which was for me to get on the plane, go to Boston, pick him up, and we would go back to LA for his daughter's birthday. I was nervous because the conversation I had had with him, and he was so upset with me on that conversation, but I figured I assumed he had passed out. and that he would have been kind of sobered up the next day, assuming that the work would mean that he felt pressure to kind of pull it together. And I get on the plane. He sent the plane, so I assumed he's not that mad at me. He's over it. We're moving on. He's sobered up. There had been a lot of talk about a sober plan, like a full detox, a full recovery, a doctor, a whole plan. There were talks of that following what had happened in London. So I was feeling like, okay, well, maybe we're here. And I get on the plane. It touches down and the SUV pulls up and it sits on the tarmac for a very long time. He knows I'm on the plane waiting for him. So I kind of started to anticipate that things weren't as I hoped, meaning that he was sober and had slept it off. And I'm sitting on the plane for a very long time waiting for him, and he finally opens the door, and I see him get out of the SUV, and I can guess by how he's moving, how he's walking. I didn't realize at the time I had already become really sensitive to these little changes because my life changed depending on what he was on. And he gets on the plane, and I just knew in every cell of my body something was wrong. And he comes straight up to me, doesn't say anything to me, but is looking at me. He's got these glasses on, and he takes them off in this kind of aggressive manner and sits down across from me, not in the usual spot. We kind of have our places on his plane, where you get used to sitting. And I remember I got up and moved to accommodate him getting by so he could sit in the normal seat as per usual. He didn't. He sat across from me. At some point, and I don't really remember the exact sequence of it, we take off, and at some point he's asking me what's wrong with me. What do I have? Do I have something to tell him? Do I have something to tell him? You want to talk to me about your day yesterday? And then it gets, I already know that he's drunk. I already know he's using, he reeks of weed and alcohol. I mean, his breath smelled so bad, and I could anticipate that there was a no-win situation here. There was no me talking myself out of this or talking him down or any, a lot of my arguments and my involvement in them are me trying to diffuse by explaining or
Objection, non-responsive.
She's telling the story, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection as part. Go ahead.
You got to ask her
So
questions
he,
to have her tell the story.
is asking me questions, and I know to not engage. I was polite. I made sure to answer minimal amount of, the minimal amount that I could. I moved slowly. I was trying to be polite, but not engage because there was no win. And he kept going, kept asking me. Eventually went from, do you have something to tell me, to, you want to tell me how much you liked it? Tell me, did he slip a tongue? It got worse and worse, just more. It went from asking me about how my kissing scene went or how the sex scene went to asking me what James Franco had done in the scene, to being really explicit about my body. He was talking about he was saying really disgusting things about my body, about how I liked it, how I responded. And then he started just straight up taunting me. I know you liked it. He called me a go-getter. He called me a slut in front. And also this is happening with security and his
None of them
assistants
saw
on
it.
the plane. And
None of them were there.
I remember I felt, I struggle to be able to tell you how embarrassed I was, because he was speaking to me in front of people in this way, asking me if I liked it and if I was wet. And why I wasn't looking at him, and that was proof I wasn't looking at him. That was proof that I was asking for it. Did I ask James to do this and this to me? And how about if he does those things to me? Insert sexually explicit descriptions of what he accused me of wanting or deserving. And I, at some point in this, get up and move to the front of the plane. And I remember getting up so slowly. I didn't want to aggravate him. I didn't want to give him any excuse to pounce on. I didn't want to upset him. I didn't want him to flip a switch and get worse. I just remember very slow movements. And I slowly get up and move to the front of the plane. And he starts throwing things at me. Ice cubes, utensils. He's calling me a go-getter, and then an embarrassment, talking about what an embarrassment I am. I don't know how many times I moved seats. I wish I did. I don't. I remember moving more than once, and Johnny came to me each time, not the other way around. He sits down in front of me at one point, and because I'm not answering him, I was looking out of the window, and he slaps my face. And his friend is in our proximity. And it didn't hurt my face. It just felt embarrassed. Because he do that to me in front of people. It was the first time that anything like that had happened in front of somebody.
And nobody's there to witness it.
I got up
Where
to
are the
move
witnesses?
again, and he's just taunting me, having a laugh, screaming, and then just straight up mean, calling me names. And it was oscillating between those things. And I get up slowly again, and I just resolve to just sit the rest of the time up at the front of the plane. And as I get up, he kind of kicks the swivel chair into my hip, or kind of just hits me. And I look at him, and he asks me, what are you going to do about it? I just stared at him. I just stared at him and wanted him to see me. I wanted to get through to him. Didn't feel there was it felt like there was a blackness in his eyes. I wanted to look at him. I wanted him to see me. It didn't even feel like him. And as I'm walking away, slowly, trying not to be, I was being very deliberate about my movements, wasn't saying anything, I wasn't engaging. I am walking away from him slowly, and he tells me to hurry the fuck up. Hurry up. And I just look at him one more time, wanting to penetrate the monster to see the man that I love underneath that. The man I loved. And he tells me to hurry up again. And I pull my gaze away from him. I walk away from him. My back is turned to him, and I feel this boot in my back. He just kicked me in the back. I fell to the floor. I caught myself on the floor, and I just felt like I was looking at the floor of the plane felt like a long time. And I thought to myself, I don't know what to do. I can't believe did he just kick me? No one said anything. No one did anything. It was like you could hear a pin drop on that plane. You could feel the tension, but no one did anything. And I just remember feeling so embarrassed. I felt so embarrassed that he could kick me to the ground in front of people. And more embarrassing, I didn't know what to do about it. I got up and I walked to the front of the plane. I sat down and I just looked out of the window. And Jerry Judge Security and my friend both kind of under their breath ask me, "Are you okay?"
Objection, hearsay.
I spent the rest of the time looking out
I'll
of the
sustain the
window.
objection.
And
Did there come a time that you tape recorded Mr. Depp on this plane?
I want to sit here and say that I was like,
I want to do
I was
this.
telling
that-
myself I needed to leave
that'd be a
him,
lie,
but
but that would be a lie.
as he got worse, he demanded the oxygen tank from the flight attendant. Excuse me. And he continued to drink and then eventually started howling like an animal and passed out in the bathroom
He was just singing Werewolves of London.
with the door locked. And was howling. And I at some point pushed record on my phone because there was that 5% part of me.
Objection, non-responsive.
I don't think it's non-responsive. She's explaining what led up to her tape recording and why.
No,
I
you
mean, I'll
asked
just,
if
I
she
can
did
ask
it.
her, well, that's all.
All right.
Why did you tape record him?
She didn't even say she did yet.
Because I knew that Johnny wouldn't remember what he had done. I knew he would not remember. And if
Calls for speculation.
She can say why she did it and what she thought.
But that last part called for speculation. I'll sustain the
Don't
objection.
say, I knew. Why did you tape record?
in my experience, when Johnny was that inebriated, he would not remember what he had done.
Calls for speculation.
How can that call for speculation?
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, let's go to defendants 221. And I'm going to play 3 different parts for it.
Your Honor,
And
may
if
we
you can-
approach, please?
Camille's just kicking her ass. And again, you don't always want to object to everything. You really don't, because it can be really annoying for the jury. But look at how flustered Elaine is on these questions. It's breaking up the testimony. Now, Amber's just like, okay, director called cut again. I can read my line in a minute, right? But Elaine's not used to that. So someone asked me to explain why Johnny's words are not hearsay. You can introduce the words of the opposing party if those out-of-court statements are adverse to that party's interest. So anything negative Johnny Depp says can be introduced by the other party as an exception to hearsay. The reason is, of course, Johnny Depp is probably not going to testify to the negative things that he would say. And similarly, they can introduce any out-of-court statements made by Amber Heard that are adverse to her interests. So those are an adverse party statement exception to hearsay. So I know someone had asked that earlier in the chat. I try to answer these questions as I can. And that's one that I've seen. Also, someone asked if they were different between civil and criminal trials. Hearsay is the rules of evidence are the rules of evidence, civil or criminal. There are a couple extra rules in regards to criminal trials that are a little bit more protective of the defendant since the state's involved.
So we're going to start with 221, and we're going to call it A, and that'll be 0 through 1 minute.
Is she supposed to be talking directly to jury like that? If she wants to, she can talk to whoever she wants. It's a tactic.
Okay, sure.
When do I think we'll see Amber's cross exam? Probably after the break. I don't think we're going to get to cross today. They might start cross today. I'm not sure which one I'd rather do. Start cross today and then hit it after the break, or start fresh after the break. It's kind of a weird spot to be in. Okay. You guys are so active in the chat that it already broke my broke my chat window. So I'm gonna have to ask you guys to talk a little less there in the chat. We can't have all this discussion going on. It's not like
With
not
the
like
first
people should be
one with
discussing
0 to
things.
1 minute. And can we turn up the volume just, I mean, there's part of it that the noise of the airplane is a little bit loud, but to be able to pick up the noise.
Oh,
And then the second one is from 2:50 to 3:20, 30 seconds.
You, 221 is in evidence. All of 221 is already in evidence.
So may I play the third one then, and then we
Yes.
can take the break?
Yes.
Thank
can
you.
play-
That would be at
You can play
9.
all of it if you'd like. That's fine. Thank
I
you.
think that
It's
would
in
torture the
evidence.
jury
You
if
can
they
play
do
all of
that,
it.
Your Honor. 9:30 to 10, just 30 seconds more.
I'll stay with this fucking idiot in case she gets sick.
All right. And you can be changing gears after that, or do you have any more questions for this issue?
No, I think this would be fine
Okay,
for a break.
all right.
I
Ladies and
think-
gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning break then. Just do not do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody.
Man, I still can't make anything out on that last one. You know what? I got to give credit to Amber though. She's wearing a dress today, which is a way better move. Even though, like, it kind of looks like she's supposed to look like the oppressed, suppressed wife. Look, at least it's a dress. It looks way better than these suits
All
that
right,
she's been
thank you.
wearing.
And again, ma'am, since you're still testifying, don't discuss your testimony with anybody at this point, okay? All right, so let's just come back at, let's make it 11:42. All right? 11:42.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, there we go. There we go. So, good stuff so far. Amber is telling her story in the way she wants to tell it. This is the critical moment, right? Like, this is the criticality of the entire case. Do they believe Johnny or do they believe Amber? And in public, I see most people believing Johnny, but there's a group of people who believe Amber Heard. And so we won't know. There's no way to know who's on that jury, who's in that jury room. So that's pretty crazy. Lots of people are pointing out to me, and I saw this last night and talked about it on the show last night, but lots of people are pointing out her lifting of lines from movies. Again, that needs to be verified very carefully from Johnny Depp's team, and they need to determine if they want to find a way to use that. But it might not be that useful. But it's great for the internet. It's great for the public, because if the public sees her as a histrionic, narcissistic, borderline personality liar, then that's where Johnny wins. Again, whether or not he wins in court is one thing. Johnny Depp is trying to rehabilitate his public image, and so far he is still just destroying her on that. So, those types of things are great for the public. They may not play as well in the courtroom. Real quick, before y'all peace out for the break, because some people do, if you guys have been so active in chat, which is awesome, make sure you drop a like on the stream if you like the stream. If you like watching these things, if you love the coverage, it does help to have, and I should probably ask more, even though it's cringe and blue pilled, but it really does help with YouTube saying, oh, hey, maybe we should distribute this thing to other people. So I always appreciate it when you guys drop a like on the stream. It's an easy way to help me out. Hey, what's up, Krigler? Adam Krigler in the chat. There's a good dude, by the way. You should go check out his show, The Krigler Show. The man who gets banned off of YouTube more than anybody else that I know currently. So good job, Adam. He's always out there discussing tough topics and dropping some truth. Oh yeah, also join locals. That's another thing you can do. Here's my little pitch, and then I'll read some chats. Locals is my online community, ricadalaw.locals.com. It's in the description. I try to pin it on a couple videos too, but if you're on Rumble, and I know there's a whole bunch of you on Rumble, probably a couple thousand, maybe more. Yeah, there's a couple thousand people over on Rumble as well. If you're on Rumble, you can actually just click on the red join button for locals, and it will bring you over to the locals page. You can join for free. And look, here's the easiest two benefits of popping on locals for free. You will always get a notification so long as you have your notifications turned on. It's not like YouTube, which decides to send out notifications sometimes. You'll always get one when I'm doing a stream, because I always post on Rumble or on locals when I'm doing a stream. And two, you will, if anything ever does happen to my channel, which is possible, locals will be the place where I can communicate with the people who want to follow over there. So either I can tell you where I'm going to stream alternatively, I can tell you if I'm banned for a couple days, any of that stuff. Locals is a great avenue for communication, and they have told me over and over that they're not going to ban me. So we'll see. No, but that's a great place. And if you want to, of course, you can join the community as a paying subscriber and have access to some other stuff. But I really want people to know that they can go to locals for free for those two main things that are very, very cool. All right. With that, since you broke my chat window, and I love you for it, but you did break it. Now I got to find the spot in the super chats where I'd left off. Where were we? Okay, here we go. I actually found it. Lancelot. Nick, I thought you were a loyal son of the Emperor, but all I see is a Slaneshi cult. We all deserve exterminatus. Yes, you do. You all deserve exterminatus. Dragon's Treasure says, do a good shill for my store in the coupon code, or I will unleash a flurry of puns, the likes of which you have not seen before. Guys, it's the dragonstreasure.com, a haven for tea and anime lovers. If you want great loose leaf, hand-picked teas, go to the Dragon's Treasure. For all of the memes about how that guy is just a weirdo and he probably stares into toilets for entertainment. I mean, I've heard all the rumors, but he's actually a good dude with great with a great ability to put together fantastic blends of tea. They're really delicious, and I can't sing his praises highly enough. If you like tea, thedragonstreasure.com. Use promo code Amber Poops in Beds. And go get some. Go get some tea. Brian Ploss, unfortunately, while I don't believe a damn thing Amber Heard said, being a male domestic and sexual abuse victim, her story rings very true as she said it, unlike your panel said yesterday. Hers was just a memory read from someone else. Yeah, okay, so you're saying that she read someone else's story and so it sounded true. Yeah, I don't know, man. It sounded like an ad to me. But yeah, that's it. Thank you for the alternate. I see what you're saying. You don't believe her, but you do think her story is believable. It's just not hers. Which that very well could be. That very well could be. Brent Dare says, "Hey, first ever super chat. Thank you, Brent. Very much appreciated. Up late getting the kids' lunches ready in Australia. Started watching with Rittenhouse, came back for Heard and Depp. Now YouTube keeps recommending Long Crime Network. Stuff those guys. Keep up the good work. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They paid for it. They bought it. Registoge, I'm calling it early. Vasquez is going to flop on cross exam. She was awful with objections early this trial. She's doing great now, though. We'll see how she does. Didn't she already steal her assistant's survival story? And they need to call her back on. They need to call her on rebuttal if she did. They really do. If that's the case, and she's willing to say it, call her on rebuttal. Have her say it to the world. Corn Pop says, Viva Fry is streaming my channel on his channel. Viva, what's up, buddy? How you doing, man? What's up to Viva's chat? You guys are all great. When that crazy Canadian mastermind gets done, you should pop over here. There's always a good home for some. I mean, we do have some anti-Canadian slurs, so, come at your own risk, but especially with the new abortion. I'm just kidding. Shouts in the house. I can't stop making jokes. I'm sorry. Shouts in the house. Amber's team screwed up. If you're good enough with makeup to hide bruises, you're good enough to create them. She's already proven she stages photos with the glass table. Well, they haven't put that in evidence yet. They haven't put that in evidence, or they haven't put that before the jury, I should say. Actually, he's streaming Good Logic, who is streaming you. Oh my gosh, it's Streamception. Joe, what are you doing? You weirdo. Oh my gosh. Love both Viva and Joe. Great dudes. Really tremendous. Truly wonderful. I've met lots of dudes. Lots of them in my travels, running around the country, meeting people, shaking hands, using hand sanitizer appropriately, and then shaking more hands, beautiful hands, big hands, Marco Rubio hands. We love all hands around here. And I can tell you that Joe and Viva, both class acts, wonderful men, true patriots, great Americans, even though Viva's not. Ray Marshall, how much would it cost to have the panel cast as this trial during the week off so we don't go crazy? Side note, did she raid her grandmother's closet for today's outfit? No, I think she just went to whatever, like, beating the Amish documentary there was, like, that they could find and grabbed it from there. No, I can't criticize her outfit today. I think it's a much more elegant look than she's had. Like, I get the symbolism, and I have commented on that, of course, but aside from the symbolism, just in general, these are the types of outfits she should have been wearing the entire time. She looks feminine. Again, this is a story for her about a battered wife, not a battered lesbian. Like, if she wanted the hate crime thing, they're not going for like a hate crime. Like, Johnny's not alleged to beat her because she's a lesbian. Then she'd want to wear like overalls and, flannels and like glue a beard on or whatever. That'd be fine. But that's not the allegation here. This is a battered wife. This is a battered celebrity, beautiful wife is the story. I know everybody's gonna be like, she's not pretty. That's fine. But I'm telling the story here. So you gotta have her look feminine. You want the jury to believe that she's a victim as a woman. Like, that's a critical element to this, to me. Stream them back, create a portal. I will not do that. No. Gozar is waiting. No. So yeah, that's my side note. As far as the panel during trial, during the week off, I will be streaming during the week off. I mean, I do my night streams all the time. I believe I will still have day streams during the week off. There's a bunch of people I would love to talk to about the trial. I don't think they're going to be 10 hours long, but I would like to do some day streams, but I have to work around, some stuff that I'll have to do during the week off. I got a couple doctor's appointments and stuff. So, but yeah, I do still intend to stream. So keep an eye out and come hang out. I would love to talk to some people about how the case is going. Might be nice to talk to other streamers who are watching the trial, Legal Bites, Emily Baker. So we'll be trying to make those things happen. Lead attorney. Yeah. Where were we? Morrigan. Thank you for the large donation. There's a thread on Twitter that has found 4 to 5 instances so far where testimony is ripped from movies and TV shows like The Maid and The Talented Mr. Ripley. What would you do on cross with that? First of all, I think you need to make a very careful strategic point of it. But I would ask her if she's seen those movies. Maybe. But I don't know that it's gonna. I just don't know that it plays as well for the jury as it does in public, because it's kind of weird. How's it relevant? But it's almost like an impeachment of the statement. But here's the other problem. Here's the risk of that. Some of the statements might just happen to sound like these things. And again, I don't know how precise they are. I haven't had time to read them all. And I haven't had time to independently verify what she said versus what the movies say. But hypothetically, if it just sounds like a kind of, is solipsistic the word I'm looking for? I don't think so. Let me see. No, that's not the word I'm looking for at all. If it's just kind of looking like some trite dialogue, you can find, there's so many movies out there. There's so much dialogue that exists in the world. You can tie a lot of stuff back. Back when I was in college and in poetry workshops, a former friend of mine who decided that my political opinions made me too unpalatable many, many years ago, long before I was on YouTube, which is too bad. I like this guy. I thought he was interesting. He also wrote poetry with the most slurs in it I've ever heard. No, he wrote a poem called Intertextuality, and every single like line, phrase, and word had a citation to something. It was this he was also a philosophy major, which made him insufferable. But what's up, Jake? If you ever see this, you motherfucker, I can't believe you blocked me on Facebook, you pussy. The poem was great. It didn't say much, but what was said was all in these footnotes, the references to just all these different things, like 48 footnotes for this tiny little poem. And the idea was that everything has already been said effectively, and you can always find what's been said. But that, given enough time, there will be movie dialogue for everything. So you got to be really careful, because if she just says, well, I've never seen the talented Mr. Ripley, how do you look? Like, you got to confer with Johnny. Hey, did you guys have special memories around this movie? Did you watch these things? How would she know this stuff? You got to be careful with it. You got to be careful with it. Mainly because of her ability to destroy your line of questioning. That's all. Okay, here we go. Gates of Above. Yes, because the domestic abuser will try very hard to get the best friend of their significant other to live next door rent-free so they can be in the vicinity and bear witness to said abuse. Yeah. Very, very awkward. So much of this story just doesn't add up. It doesn't even add up to what her doctor said about like isolation and all of that stuff. It just doesn't jive. It's what makes it so hard for me to believe. Radioactive Redhead says, here's some coin for a grift. Thank you for the large donation, by the way. Come and see a new take on good old-fashioned entertainment. October Red helps folks live their best domestic life and presents 40s style radio dramatization of audiobooks. The rest is redacted because YouTube sucks. So is it October Red where they should go, or Radioactive Redhead? Now I'm not sure. Check out both October Red and Radioactive Redhead. And who doesn't like a radioactive
All right,
redhead?
we ready for the jury then?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lancelot says she couldn't tell anyone or didn't. Bull, I bet she told multiple people. Yeah, the fox butt. Does she not realize there are tons of pictures of her in all kinds of revealing outfits with and without Johnny during their relationship? She must think the public is stupid. She's banking on the jury not knowing that. Maybe that's a way to impeach her on cross. Look at what you wore on this date, this date, this date, this date. Oh, it was low cut. So here's Johnny with you with a low cut dress. And yeah, if you search for Amber Heard dress on Google, you'll find a ton of her in low cut dresses, very fitting dresses back when she was better looking. Fausto Faria says, I'm going to start to use hearsay when my wife brings some argument we had last week.
Question.
Thanks for the help. I will tell her it was you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks. Mike the Dad Crosby, so refreshing. I thought it was
Amber,
all Trump's fault.
Following the plane ride, what did you do once you landed in LA?
I called for a car to pick me up, met me at the private airport, and I left. I got straight off the plane as soon as we touched down. Johnny had been saying what he would do to me once we got on the ground, and I didn't know how long this cycle would last, so I wanted to just get out of there. I went to a hotel and called my friends to join me, which was my coping strategy at the time.
My coping strategy was partying.
I'm going to
Which explains away
ask
all my
you to
partying.
take a look at defendants 204.
So convenient, right? When Johnny did drugs, it was bad. When I did drugs, it was my coping strategy with my friends that I was isolated from.
Did you
to my
reach
doctor.
out to?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and leading.
Yep.
Your Honor, I would direct Your Honor's attention to the first one in blue and the third one in blue, and I would say present sense impression and the state of mind at that time.
Throw all of it at her, Elaine.
Yes.
Throw all of it. Elaine. So we saw what Elaine did on the break, by the way. What she did was she took the rules of evidence. She highlighted a bunch of shit to make her arguments, like her counter arguments, because she can't come up with them on the fly, like on the stand or at the podium, I should say. And she gave them to the judge, like, I'm this many, this one. She's going to point at him. That's her strategy. Elaine is the crazy cat lady lawyer. Sorry. Okay, so the waifu lawyer poll today, Camille wins. with Elaine's neck waddle coming in a strong second. I was very impressed. That's good. That was good. Did you check the talented Mr. Ripley quote? No, I have not had time to go back and like grab the exact words. I have seen the talented Mr. Ripley quote. I've also seen people say that Amber Heard didn't say that on the stand. I haven't had time to independently verify what she did or didn't say. And I have not, I'll take their word for it on the talented Mr. Ripley quote, but I haven't seen that movie. If I've seen it, it was, 15 years ago at least. But I haven't verified it. I mean, I'll take it as true. I'm just saying I haven't verified it. If they want to bring it in court and it's of questionable value to the court, I don't know. They have to be damn sure. Well, the videos of
All right,
elevator with
let's
Franklin
go
must be
to
shown.
205. Defendants
Depp's team will have
205.
to bring it.
And this is a communication between you and Rocky Pennington, your best friend, is that correct?
That's correct.
Objection, hearsay.
Right back to the podium. This is how it's going to get now. They know they're getting their asses kicked on this, these hearsay objections, and it's really, really disruptive. And they don't like it. They know that's happening. So they're going to start fighting and fighting and fighting for it. So now would be the time. Now would be the time for, I think, Camille to be very strategic about it. And maybe the strategy is just keep objecting to all of them. But if it gets too crazy, like they're going to drag this out and the jury's going to get, the jury's going to get annoyed with it. But you've gotten under their skin. So now be very, and I'm not criticizing this one, by the way. I don't know, if she's objecting usually before we even get to the issue or to the statement. So I don't know if it's good to object or not. That's up to them, but you might start picking and choosing, but you've got her flustered. Let her get by with a couple and then hit her again. Wham! Least expected. Luna Yoshimi, has anyone noticed that she keeps calling him Johnny and he called her Mrs. Heard or Miss Heard? Would that be considered manipulation by her? I mean, the jury could look at it that way, but any of these questions, would it be considered? I mean, the jury can consider whatever they want. No one can stop them. Hold on. Having a nice random bone pain. William Mitchell School of Law and Cucks. Wouldn't you agree that what if any questions aren't leading? Your Honor, what if any questions that I've asked have been leading?
So 205 with redactions is in evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I can taste fried food, says Camille is
May
making my
we
pants.
publish to
So
the jury?
objection,
It is.
hearsay.
So Rocky on this is Rocky Pennington, your best friend, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And when did you send this communication to Rocky?
Once I had touched down in LA,
Touchdown.
On
paper?
And you said, I'm not good. What did you mean by that?
that I needed help, that I was scared. I was scared of what had just happened to me. I was scared of what was going to happen to me. I was scared if I left him. I was scared if I didn't. And I needed help. I just needed support. I didn't feel safe going home. I still had my place in Orange. She had keys. I was scared.
Did you text your mother and your father about this incident?
Objection, hearsay.
If you want to,
What, if any, communication did you have with your mother or your father following this incident?
Objection, hearsay.
sustain that objection.
Let's go to defendants 222 and I suspect we're gonna be back up.
All right, you want to keep on approach? That's fine. Thank you.
Here's the thing. Look at what they're trying to do with the hearsay. This is the critical nature. What did you tell your mother and father? They're dead. They're gone. Can't be cross-examined. What did you do? Why did you do this? How did you do this? How did you fit it into your story with so and so? That's why these objections are important. I mean, it's they're breaking up her ability to craft and weave the narrative that she's weaving. Yeah, I'm not a fan of those glasses. Let's see. Christian Gabriel. Camille is a rock star and is really showcasing her talents on a national stage. Yeah, I think her, again, I will say, I still think her opening was weak. Her opening statement, and I did not like that she read from a paper for it. I'm too low today? Oh, music to my ears. There we go. Turn me up a bit.
What, if any, communications did you have with Kate James following the Boston plane incident?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, if we
I
go
said,
to
what if any?
224,
I said, what if any?
224.
my argument would be business records exception.
All right, if you want to come forward, we can do it.
You lost the business records exception argument before because it's not actually an exception if there's hearsay. Mo says, I believe Amber about as much as I believe Racket's fixing his audio pooping. Dan Waters, hello from across the pond. Johnny's lawyer is doing a great job today rejecting, plus looks hot today too. Great outfit choice. Amber must hate her. I love the stream, by the way. I've really enjoyed your coverage so far. Hey, thank you, Dan. Zadok Attack. Johnny, now that we're engaged, love, can you stop clubbing and all this fatherless behavior? Amber, help, I'm being repressed. It is amazing. Like, yeah, we're in a committed relationship. I would really prefer if you weren't tits out for Harambe in every role that you did. That would be nice if there wasn't another man groping you on screen, since we're in a relationship. Like the guy who played Christian Grey in 50 Shades of Grey was married as he's doing that movie, right? He's sitting there like rubbing a chick's vagina on screen. He's grabbing her breasts all the time. He's getting his face right in her crotch. Like as a man, I would be very not okay with doing that as a married human to someone else, right? Like, I can understand Johnny's perspective personally. Madeline, why do you love that movie so much? I didn't love that movie.
What, if anything, did you do the evening of the 24th of May?
I reached out to friends and family, asked for support,
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
and surrounded myself with them with that.
What, if anything, did you do for Lily Rose's birthday?
I
Still leading.
that's why we had gone back to LA. Johnny was sick after having passed out on the plane. So I took her to dinner. We went to Benihana's.
Couldn't you go to a local hibachi place?
You know, again, put on my smile, took her out.
Benihana's
Tried to
corporate.
make her feel loved and celebrated for her birthday. And then I booked a flight out to New York to go back to New York, obviously without Johnny.
I'm going to ask you to now turn to 225.
I find Benihana to be typically on the
Your
weaker
Honor,
side of the
going to
teppanyaki
be
restaurants.
referring to the last two blue spots on that page um, with the state of mind. Mental condition.
All right.
It doesn't, it's still hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yeah, you want to approach?
Johnny Depp's team must really not like where this part of the story is supposed to go. I mean, I think we can infer that they do not want them to tell the story in this way. And that doesn't mean they're necessarily scared of it, but again, this chat overwhelmingly supports Johnny Depp. Actually, every chat I've seen overwhelmingly supports Johnny Depp, but let's say the jurors all are comprised of the 2%. Or let's say that half of the jurors are on the 2%, or that two of them, but they're the strong personalities. You got to be really, really worried that any of the jurors, if one juror has the strongest personality in the jury room, but also really believes Amber Heard, it can screw the whole thing. And so, you got to cut off this thing. They do not like this part of the story. Notice she's sniffing today. She must have read the criticism on Twitter of her crying
I'm
without
going to ask you to turn
any
now
sniffling.
to 228.
Objection hearsay. Here comes.
Your Honor, we're going to object on hearsay.
First line, Your Honor,
Okay.
is all I understand in Your Honor's ruling, but I think
All right. If you want to come forward, that's fine.
Gonna get wrecked. Okay, Jason Angelfire. I told my wife before we were married to be sure because it's until death. I don't believe in divorce. She responded, "Don't piss her off so she won't kill me." Not threats. This is insane. Yeah. Yeah, if till death do us part became a threat, every wedding vow is now a threat. It's an absurd sort of idea. These people spoke dramatically. The giveaway on all of this, by the way, is that they're both fans of old vintage books. They're deep readers and thinkers. They're very deep artistry people. You've met this person, right? They're the person that's the inside. Like, unless they're telling you a story, they're insufferable to talk about because they're going to share every philosophy they've ever come up with or read about with you, and all of these very important books that you haven't read yet because you were busy working or whatever. You've met them. So you know how these people talk. You know the drama that's laced in every dripping story that they have about their life. At least I have. I was a writing major in college. I met a billion people like this. So like for them to suddenly take that hyperbolic and exaggerated way of speaking and to change that into something else is frustrating to me. That's just like my opinion, man. Next. Lancelot 652. Anyone else notice that a lot of the physical abuse stopped and now it's verbal? Ben Cruz, will you please take this $20 and make a t-shirt that says "What if any"? I'm seeing a couple people say that, so maybe I will.
Tell us please tell the jury what you did then over that night, the next day, and at the hotel.
I cried a lot, tried to surround myself with my friends, and resolved to leave him. I felt powerless. Nothing I did made a difference. You know, on the plane, I was so careful.
Objection, non-responsive.
Please just tell us what you did, and you can tell how you feel, but don't go backwards, okay?
I resolved, tried to, the strength to commit to leaving him. I knew I had to. I knew nothing else would make a difference. So I got myself back to LA. Excuse me, New York. And started going to Al-Anon meetings every day. It's a support group for people who love addicts and alcoholics.
What, if any, communications did you have with Stephen Duders?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, let me ask it this way. What, if any, communications did you have with Mr. Duders communicating on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Objection, hearsay.
I would say agency on that, Your Honor.
You have to lay a foundation for that.
Yeah.
All right, let's go to 229A.
She's trying to get Stephen Duders communications as communications made as an agent for Johnny Depp specifically. So acting as Johnny Depp effectively, which is a tough theory
And
on this one.
could you, without saying what the content is, can you tell us who this text message is with?
Johnny's assistants.
What's his name?
His name is Stephen Duders.
Okay. And what, if any, communication were you having with him following the Boston plane incident?
Objection, hearsay. May we approach?
All right, Ms. Wynn?
There you go. Yeah. So the principal or agent and principal relationships, you know, where someone is acting on behalf of someone else in an official capacity can be the actions of the person. But you better put it down, because if you had any communications that weren't in an official capacity with this person at all, you have to delineate very carefully between them and find some way to prove that this was not or was an official communication. How do you do that? Right? Like just seriously, how do you do that if you intermingle personal communications with them? Now, if they have a business phone, like a professional agent phone, and you have and they have a separate personal phone, and they're using the personal phone to talk to you and then their agent phone to give you official communications, sure. But Elaine will have to show that these communications came from Johnny Depp through Stephen Duders specifically, not just that Stephen Duders happened to say something to Amber Heard. Sword and Scale. Nick, did you see the tweet about Amber stealing lines from talented Mr. Ripley and then reciting them verbatim on the stand? See my Twitter for the retweet. Yeah. Again, I mentioned this a little bit ago. I haven't had time to independently verify that. But I've seen some people, some suggestions that maybe people should be skeptical of it, but I don't know either way. I don't know when I'll have time to pull them up either. Squizgar. Wow, her programming just glitched. She tried to use an insert command. Must run some kind of SQL database. Laughing Man says he said something sexual. This sounds familiar. Did she actually say he said something sexual in there? God. It's always, these people can remember everything. Hey, what's up, Sean?
Hey, Nick, I'm actually, my court ran real long today. I'm still dealing with it. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I gotcha.
Okay. Yeah, so I watched some of it this morning. I love Amber's theory about the whole, no, Johnny wouldn't let me sign a prenup. He's like, no, whore, you're going to have to keep my money.
Yeah.
like I really don't. Nobody's buying that. Like, Johnny doesn't care. He doesn't want a cut of your car wash commercials residuals.
Yeah.
She's got,
It-
she's not believable. And yeah, these. I've been listening on the drive over in between places. Camille is just pounding it. She's doing a great job.
She's crushing it today, man.
And Elaine is getting in trouble
Did
because
you
she's
communicate
losing all
at
the
all with
cards.
Mr. Depp in the days following the Boston plane incident?
Lost
Yes,
on that
I
Stephen
did.
Duder's objection too. Good.
Please tell the jury about those communications.
I heard from him directly. I also heard from him through his assistants who were texting for him.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
I'll sustain the
You're
objection.
not allowed to testify about the text messages with his assistant, but can you tell the jury about your communications with Mr. Depp?
Okay. It's kind of confusing because he was texting through them.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll strike that from the record and you'll disregard that
understand.
testimony. Please answer the question.
Just confine it to the communications you had with Mr. Depp, please.
That he was sorry and told me that he was in a blackout. He didn't remember everything, but what he did remember, he was ashamed of. He begged me to forgive him. Said he understood and forgave me if I never wanted to speak to him again. He texted me at one point and then I didn't respond right away. And he texted me again that he understood that I had made my decision to move on and
Why don't we put these
good
texts
luck
up?
and I was better for it and then continued to contact me. I spoke to him when I was in New York on the phone and he said that he was he had a chip or that he was going to meetings, that he I think at the time mentioned another celebrity that was kind of advising him on sobriety, or not advising him, but encouraging him. And he was saying, well, look, me and this person, we even went to a meeting. I've got 3 days sober, 4 days sober. And that was the last time. The monster will never come back. Monster will never come back. And because it felt like it felt so much worse than it had ever been before. And because I had, I went to New York and I was trying to get my strength to leave him, I actually thought that it kind of would be the turning point. I thought I had effectively...
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled. Oh, go ahead.
Thank you. Go ahead. Please continue.
I thought things would change.
Did you draft any kind of email to Mr. Depp
Objection
to
calls for
express
hearsay.
your emotions and
Objection.
how you felt about all
Leading.
this?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, let's go, I'll lay the
Okay.
foundation, Your Honor. Let's go to defendants.
It's not a foundational
239.
issue, Elaine. It's a hearsay
239.
issue. Did you draft an email is just a clarion call for an objection hearsay.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
And I would say both present sense impression and definitely state of mind, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Yeah, how is her present sense impression and state of mind relevant
So-
to this moment?
Did you ultimately communicate to Mr. Depp what you first drafted up in an email without saying anything about what's in the email?
That calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm just asking if she did.
No, what she said.
Correct.
Okay. Overruled.
Did you communicate to Mr. Depp what you had drafted in the email? And you don't get to say what you said.
Yes.
Okay. And what, if any, response did Mr. Depp have to your sending that email to him?
he came to New York to fight for the relationship, for me, to prove that he was sober and he was committed to changing.
Cry again.
I believed he was embarrassed and sorry. He said he was, and I believed him. So I took him back, or I got back with him
The more I look at her, the more she looks like Miley Cyrus while like
on the
screaming.
condition that he would uphold his promise to do the treatment, to do the full detox, clean up, and never go back.
So I'm going to take you now up to the June through August 2014 timeframe. And I think you testified earlier, and others have as well, that Mr. Depp brought in Dr. Kipper and his group, correct?
Yes, I did.
Could you please describe for the jury what those next few months were like?
They were living hell.
All of a sudden, this doctor gets brought on that we had been talking about. I'd heard this name before. And all of a sudden, this doctor, Dr. Kipper, apparently wrote a book on addiction and was this doctor was going to be the solution, the cure, and he got brought on board, and all of a sudden the plan was that this team would be involved in Johnny's recovery. So it felt real, felt serious. I felt like protected. I had already by this point heard a million times, it seems like, promises to get clean and sober, but this felt like a change. And they were going to come to Boston and start working with Johnny. And the plan was to keep Johnny on the same level of drugs that he was on since he was filming. They needed him to finish filming the movie. So he was going to be maintained with his with prescription pills, including the painkillers. And the plan was he would obviously abstain from alcohol completely and all other drugs like weed and coke. And then when he finished filming, the plan was to do
Objection,
the full
Your Honor,
detox.
hearsay.
Good
And lack
call.
of foundation.
You go for the
I don't
medical records
understand
exception?
What the objection, I don't think it is. I think she was just explaining the
A
context
plan
there. I don't think she was saying.
is an
there was
out-of-court
The
somebody-
foundation,
statement.
how she knew, but it's fine.
How did you know that?
I was involved in the conversations
Please
with the
continue.
doctors and with his sister.
Objection,
And
Your Honor,
that's-
that's still hearsay.
All right, I'll
Okay,
sustain the
that
objection.
part is. So what happened next? As a result of these communications, without saying what the communications were?
A nurse came to Boston where Johnny was. I just would come for short periods of time in between, on weekends from filming until I wrapped my movie, which I did, I think in May, if I am not mistaken. And then I went to Boston and I was there and saw a nurse was flown out to Boston, Debbie Lloyd, and I believe Kipper came out too. And they put Johnny on a bunch of new medications, which they shared with me, told me about.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Yep.
But we have to be careful about what other people told you.
Yeah.
Okay, but you can testify to what you know, okay? So what happened then?
I saw his medications change. I know the amount that Johnny told them he was on was so that they could maintain him for the filming, meaning not make a drastic change in the amount of painkillers he was taking. But his behavior, his whole personality changed drastically. He would be speaking to me. And at the time I was staying in Boston with him, having wrapped my movie, and he would, in mid-sentence, mid-word, fall asleep. One time I was sitting across from him, and he would come in and out of sleep, of being awake, or completely what appeared to be asleep while talking to me. And he had a cigarette in his hand, and, Johnny constantly smoked. And he just sat the cigarette, as he fell asleep while speaking, down on his leg. They're hand-rolled cigarettes. They don't stay lit very long, thankfully. But, it was things like that, and I didn't understand it. Even though I had experience with drug use in my family, I hadn't seen anything like this. And it was so dramatic, the change, that I was trying to figure out with the nurses and doctors what happened, what changed, how we could explain the change and what medications were causing it. I knew there were new medications involved. So, I was constantly worried and in communication. And Johnny's behavior got worse and worse, more of this passing out, nodding off, waking up in the middle of the night, screaming, waking up in the middle of the night, sometimes crying. And the emotions would change from one to the next, like by the second. I remember we were on a long weekend when he was filming in Boston, and we went to this like a resort retreat hotel, and he was just bawling. It broke my heart. There was just a lot of changes, and I really didn't know. I felt so bad for him, and I thought maybe it was just what Kipper had introduced into the regime, the medications. But what I found out in that time is that he was taking about double the amount.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Was this
No,
your
I
observation?
saw it.
Okay, overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
It was taking about double the amount that he told them was his normal when he started the process with the doctors. So after a few, it's, I think, months of going, what is wrong? And, turning him over when he vomited at night or checking his pulse, all of a sudden when I realized the amount was about double, I realized then he had been lying to them and me about the amount so that he could get extra high before he had to detox. But that I can't it was such an agonizing weeks, months. It was so agonizing. I don't know how long it lasted, but I was so concerned for this person, and he had just been doubling up his meds because he didn't.
So, Michelle, can you pull up 1092, Defendant's Exhibit 1092? Amber, did you take this picture of Mr. Depp?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1092.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 1092 in evidence. You can publish. Thank you.
And can you describe what's depicted here and why you took this
Sleeping in a
picture?
chair. Again,
This was
I
during
sleep in
that
chairs
time
all the
when
time.
the prescriptions that he was on in the doubling up of the opiates got so bad that he was like this just throughout the day, off and on. And then he would take Adderall and he'd be really animated and ready to go, and then it would be this again. And it was so erratic, and it changed so quickly. And I naively now really did not understand what was going on. I deeply cared about this human's well-being.
All right.
And
I hate when she
it
says
was
stuff
very
like this
confusing and
human.
scary.
It's so
So
depersonalizing.
did there come a time then that Mr. Depp went into detox for Roxycontin? oxycodines or whatever they're called.
Yes, when he finished filming, the plan was to do the detox, and that's what we did.
And when was that?
That would have been early August of 2014. I believe we were there for, I think, a week to 10 days, 8th through the 18th, more or less.
And we've heard some testimony about this, but can you please describe for the jury what took place during this detox on the Bahama Islands in August 2014?
It was, for the first few days, okay, peaceful. The nurse, and then later nurse and doctor were staying on a different part of the island, a few minutes drive by ATV, like 10, 15 minute, by one of those ATV vehicles. But we communicated via walkie-talkie and occasionally through text. And it was okay at first. And then the behavior, then it just really wasn't okay. It was up, down, he'd be mad at me. Then he was wanting a hug. He cried a lot. And then he, wanted to have sex a lot, which is just not like Johnny at all. And it was just like that. It was just up, down, mood. And it was like I felt like I constantly was catering to the mood, that whatever he was going through at the time. I was just trying to adapt and kind of roll with it and provide support. I was taking his blood pressure. I was on a schedule and constant communication with the nurses about delivering the meds, giving him his meds at a certain time. I was just trying to take care of him. And a few days in, I guess the effects of the detox really started to change. And it went from this erratic behavior up and down to just really down or mad. He would burst into anger at me, yelling at me. I crossed the table. I walked away from it at the table. I crossed the table in a certain way, and he screamed at me about that and tried to overturn this table. Luckily, it was bolted down to the deck, but I remember him shaking it and screaming. And at a different point, he was really calm and sweet and thanking me. And then another, he looked like he was balancing out, and we had a conversation, and he was saying he wanted to quit the detox, and he couldn't do it anymore. And I was trying to find the language to encourage him. I was trying to remind him how much he wanted that, how much he had told me he wanted that, how much I was reminding him, he told me all the time, I saved his life.
This is all
and he wouldn't be
hearsay,
doing
by
this
the way.
without me. And I was telling him these things, and I was, at one point in our conversations, I told him about how.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Please try to continue without what you said, please.
I said something to him, and he got so angry at me, he slapped me across the face. But he did it while crying. It was the weirdest thing. He was crying.
A different thing for every slap.
No woman had
It's
ever
amazing.
embarrassed him like that. No woman had ever made him feel like that. I heard that for the rest of the trip too, just on repeat. And I felt bad. I feel bad. Still feel bad. But, I didn't want to make him feel embarrassed. That's not what I wanted to do. This was over my head. I don't know how to detox someone. I don't know how to help them through that. And I shouldn't have been there. I don't.
Why were you there?
Because he asked me to. And I didn't know that was
It was his fault.
phenomenally dumb idea. I don't know why why the doctors and nurses didn't tell me not to. I didn't.
Because a support
I had
network is
no
important
idea
during
what that
detox.
was going to look like or be like. And it was hell. We're on an island. I'm trying to take care of him, and he was hallucinating. And
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled.
Yes, Amber. No
He
shit.
let me-
Detox is very rough on
The
people.
things that I said when I didn't say I hadn't said anything. I would tell him, Johnny,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Well, I think in the context, Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
What's it for?
It's just telling the context of,
I'll sustain the objection.
please continue and just say what he says and what he did and what your observations were.
He was accusing me of having a man in the house with me. We were in a single, in a cabin. It's basically one room with a closet and a bathroom. I mean, there's nowhere to hide, really. I mean, there's a closet and a bathroom. And he, at one point, told me that I was hiding somebody in the house. Another point, he was communicating with someone not in the room. It would yell at me and then yell at someone else. It wasn't there. And I tried to ask for what I should do. I didn't know what to do. It was terrifying and strange. The whole week was.
So after you left Bahamas and finished with the detox there, where did you go from there?
We, meaning Debbie Lloyd, Dr. Kipper, and I and Johnny, we flew back to LA. And he was going back and forth between saying he wasn't going to continue to, he was committed. It was back and forth. Everything was up, down, erratic, like changing every second. And we got to LA, and Debbie and Kipper communicated with me. I won't say what they said, but I decided it would be probably in everyone's best interest if I went away to a hotel. Johnny put me up in this room in this hotel while he finished the process of detox in LA. And I had my friends out with my girlfriends there to support me as per usual.
So Michelle, can you pull up 272, please?
I thought it'd be better if I got away from all this nastiness of detox and went to party with my friend in a hotel.
And
A
after
nice
you both
hotel.
returned to LA,
Get out. Get out.
did Mr. Depp communicate with
I coke
you
with mimosas and Coke.
by text while you were apart, while he was finishing the detox?
Yes, he did.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of 272.
Any
defendant's
objection?
Yes, Your Honor, to the first message. Excuse me, Your Honor, to the
You
second.
mean the response?
Right.
It's just present sense of impression, but I'm understanding Your Honor's
Yeah.
rulings on that.
Okay.
So
Do you want to redact it?
Can we
Oh,
redact that
Did you hear
second
that?
message?
But I'm
Interesting.
understanding Your Honor's rulings on that. That's a little snippy from Elaine.
Yeah.
Are you understanding them, Elaine? I'm not so sure you are, because I'm pretty sure you have no idea what the rules of evidence even are.
All right, Your Honor,
All right. Any objection to 272 redacted?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, 272 is in evidence, and we will publish.
and Amber, I'm going to show you now what is Defendant's Exhibit 272, and this is on August 20, 2014. It's a text message from Mr. Depp to you. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and just so that we can highlight here, he's calling you, he says, just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel, I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. Yours, Steve. Do you see that?
I do.
So what, if any, expressions was Mr. Depp giving you at this point that he was angry with you ever having to help participate with the detox or to be on the island or anything along that line?
Objection, form, compound.
I'll allow it, but just for trying to keep the record clear, 272 has already been entered into evidence without that redactions, and there wasn't any objection. So I would wish if I could have both sides to keep track of their evidence. It's not my job to keep this.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I just got a note to that effect. So
Okay, so 272 is in evidence without, you can clear the redaction and publish
can-
it. It's really the party's responsibility to take care of the record, not mine.
my apologies on that one, Your Honor. All right.
All right, and I overruled the objection, so she can answer the question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, can you remind me what the question was?
Yes,
That's fair.
that's fair. I said, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say about that you were torturing him on the island and he didn't want you there?
Very confusing for me to hear that, because even though he was hallucinating and angry at me at various moments when he would have these kind of episodes, I did nothing but try to take care of him. I'm not a nurse. I did my best to support him. And he thanked me. He thanked my mom. He thanked my dad. And told me, of course, I saved his life. That he wouldn't be able to make this change without me. And that this process was horrible and hard on him and us and me. But that he was so thankful that I was there for him.
Okay, we can take this down now, Michelle, thank you. And I'm going to take you up to September, October of 2014. Do you remember filming Magic Mike 2 in that time frame?
Yes, I do.
And what, if any, connections did you have with Mr.
She was
Depp
in
in that
Magic
time
Mike
frame?
2?
Well, I bargained with him about me doing the role. He told me he would call the actors. It was a mostly male cast. But I bargained with him.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Don't say what you said, just say what he said, okay?
He reluctantly kind of agreed to me working on this movie or taking a job. He was filming a different movie in London at the time. I wasn't going to play a sexualized character. I wore no makeup or minimal makeup in the movie. No sexy clothing.
The fuck? There we go.
While he finished his movie in London, and then at some point he came out to pick me up in Georgia and was there for my last day or two of filming.
I'm going to ask you to turn to, Michelle, can you bring up 310, please? Defendants 310. Did you have communications with Mr. Depp about auditioning for another role in this time frame?
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to object to the exhibit as hearsay.
Johnny Depp is Steve. His nickname was Steve. Her nickname was Slim. He testified to this.
It is a text exchange, Your Honor. So, but the green is Mr. Depp. And the one I'm most focused on is on the second page, Your Honor, the top.
The green bubble on the second page?
Yes.
All right, so just that text?
Based on Your Honor's rulings, yes.
Any objection to that text?
No, thank you, Your
Okay,
Honor.
if we can get that redacted.
And while that's being redacted, Amber, let me ask you, what, if any, anything was Mr. Depp saying to you in this time frame? We're talking November 2014, about you not working anymore or not taking on any more work or auditioning.
Objection, Your Honor, compound.
They're all the
I'm
same
leading.
subset.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Johnny was angry with me for working. I finished my job and I needed to eventually find another job, meaning a movie, to work on. And he was furious at me for.
Come on.
Even the
while
internet can't handle her bullshit.
yeah. While the internet loads here.
I need more buffering for this.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is me or if it's her.
Well, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. I'm wondering if it's but I've got when you have a high chat traffic load, it's weird.
Mhm.
I know everybody's going to tell me a whole bunch of stuff, but as the only person here,
It's your video card, Nick. You fucked up the BIOS.
Just a second. As the only person here who has run streams with over 30,000 people watching, I can tell you this happens.
Tell him.
Hey, I've run streams with 30 people.
And that he didn't know about that audition that I hadn't done yet, that I had been hiding it, and was furious at me. I ended up not doing that audition, I believe. Well, there was a few, one or two in that time that I did I did audition for, and one or two that I didn't.
I'm going to ask you now.
Name the movies.
What is Defendant's Exhibit 310? Do you recognize this email from Mr. Depp?
Yes, it's a text.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission
It's in evidence, 310.
Oh, okay.
It's evidence with
thank you.
redactions, so I published it.
Please tell the jury about this text and the context.
This was Johnny's response to me apologizing for having an audition.
Thank you. All right, now I'm going to stay in November of 2014. And did there come a time that Mr. Depp told you that he understood that you were not going to accept any more jobs, that you were going to stop working?
Well, Johnny said this to me in an argument, in a bit of rage is the best way I can describe it, and kind of alluded to me having agreed to not work anymore, which if you don't know me, is preposterous.
I think you should be used to
there's
not
no
working by
way I
now,
would
given your
agree to
Hollywood
that.
record.
Although I
You
did
go back to auditing college classes, Amber, because you're so smart.
Minor hearsay.
That wasn't
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
So he reached out to other people and to me to that effect, furious at me for taking meetings. There was one in particular I wanted, one meeting I wanted to take because it was a project in development with a sci-fi writer. And I remember I wanted to take that. These things were just, they were just constant fights. But in between them, when things were good between Johnny
Which
and I,
writer, Amber? What projects? Tell us.
he would
Name
look
people.
at me like, I'm trying to look out for you. You know, you say that you don't want to be objectified. You're doing it to yourself. But at first it was because I dressed a certain way or had sex scenes, and then it just got more narrow and more narrow and more narrow what I could do without being the blame for why the industry, Hollywood, the entertainment industry, was putting me in a box and objectifying me. So it became my fault. I mean, I believed it. I believed it. I adopted a lot of these changes myself, not because Johnny, said you have to do it this way, but because of all the other things that he said and did, I eventually found myself making decisions about my own career, about how I dressed, about how I wore my hair, how I presented, where my eyes were cast when I walked into a room. And I believe those were my own decisions.
And look what they've done for you so far.
Amber, did there come a time in November of 2014 that you engaged in some couples counseling with Dr. Cowan and you and Mr. Depp?
We attempted to. I had stopped seeing my therapist at the in 2014. I couldn't sustain seeing her and be in the relationship with Johnny, and I chose Johnny. Eventually,
What?
Dr. Kipper introduced me to his close friend, Dr. Cowan. And I met with Dr. Cowan and agreed to let them share communication about my care, my treatment, both what I said to Cowan and what I said to Dr. Kipper, who had become my physician as well. He also put a nurse on me that would be my travel companion, and that travel companion would keep tabs on me and report to Dr. Kipper, who reported everything to Johnny.
Objection, hearsay. Calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. So tell us about the couples therapy.
Hey, everyone.
Number 2014.
What's up, man?
So Dr. Cowan, this man who is friends with Kipper, is treating me, agreed to see Johnny and I together. And I don't know how many minutes of that went on before Johnny stormed out, knocked something off the table on his way out, and rolled a joint in the bathroom before storming out of the office, slamming the door.
Did he break another sconce?
Were you in the bathroom with him to watch him roll a joint?
All right. So I'm going to take you up to December of 2014 and specifically December 17, 2014. And I'm going to ask you to take what, if anything, do you recall of an incident with Mr. Depp relating to Clive Barker?
He was the sci-fi writer that I liked. Well, fantasy sci-fi writer.
Horror, really, but okay.
Really, I kind of had a dream project based on a book that I loved of this author.
Which book?
He's just a weirdo genius artist.
Dr. Seuss does not count as sci-fi, Amber.
And through another director about a piece of property he wanted to make into a movie.
What director?
And I just remember I believe we were at the ECB. It was in December of 2014 when Johnny found out that I had this meeting scheduled, and was furious at me, accused me of having this plan to sleep with this. He was mad that I was taking the meeting at this man's house, but the man was very ill, like terminally ill, and not able to leave his bed or his
terminally ill, but he was going to make a movie.
And, very ill, and the person who was introducing us explained to me how we had to meet, and I did, and that was a big problem for Johnny. At first, it was.
Did Johnny threaten to break his wrist too?
Was concerned about my safety, and I thought that was sweet. And there is something that's I thought was sweet and romantic about that, but combined with the drinking, it was not very long before I was being accused of full on having this other plan to sleep with the writer in order to get this part that I was already being, basically offered to develop. And it was just this, he switched from he was accusing me of having this ulterior motive with this director, the director having it with me.
Who's terminally ill?
This
Clive Barker's
writer,
still alive.
And the important thing I can try to get across in this moment is that nothing I said, no amount of explaining, apologizing, accepting, not accepting, agreeing to not go, nothing worked. Nothing changed. how mad he was at me and constantly telling me I had done something wrong to deserve what was happening. Until, of course, he takes it too far, hits me too hard, breaks too many things in the house, and then leaves, which was the pattern. And he would leave and not have to deal with the cleanup. He never had to deal with the cleanup. He never had to deal with the destruction or see me or the house that he had destroyed. He never had to deal with my face the next day. He would just go. I called it splitting. He just split. And eventually I'd get an apology of some kind, or I would get an offer to have him come over. He would offer to come over and talk or give me my peace or give me my goodbye. And in many ways, I found myself accepting that, knowing it was kind of false pretense, because I too wanted to resolve it. I didn't want him to think I was sleeping with the sci-fi writer. I didn't want him to think that I was this slut he said I was all the time. I mean, part of me really wanted to believe that he didn't mean those things, and I wanted to get to that part of him that would tell me he didn't mean what he said and that he was acting this way because he was messed up, you know. And the cycle would repeat, I suppose.
Was there any physical violence on or around December 17, 2014?
Yes is the answer to your question. I don't really remember what happened in that fight.
Yes, but I don't remember.
I remember more afterwards. I remember how apologetic he was for it. I remember him telling me he took it too far.
You run out of made up stories
I
on the
remember
violence?
him saying he'd never do it again. And I remember wanting to get to Christmas. You know, Christmases are hard, probably for everyone. And I remember it was close enough to Christmas that I was tired. And I wanted to be in a I wanted to be in a kind, gentle, peaceful state for Christmas.
Yeah.
I didn't want to go through a breakup at this time. I didn't want to, you know, that's what I remember of that time.
Let's bring up Defendant's Exhibit 321, Michelle. And this is on 12/17/2014. Is this a text message exchange between you and Mr. Depp?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's 321.
Any objection?
Sorry, Your Honor, just a quick minute.
Okay. We're coming up to a break
Your Honor,
here.
no objection.
All right, 321 in evidence.
It's heating up.
Huge Wieners has been taking a drink every time she fake
Amber,
cries. I'm
just going to,
absolutely wasted.
Turn your attention to this. This is an email exchange between you and Mr. Depp, and he says, I am truly sorry to have upset you to the degree that I have. I couldn't be more sorry for yet again ruining your day. I do, of course, take your generosity, your selflessness, your affection, and your sweet doting deeply into my heart. And I think that I've been reciprocal. Agony is never the answer to any equation or occasion, nor is rage. Please
Did I
know
read
that
that
my
correctly?
apology is sincere and solid, and as stupid as it sounds, I hope your meeting with Clive Barker is excellent. You see that?
Again, what
Yes.
about
Okay,
that
and then
text
you
says anything
respond,
other than
"Thank
they
you
had
for
an
your
argument?
words," and you indicate you just left Betty Sue's, that's his mother?
Yes, and I then had a glass of wine with my former agent Megan.
Okay.
That afterwards, she encouraged.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, and we can take that down. Let's bring up 325, defendants 325, please.
Clive Barker wasn't gay. Clive Barker is still gay.
And this is an email exchange the following day, 12/18/2014. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move the admission of defendants 325. It's already in. Oh, it's already in, Your Honor. My apologies. We'll get that figured out at lunch.
I don't think
It's
they're going
already
to
in,
finish
so-
the rec
And in
today. They're
evidence,
going to
does
start
anybody over
crossing
there
tomorrow.
have the list of evidence that's already in evidence? Okay, we're making sure.
Ours indicates it
I
is.
have you turned
It's,
way
it-
down.
it- it's in
Come on.
evidence.
Without redactions, Your Honor.
There we
It
go.
is, it was redacted. I don't know what it
Well,
was redacted
The
to.
redactions don't,
Sorry, I'm in transit.
Is that, that's
No,
how
no
it
worries.
is in
I
the
had you turned way
evidence,
down for some.
Mr.
I
Murphy?
didn't mean to, but it just was
All
on
right, we
my
can
side.
check, we'll check our.
How
copy.
dare you, Nick? This is my fake brag.
I dare because it's your birthday. Happy birthday, man.
Oh, thank you, man. I appreciate that. I just got my free latte from
it's fine,
Starbucks.
Your Honor. We've confirmed.
Yes.
Thank you.
All
All
right,
right.
it can be published.
Thank you.
That's- You can't see it on your screen? All right, we'll
By
take
the
care of
way,
that during the break.
I
If
love
you
that
could
she
just
focused
share
on
there. Oh, got it? Okay,
rage.
thank you.
He could have been talking about Amber Heard's rage
Okay.
there.
Okay, thank you.
It's,
Right?
This is from Mr. Depp, right? Says it's a way, I've let it go too far, went too far. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I should have left you a long time ago, Amber.
Worse when you jump.
Could say that.
I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with shrink. What is your understanding of what he's referring to with shrink?
Psychologist.
Objection calls for speculation.
yep.
Yep.
Did you have an understanding of what he meant?
Yes, I knew exactly what he meant.
And what did he mean?
Shrink is shrink.
What did he call
Shrink is
it?
shrink. Get smaller.
Johnny called
Shrink.
shrink, meaning of psychologist, therapist, shrink.
Okay. I'm sorry for being less for your disappointment in me. For my behavior, I'm a fucking savage. You see that?
Yes,
All right. Gonna lose that, gonna lose that. The devil is all around, right? Now, you respond to this. And of course, before you go there, and he says, I am well aware I should have been bigger at the moment and that it will never again manifest in negative experiences. It can be done. What a killer concept to visualize. You see that?
yes, I do.
And you respond, I love you. I miss you already. Correct?
That's right.
Right. And what, if anything, is that in consistent with the cycle that you have described?
Well, the language he used after particularly violent episodes was savage, monster, devil. And so we ended up both calling his other side, the side of Johnny that would do and say unbelievably horrible things. It was very different from the other Johnny. That was, in my opinion, exact opposite. And this is typical of the apologies that I would get when he took it too far physically. I was encouraged because I thought it meant he understood that he could really hurt me. Sometimes I didn't think he understood how much he could hurt me physically. I mean, so
Well, we haven't seen
After
any
this,
evidence of the physical hurt, so
I had a visible bruise. I don't remember where, but I remember what other people, well, I can't say that, what they said. So anyway,
I have markings, just no witnesses to them except
No.
me.
Yep.
in these fights, would try to stand up for myself by December 2014. I was pushing back. I'd push him off of me. I tried to hit his hands away. I tried to always get back up, which sometimes, not sometimes, almost always made it worse. Always seemed to provoke him.
you said you got up
But I
every time
tried.
earlier, lady.
And worse, I would, yell at him. I'd scream at him. I'd call him ugly
At this rate,
names.
she should
I
start
was
calling
ashamed
a
of the names we called each other. It was
cross-examination. Like,
awful. It was awful.
we'll see.
We both got into that pattern. It was so, I felt so angry that this was happening to me, and it just felt so unfair, It felt like nothing I could do, felt like nothing I could do would change the sobriety patterns, felt like nothing I could do would stand up for him, and nothing I did made him stop hitting me. Nothing. So, I tried for over a year, maybe 2, of just not responding physically, not responding verbally, just staring at him. I tried to freeze. I tried to go to a different place. I would try then lashing out verbally. I would try to threaten that if he hit me again, that I would call the police. The police were called several times, but I tried to do everything. I even threatened to leave him,
Several times.
Tried.
Where are
to leave
those
him,
records?
and nothing was working.
Where are
And
the
I
several
think by
police
this
call
point in
records?
our relationship, we're both saying awful things to each other, screaming at each other, and unfortunately, when Johnny would start hitting me, he'd just win. I don't know how else to describe it.
This might be a good
Okay, that's
time for
good.
the lunch break.
All right, we'll go, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break at this time until 2:00. Please do not discuss the case or do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
I must say her testimony is touching. I mean, I see what she's trying to put forth, but where is the backbone, the evidence behind it, other than her words?
Yeah.
That's what worries me the
She
most,
mentioned-
because any woman can accuse any man of anything at any point in time, but unless you can substantiate it, what is it worth?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right. And she's talking about things that happened when other people were around, and none of them will testify to any of it. Nobody
Yep.
corroborates it. Several police calls.
That's-
Well, actually, we've seen the police video from when the only 2 police calls in the record were made. And they determined that you weren't a victim of domestic violence.
That's a good point to be made on cross.
Oh, yeah, they've got a ton
police were
of
called. Yeah, for sure. Like, police were called. Yes, they were. And they determined you were not a victim. Yeah, but I still was. They just got it wrong. Oh, okay. Moving on to the next question.
I didn't want to bring public attention to what was going on. It's always going to be that over and over.
That's the pattern. Yeah.
Yeah, and every one of these stories, it's crazy. Her stories involve stuff that Johnny said that she did. Like when they basically had her testify about retreating from conflict through her doctor, not through her, but through her doctor, retreating from conflict. It's like, wait, that's not what she did. She never, actually, she said she tried to walk away a couple times and Johnny would hit her. That is inconsistent with all of the audio that we have, all of the recordings, and all of the testimony so far. And I really think they made a mistake by calling her this early in the trial, personally.
I agree, because they had an opportunity, as any, lawyer will tell you, when you have a slew of witnesses, you have the one quote unquote star witness that gets to sit next to you and watch the entire trial unfold. They're the only ones that doesn't get sequestered. Sequestered is a fancy word for you, chat. It basically means you don't get to sit outside until your name is called. You can listen to all the testimony, and she is that witness. Obviously, she's the star witness, just like Johnny is the star witness for the plaintiff's case. And she could have went on last, or at least close to last, and listened to all the testimony and then corroborated, because now they run the risk of a lot of potential contradictions coming into the record, contradicting Amber's testimony. And the best she can do is rehabilitate herself if they recall her on, I'm having a brain fart. What's that stage of litigation?
Rebuttal.
Rebuttal. Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, as a rebuttal witness, that's the only time that you can really call her at that point. But what is it worth? And I think one of the reasons I was watching yesterday from the background, I think Andrea maybe made the comment of they don't want to put Amber on too late because then her like demeanor and the way she is just so bad for her own case. They don't want that impression to be left as right before they go to deliberate to remember her. They want to kind of like fade it away in time, so that she's like the last thing on their mind. Her testimony is like the last thing on their mind or something like that, which could be a strategy. I don't know.
Yeah. The other problem, and this plays into what you're saying, but in a slightly different way. So you're saying she's at risk for people contradicting her story and then her having to rehabilitate it, which is definitely true. But the other thing, like taking it this way, you have just heard a story from Johnny Depp. Now you're telling the opposite story. Like you are trying to tell the opposite story and you're shooting it all at once here, but you have no background support for the story that you're telling. Whereas Johnny Depp had other people testifying to all these building blocks. So to me, from just a storytelling perspective, you're going to have to get some people to lead me to this thing, to say, okay, actually, no, there was this time when Johnny Depp pushed someone or did this. Because right now, all I've got is him and everyone around him saying they haven't seen him be violent ever. Like every doctor, every nurse, every housekeeper, every assistant, every security guard, every friend, every person has testified in this trial that not any of them have seen him be violent. So the first thing you got to do for me is bring someone who has. She's testified to several different incidents that occurred in public yelling or like in amongst other people, screaming at other people, being violent towards her or someone else. She's testified to them, but no one else has. And so it's like, okay, well, where are they? where are any of these things?
And I think, I'm going to answer that question. Hopefully, they will come after Amber gets off the stand. They should be calling these people. Oh, yeah, I was there when Johnny did this. If they have that, that's going to be damning for Johnny. If they don't have it, they're going to lose. Bottom line.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you can't just say, I did a bunch of things in public, but we decided not to contact any of these people and bring any of them before the court. But I have this lingering suspicion that they don't have any of those people to corroborate. And I think that's going to be devastating. By the way, I've been accused of a gross crime of having a green screen because of the red outline on my shirt. That actually is my shirt. This is a U.S. Alternate soccer jersey. It has red, white, and blue on it. And the red is the whole back of it. So don't you dare do that to me.
I'll be back.
All right, buddy. This man's out here living his best life in that Hawaiian shirt with a Starbucks, driving around, live streaming. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay. We got to hit some of these chats. I know there's a bunch of questions in there and comments. You guys have been very, very active today, which is awesome. I'm going to get to all of them as I can. By the way, we got 27,000 people watching. Smash that like button if you enjoy the coverage, if you like the commentary, if you like the jokes, if you like the seriousness. It really helps us streamers if you smash that like button, or just lightly and gently press it. Okay, just either one, whatever you want to do. And what is this? What is this crap? I'm going to do something dumb during lunch. Hold on. Here we go. Well, you'll see what I mean in just a minute. While I'm waiting for that dumb thing to happen, DCV Titan says, it's really disingenuous when you keep using similar lines in your story like, did he just slap me? Did he just punch me? Did he just kick me? And is that friend on the plane going to testify to all of this? Nobody. I don't think any of these people are going to testify to any of this. That's the thing. I don't think any of them First of all, I don't think they exist. Second of all, they're all conveniently unavailable, is what it seems. But if DUI guy's right, I mean, if there are people to come in and actually coordinate this or corroborate her story, she's in Johnny Depp could be in real trouble, right? But I mean, what they've shown so far is so lacking that it makes me doubt that it's there. Sword and Scale. Nick, did you see the tweet about Amber stealing lines from talented Mr. Ripley? Then reciting them verbatim on the stand. See my Twitter tweet and retweet. Again, I had already read that one, but I've seen several people talk about that. Maybe that happened. Maybe it didn't. I'm getting conflicting reports. I haven't had time to verify it. But again, even in court, the usefulness of that is going to be weird. When you have okay, I've never watched It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but I've seen the stupid GIF enough to know that Charlie has the map with like all the strings on it, and he's got his like wild theory. If you have to do that to a jury, like you're struggling, that should be something extra. Your main point should be very, very simple to understand. And for this jury, it's simple. Where is any evidence of any of this? The only times anyone's around Johnny Depp or Amber Heard, the only times the police have showed up, the only time any of this has happened, Johnny has not been seen to be violent. Johnny has always been seen to be retreating, running away, trying to get away from conflict. That's all of the testimony. That is simple. That is a simple thing to understand and to hammer home. Johnny had to buy a separate hotel room because she would go off on him and he needed to leave the area. Not because he was violent, but because of the verbal abuse she was slinging his way. Every single time. So anyway, all of the text messages that she's showing, they show some sort of conflict, sure, argument, evidence that they had a fight. Look, if Lady Rackets and I have, lose our tempers and start yelling at each other, something pops off, something pisses one of us off, and thank God at this point in our marriage, it doesn't happen that often. But if it does, you bet your ass there's an apology somewhere, either spoken or in text or something like that. Of course. Hey, lost my temper. Really sorry. I hate when that happens. I hate when things get so out of hand. Was there violence? Does that mean that there were fists flying into teeth? No. See, this is, in these relationships, obviously, this is someone you like and don't want to hate, don't want to be mad at, don't want to scream at. And when you lose control of yourself and you get to that place, and by the way, it doesn't even have to be anger. It could be loud anger. It could be that you could have the same type of thing from a stonewall. And anybody who's ever dated or married a stonewall knows how fucking infuriating that is and how hurtful it is when they will just nothing. When they get mad, they shut down completely. And you can't even talk to them. Not that you're yelling at them and they shut down, but conflict arises at all, a disagreement, and they just shut down. And Stonewall people know that too. They can apologize. That's how they manifest rage. It's better than hitting people for sure, but it can be really frustrating and still generate the same types of messages. Sorry, I get like that. I really wish we could communicate better. That could be just as much screaming as it could be silence. So I'm not convinced by any of this. What is this shit?
Oh, so good. So good.
Are you on your stream and my stream right now?
Yes. Yeah,
You're the worst.
We're
You're
both
the worst person I've ever met.
well, obviously, I want to see you doing Amber, describing me how I'm abusing you right now, because I am taking terrible advantage of you, and I want you to sell it to me. Sell it to me like you're auditioning for the Rum Diary.
And I would do these streams, and I did them all the time. I did them every day, but once I befriended Joe, and Joe was so great. He really was. He was so good. He was great. He would come onto my shows, and we would laugh and we would tell jokes, but it's when the stream ended. And it wasn't all the time. There were weeks, there were months that would go by, and things would be just wonderful. Like you were the only streamer he cared about. But then a Jewish holiday would come around, and he would start drinking, and the genie would come out.
The genie. That's what we used to call him.
The things that he said when the stream turned off, they cut me. And I've never been cut like that. I've never been betrayed by someone that I trusted. And it was always in private first, but then he started recording my streams. He started exposing me to other people that I hadn't consented to. Anyway,
Nicholas left a grumpy on my bed.
One. Now you're defaming me. There's not one grumpy.
How are you, my brother?
I'm good, man. I'm good. Welcome to the show.
Thank you very, very much. I think we're breaking new grounds in the whole world of law of just the internet.
Legal
I think
streaming. Eventually,
we're breaking
we're all
the
just going to be
internet.
streaming in a giant circle.
It is. It's
and
gonna be a
it'll
massive
so
circle
confusing.
jerk. It's gonna be a massive. Everyone's gonna be like, I don't even know where to go next. You had Viva restreaming me, restreaming you.
I know. It's just
I
disgusting.
I was the middle section of the centipede. It was like, but I actually had to encourage him to do that because I was thinking he's only doing the Amber Heard testimony, so this will call attention, to more than the 107 people who are watching me. That I'm actually just doing your show with just my add-ons of commentary. So why is anyone still watching you? I don't get it. Why would anyone be watching you? It makes no sense. You're getting Nick Rekieta with like Joe adding on to it. It's like, you're not missing anything.
I'm gonna ban you.
You're not going to ban me. You're not going to ban me. If you told your entire audience, it's not even a joke. This is seriously true. If you told your entire audience right now, stop watching me, flip over to Joe, because he's going to be watching me, and you'll just get Joe with him watching me, a little added comment, a little spice on what I'm saying. First of all, there was like
you
8
get
people.
Threes of people switching over.
Yes.
Threes of them.
They'll be coming in the droves of threes. Yeah, they're so used to hitting this button over here that it's like, yeah, they're just gonna stay here. They're just gonna stay. That's what's gonna happen. So, yeah. I had Viva on. I'm so out of the algorithm. I had Viva Fry on. This guy cannot walk onto a stream without there being like 1,000 people there, and I had 142. And I'm like, he's tweeting out, I'm on Joe. This algorithm thing is so real. I think they just, I don't know what the hell it is. I can't get that thing to budge. You said it's 2 weeks though, right? 2 weeks until you crack the algorithm.
Yeah. I mean, well, that's YouTube has to recognize that you're doing the same thing for about 2 weeks before they really kick in.
So I need your advice. Just one before I will get just one question.
I got a bunch of chats, so.
Oh, okay. Just one quick question.
Yeah.
When they're gonna break, I'm right at 2 weeks now, but I'm like not just at 2 weeks. I have to keep streaming all next week, right? This trial for them to keep me in the algorithm.
It would help.
I'm gonna do old stream. I don't know what the hell I'm supposed to do. All right, go do your super chats. I'll help you with that.
DCV Titan. Wait, real quick. What do you think about Amber? What do you think about her testimony?
This is. I think Johnny's watching this and thinking to himself, "I'm embarrassed. I hired her for the Rum Diary because this is the worst acting display. She's displaying emotion for like every possible moment of that there might be any little emotion. She like rushes right into that emotion. Describe her face contorting. Every time her face contorts or tightens up, I'm like, here comes the lie. Here comes the lie. It's so over the top. I can't even understand. I was like, I don't know how she ended up in porn because she's such a bad actress. If she ever got a job, I can understand why she had to sell her body and she's trying to get into Magic Mike 2. I mean, please, I'm sure that's a real documentary.
I think I've seen Magic Mike 2. I know I saw number 1. It was like Magic Mike 1 was going really well. It was actually becoming a good movie by the end of it, and then they ended it. And it's like, wait, what? No, wait, like you're finally telling the story, and then they just cut it off. And then Magic Mike 2 almost has nothing to do with Magic Mike 1. It's
Yeah.
weird.
Yeah, but I also think that I like the look she went for today. This is what they should have told her
That's
for
what
the
I
whole
said,
thing.
yeah.
What they should have told her,
Wait,
even though
you've listened to me say everything. You're just
no,
stealing my stuff now.
I actually woke up an hour late, so I started like 11 o'clock. So I missed the part where you were talking. I heard you referencing they had talked about it. This is the handmaid tale, right? That's what she's trying to look like, the battered wife,
Yeah.
like the suppressed. But this is what they should have told her. They should have told her this whole thing is a play. Everything that's going to happen here is a play. The jury is the audience, and we want to sell our story to them. You need to pretend you're the leading actress in a rom-com. And how would they dress? How would they appear? How would they look? That whole feel where it's like soft, innocent, kind of adorable, maybe a little quirky, but you want to come off like you're the leading character in a rom-com. Dress like that, act like that, feel like that.
I'll be
that
right back.
endearing type of thing. Then yeah, you do. You go do what you gotta do. So, but that's what I would suggest. That's what I would suggest to them. Should I read my super chats? I'm going to do this. This has never, ever happened in the history of YouTube. I promise. I'm reading my super chats on his stream. So there you go. I'm reading my super chats. Just Me says, Joe, I'll still say Blue Joe. Adam, whose name you do not know, and Nick, was some of the best YouTube I've ever watched. It was LawTube Legion. That was when I had my perm stream where I was dressed up as a genie and drunk out of my mind. And I was joined by Legal Mindset, whose name is Andrew, and I thought his name was Adam, which, yeah. And then Nick came in, and at a certain point, they were like, Joe, you have to cut this stream. You have to cut this stream. Like, cut this stream, cut this stream. That was great. That was great. So, yeah, but just for the audience here, that I know you're all hearing me on both streams now, you really, really need to sell it. Picture what a rom-com character would look like. Drew Barrymore or anyone, or what would be the hairstyle and look of Jennifer Aniston in any movie, any of the 20 movies that she did?
Okay, sorry about that. I had to help my son photocopy something real quick.
Your
that
volume
he needed
came in. Your
imminently.
volume is loud now. It's much louder now. Your volume.
Yeah, sorry. It'll level out. It's
Okay.
StreamYard. StreamYard is compensating for they heard background noise and it was trying to boost me. I'm really sorry. I hate StreamYard.
I just read one of my super chats on your show.
Good.
Yeah,
Good.
but the field I was saying is you need to do a rom-com character look. That's what she should be. She should be Drew Barrymore, Jennifer Aniston, the hair, the feel, everything. I have $100 super chat I'm supposed to read on your show, which says the grift is real. Tell Nick's listeners to sub to Sword and Scale. Yes, indeed. You must. He does great work. You have to sub to Sword and Scale. He's great. And Sword and Scale is going to be in my chat watching me watch Nick, because that's what I assume is going to happen. That was a really generous super chat. Thank you, Sword and Scale. I appreciate it. You guys,
what's up, Mike? How you doing, buddy?
Mike is great. He does phenomenal work. But am I right about the rom-com feel? You want to look like
you just dress like a character from Friends every day. Just dress like someone in Friends every day. Look at Jennifer Aniston or what the hell's her name? The Courtney Cox. Right. Not Phoebe because she's ugly. Jennifer Aniston. Just kidding. Just seeing how many people I can piss off in the break. Yeah, just like Jennifer Aniston or Courtney Cox.
Not like you're in some, I don't know, some Marilyn Manson video. I don't even know what you're doing. Like, why would you take these bizarre, weird looks, or like you're in some German movie, like in hell, you're dressing up like Heidi, like I'm auditioning for the role of Ava Braun. Why would you do this? Just look like you walked off the set of Friends, and boom, you're good to go.
Yep, that should have been the look the whole time. Just feminine, not like sultry or slutty or anything. Just feminine. That's it. I was saying it earlier. She needs to look like a battered wife. Yeah. Like that's the story you're selling. So make her look like a wife. And I know it's very gendered and offensive, but honestly, like this is everything on the line for you. You have to throw all those prejudices out.
The whole thing is theater. It's all a play, and you're trying to impress the 7-member audience that's sitting in that jury box. And if you don't recognize that, the same way, if you were putting on a play, you would dress your characters to appear a certain way. If she walked out there wearing a ballerina dress or a baseball uniform, you'd look at her and say, what the hell are you doing? Why are you dressing like that? Similarly, if she comes out there looking like, I don't know, a porn star, or looking like she's in some weird, some sort of goth movie, you say to her, what the hell are you doing? You have to look like you're from the set of Friends. Boom, let's go. Getting character here. Go do your super chats. I'm staying in the way.
I was going to, and then the chat just overloaded, which it sometimes does. So now I got to find the spot real quick. Which were, let's see, here we go. Gosh, I hate the when the chat window resets. Almost there. Oh wait, I know how to find this quicker. Here we go. That's the last one.
The secret that Alita uses is that she stars the super chats and just pulls up the stars.
Yeah, I don't like the StreamYard chat window. I hate all of it. No, it's fine. I wrote the book on grifting, so
that's true. I'm just saying. I will point out that yesterday she was the #1 grifter on all of YouTube.
Oh, I know. Yeah, she's crushing.
You were number 2.
I was yesterday.
Yeah, you were number 2, and Emily was number 3. Top 3 spots in all were all LawTube. So there you go.
Yeah, the other day it was like Legal Bites, Emily Baker, me, lead attorney, that umbrella guy. That was like
crazy. Crazy. Yeah. And then people wonder why I want to taste.
Raven Winter, please correct me if I am wrong, but it feels like compared to Johnny, there has been a lack of submitted evidence of domestic or sexual violence. Didn't Johnny have more clear and direct evidence? Thank you. No, you're right. That this is the problem with Amber Heard's testimony, is that she's telling a story that, if it's true, is horrifying. But I can tell you a horrifying story all day long. I can tell you a story of trauma and abuse. Like, I could make up a lie about I hate to mention anyone by name because it would like leave some implication. A step grandfather, something I don't have. I could make up a lie about a step grandfather's, horrific abuse of me, or a priest or something.
Yep.
And I could tell you just instances and dates and times and locations and the smell of the communion wine coming off his breath, right? Like I could give you those details all day.
Right.
And not a shred of them would be true.
Right. I remember how the field, there was a wood floor then. There was a little rough spot there on the floor. And I was just thinking, like, this needs to be smoothed over. That's
right. Right. His knees always had red marks from the genuflection. He would have to kneel on those pads in the Catholic Church, and he would kneel at the altar before coming over to me every single time. And I just remember the redness in his knees, because when he would lift up his robe, right? Like, you can tell these stories, you can do it.
It's like she thinks she's a writer. It was when she was talking about, I remember thinking, the carpet's so dirty. I started laughing, because that's what they teach you in writing class. Throw in a few details to give it a sense of realism, and boom, you're good to go. It was, but the question is, does the jury buy it? Are they snickering the same way Johnny Depp looks like he's trying to hold back his snickering?
Exactly. And just so everybody knows, I don't think I have ever in my life been in the soul presence of a priest before.
But you made a good point.
The poor priests who were priests in my Catholic churches growing up, I was never an altar boy or anything like that. So
you made a good point that I'm going to admit I hadn't thought of, because we've been all been debating the healthy strategy of when do you bring her on. And I understand. I was advocating. I was like, I can understand bringing her on early, because the bleeding has been so bad. It's been so bad. But I didn't realize it was going to be a 1-week break. Her testimony becomes a little more forgettable over that 1-week break. That's first and foremost. And the other thing is this: since she's lacking in physical corroborating evidence to support her, and we have heard so many terrible things about her, so many terrible things about her, and she's lacking that physical corroboration, pictures, videos, here's the ripped dress. This is the dress he ripped, which I guess she could, in theory, rip a dress of her own and do that. But since she doesn't have this physical stuff, The only thing she has to support her story is this other corroborating evidence. So you need to, I agree with you, you need to have that corroboration there. So when she comes in there, they're not already cynical and thinking to themselves, why would I believe you when, I haven't seen anything on it? If you keep hearing her story over and over, first we heard it from her psychologist and all this other stuff. Then we start hearing from the woman whose hand was grabbed. Wouldn't that be a great witness? The woman whose hand was grabbed. I remember the cold look of death that Johnny gave me when he grabbed my hand and said, do you know how many pounds of pressure it would take to break a wrist?
Yeah.
Like, to paint him as this dark, scary person. Is she
But
going to
they
come
don't
in
have
here?
it. They
Yeah.
got nothing. They got nothing.
If you don't have that, then yeah, so that's the problem, is that'd be perfect before she comes in there. Let's all hear from these people. What did the stewardess story? You heard this story? You were listening for the
Yeah.
stewardess story?
The most
exact same story all
unrealistic
over
story
again.
ever.
The same
But-
story all over again. And then she's like, yeah, that happened many times. I guess he's always grabbing women's wrists. That's what he's doing. He's just
It would be a federal crime for him to do that, and he would be sued for infinity bajillion dollars immediately. Like,
that's a
Yeah.
great point. Who wouldn't start a civil suit against him for battery?
yeah,
He's Johnny Depp. Please.
he can pay it, and he'd settle immediately. Encon, in your best Christopher Walken impression, give us an emotional objection to Amber Heard's stories.
Objection.
An emotional objection.
These
Uh,
emotional stories.
What do you mean? Like, do you want me to object? Object, Your Honor. This is hearsay. You can't believe a single word of what she's saying. Can you? It's not even her, really. There you go. I haven't worked on my walking in years, but hopefully that was good enough for you. Tom Grawl, I would like to see a survey on how many former military are subbed, because you are a brother of dark humor akin to us sailors. Thank you for what you do. Maybe we'll do I don't know how we would survey that, but it'd be interesting. YouTube doesn't tell me that analytic. Kate, the only bigger pile of crap than the grumpy left on Johnny's bed is her testimony. This is ridiculous. Make sure to get some rest and take care of yourself and the family during this break. You deserve it. Oh, I'm looking so forward to it. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Frankly, just not being
off?
able to sleep in a little bit.
Yeah.
It's going to be great. Matthew
took that
5. Today is cardio day in court, apparently. Wait, what'd you say?
I said I took that today. I woke up
With that
so
hour
late.
sleep in?
Yeah.
I was really fortunate. I didn't set I meant to set my alarm, but I fell asleep before setting it, and then my phone ran out of batteries anyway while I was sleeping. I woke up at 8:35, just like, and I was like, oh my God, I got a show. So I rushed downstairs to get this thing started. Scott Fletcher, really looked like Amber took a bump of coke while faking wiping her nose. There's some theory out there that maybe she has like some menthol on her handkerchief or whatever. It'd be funny if she did, because someone mentioned that she should do that yesterday in the stream. So if they're monitoring that, that'd be great. But yeah, she's something. Get some onion juice.
Did she squeeze out a drop yet?
I have seen two pictures. I've seen two pictures with tears on her face that I did not see. And some people are suggesting they were photoshopped. But I don't know, man. Like
I like the onion idea a lot.
Yesterday.
I like the onion idea a lot. That was genius. That's genius.
Yeah, you get that's what they do on. She knows this. That's what they do on set when an actor can't cry. Is they take a little bit of onion juice. It's clear. It evaporates really rapidly, which is why it works. And then they just rub it under their eye, and it'll make them tear up really quickly. So just do it.
Yeah, she should know that, if anyone would, right?
Yeah, you'd think. Oh, and by the way, yeah, there's a chick in the New York Post who wrote about how Amber Heard's testimony yesterday devastated Johnny Depp's case. It's like, I mean, only if you believe it, only if the jury believes it, and they might. Of course, we have to consider that the jury might be buying everything. I don't think they are. I don't know how you can honestly buy this without any corroboration. Just like, you're taking a lot on faith here. Everybody on Johnny's team testified consistently with him, and they testified to his faults. They testified to his excessive drinking. They testified to his drug use. They testified that, yeah, sometimes he would sleep in.
Yeah.
the bad things about Johnny Depp, and he even testified that he has he would yell, he would scream, he would get loud, but he would also not hit. He'd never hit. That's the one line. And so
Mhm.
Amber Heard has testified to being Mother Teresa. I mean, she has
Wait, you question that?
what negative thing has she testified to about herself? What one negative trait has she had other than she was just so naive she believed Johnny Depp?
Yeah,
Like
and I thought
that's
he would come back. I want to believe, but even when she's talking, she says these things like she's always describing this human, like she uses these weird terms, like this, like the, I'm
this
that this
human,
this
this person,
yeah,
yeah.
this human, this person. When she's describing falling in love with him yesterday, she gets all ebullient, like her face lights up. But what she doesn't talk about, he was so charming, he was so caring, he was he was Prince Charming, he was so funny and clever, he was and so handsome. No, it's like she starts describing the situation she's in. That like we're rushing
Yeah.
off to here, we're rushing off to there, not falling in love with him, falling in love with being Johnny Depp's girlfriend. That's what I think it is. She loved the attention, she loved the lifestyle, she loved the opportunity that she is now known as Johnny Depp's girlfriend. And that's
Yep.
what I think she was madly in love with. And that's narcissistic. That's a love of yourself. That's a love of being in the situation, not a love of him. I think she's purely plastic. I think she can't squeeze out tears because she doesn't have tear ducts. I believe that she's an AI. She's not human.
Alicia Lebo, why does she keep looking at the jury during the objections? Can't that be seen as intimidation? Not really. I mean, if she was like menacingly doing it, but just looking at the jury during objections, she can look wherever she wants. And the jury can take it however they want. Oh, so I guess the answer to can't that be seen as intimidation? Sure, by the jury, they could take it intimidatingly, but do they? I doubt anybody does. Tarkina Meyer, virginal Amber, not buying it. All these objections are making her mad and keeping her from telling her prepared story. Yep, that's why I think Camille's doing a great job today. Catherine Smith, thank you so much for the donation. Also says bigger threat to mankind, Vladdy Daddy or Amber Turd? Probably Vladimir Putin, probably, but there is something to say. Like and again, we will never actually know the truth. We can only suss out the truth as best as possible through this jury process. But if this is all a lie to hurt Johnny Depp and to gain advantage for herself, then it is one of the most dangerous things, because if this can't do it, you wonder this with so many defamation cases where you're like, if this isn't defamation, what is? If you can take a man at a top tier actor and shred him with an op-ed in the Washington Post and obliterate his career with no supporting evidence, not even a single witness to corroborate your story, if you can do that, then what constitutes
what chance is
defamation
there?
after that?
What chance is there for humanity?
Yeah.
And it's not just for men, it's for humanity, because destroying men destroys humanity. The same way destroying women destroys humanity. We're necessary for each other. And yeah.
I can taste fried food. Is it possible that Camille's strategy is not only fluster Elaine, but also Heard? Yes. So she hates Camille on cross, potentially leading to a blow up. Absolutely. They want her to lose her temper. They want Amber Heard's monster to come out. I don't think they're going to get it, because I think she'll be, they'll be prepped enough for it. But if they can, it's gold. If they can calmly bring Amber Heard to enragement, because Johnny Depp sat through a whole bunch of BS from Rottenborn. He didn't lose his cool. He had a little bit of back and forth, but it was always calm. It was usually witty. It did never seem like
he never
exceedingly offensive.
He never cracked. He never did.
If she cracks, it's terrible.
Yeah, she cracks. I think she's cooked. And I will say this: I'm hopeful Camille is the one to do it, because she's displaying such fine ability on handling this direct so far. I mean, it's amazing. People can't appreciate that, even if you're an attorney, being so attuned to what you're listening to while processing in your brain rules of evidence and objections and where she's going, what she's about to say, what she's in the process of saying. and objecting in a timely manner is phenomenal. The only knock I would have is that she, like many attorneys, fails to say after something inadmissible comes in, she fails to say move to strike. Because when you say move to strike, it does two things. First, it would be stricken, it would be knocked out of the record, and the jury is not allowed to consider it, even though they've heard it. You can't unring the bell that they've heard it. But at least that, I think that would fluster Amber all the more. They're like, wait a second, we're going to strike that testimony I just said from the record. I think that whatever level of flustering you have from the objections, I think if she hears that it's getting stricken from the record, I think that will fluster her all the more, make her that much, all the more cracks in her bad acting will just start crumbling that much harder.
Yeah, it's a tough call because they may not also want to focus the attention on the statements being stricken too much. But yeah, there could be some of that, and the one of the reasons you do it is to discredit the other attorney. I mean that too. Like if everything's being stricken, then it's like, what were you trying to do? What, you trying to sneak something in on me, and the judge won't even let you because it's so bad. So yeah, maybe. I think I can find some agreement with you. Winning reality, keep in mind their projections, the why, and the inverted reality, the what, makes up the victim narrative, which is a confession of the abuse they dealt, told as an elaborate story in which the roles are reversed with the target. And yeah, we're seeing some of that role reversal with Amber here for sure. Robert W. Parody. Why is the lawyer paralegal to Johnny's left holding up her yellow legal pad blocking view? She's saying things that she doesn't want the other table to see, because that's where the legal pad isn't obscuring the camera, but it is obscuring the other legal team. I don't know what, like, I don't know if she's calling an audible. I don't know. Like, she's like, no, we need an eye formation right now. Like, I'm not sure what she's saying. I'm not a lip reader, and I'm not intent to try, but yeah, for whatever reason, she just doesn't want someone to see it. She might also be blocking the mic from picking up a whisper, because those, as we listen to this stuff, you may hear breathing and stuff, and the like stenographer, those mics have the gain turned so high, and they're not the greatest things in the world. They pick up a ton of sounds, and you'll hear breathing and you'll hear whispering come through those things from time to time. So she may just be trying to shield the mic and shield from talking to shield from being seen by the other party. Uncle Jim's turkey baster says Amber has the most obvious tells for when she's lying. She sucks her teeth right before an embellishment is underway. She adjusts her jaw when she is speaking. An absolute fabrication. Next, Cam Tech says first super chat. Hey, thank you, Cam Tech. Always happy to be here first. If Franco and Musk do not take the stand, they're not going to. And it looks like they won't. Is that not damaging to Heard's case? I mean, the jury might not know and ideally wouldn't know that they were going to take the stand and won't now. Although I think it was up in the air if Elon was ever going to take the stand. But like, I don't think the jury knew James Franco was going to be called and then is not going to be called or has chosen not to be, or not to appear. So yeah, is it damaging to her case in the public? Remember,
was he deposed? Was he deposed?
Franco? I don't know. But half of this battle is in the public, right? Like that public fight,
he's won, I think. I think he already won.
Yeah, well, I mean, he could lose in theory. Something could come out and change people's minds, but right now he's definitely far ahead. Corroborating testimony and evidence seem to be falling away from Heard's defense. It seems like all we have is hearsay now. Yeah, it's what's a disaster. I mean, so far, but again, this could just be an order of operations thing. If she has a bunch of witnesses come forward after the break and hammer home all the points that she's made and talk about all the violence of Johnny Depp that they witnessed, produce some pictures or something, that'd be bad. That'd be a bad thing.
Yeah.
Dan Waters, even with all the breaking up of her testimony, she still acts overly dramatic, fake crying, etc. Emotion like that builds up over time. If you're being interrupted so much, your emotion will also be interrupted. Ridiculous. Tina Lewis, isn't there a recording of Amber saying to Johnny that he never fights for her, but he goes to New York to fight for their relationship and fight for her? Yeah, there's not consistency here in general.
And part of the not consistency is that, you know, she's talking about all the abuse she's suffering, and she's the one always chasing him. I never heard of an abuser who's a victim who's chasing the abuser all the time like that. It's bizarre.
Invite Asmongold. Isn't Asmongold streaming this?
I'm sure he is.
Asmongold, if you see this, buddy, you are invited onto my stream at any time. You want to come on? Just let me know. Happy to do so. I don't have a way to talk to Asmongold though, other than like I can send a DM into the void and hope he sees it. But
Oh, he's not following you. Does he follow you on Twitter?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I probably wouldn't bring him on for like, that's actually kind of a lot. I probably wouldn't bring him on for a trial stream, but I'd love to talk to him off of the trial streams. Everybody's like, he's not a lawyer. Yeah, I got it. He also didn't see that. So it's fine. Jason, The Great Awakening. Does this overacting play better in the courtroom than on stream? No. I mean, well, maybe for the jury, I don't know, but probably not. I don't think so.
Yeah, the question is, if we weren't screaming about how bad the acting is, what percentage of our audience would think it's bad acting, and what percentage would be buying it? You know?
Yeah, I put up the poll, but every time I put up the poll, only 2% of people believe her.
But they've heard you trashing on her the whole time. The jury
Right.
hasn't heard that, you know. So like, that's the question.
Yeah,
That's the problem. It's like when they're also not even talking to each other. If they were talking to each other, you know, at the end of the day, they'd be like, wow, you believe how she just was like crying every 2 seconds there over, like, you know, every time he dropped coffee, she started crying. And she's reliving in her mind the horrors of the time that like he looked at her in a cold way and starts breaking it down, saying, this is the human that I love. Like that,
this person, this human.
this
Speaking of that, finishing the super chat, this woman seems unbearable, yet overly, even for someone supposedly traumatized with PTSD. Mood stabilizers, some kind of sociopathy, maybe. Well, I think again, it just goes to Dr. Mommy Muffins' diagnosis of her with borderline personality. You don't they don't have strong senses of self-identity, so mimicry and emoting, copy and paste humanity onto yourself. And in the situation. And it sounds really awful because they're, you know, borderline personality disorder people are still people. But when it gets, you know, when they get into a situation like this, it's performative. It's a performative work. It has to be because they don't know how to experience it.
Prove to me she's not an AI. Prove it. Prove it.
Plain 20 says epic fail. Oh, he must have been watching your show. I can cut back now.
When you start circling, I'm like, come on, man. When your screen starts circling, I'm like, come on, man. Come on, Nick. Fix this. We're all depending on you, dude.
Yeah. It's hold on one second. Sorry.
Man up.
Taco Talbert says, oops, extra 0. Thank you, Taco Talbert. Thank you very much. I appreciate that you fat fingered that. Julia, maybe these objections are like opening and closing the door to drive Amber crazy. Get your protective gear. She might blow. Yeah, I mean, they want to rattle her, but they also want to rattle Elaine. Like I can't point that. Elaine is not a stable interviewer, it seems. She seems to be able to be, you can get right under her skin. She's mad at the judge. That much is obvious. She does not agree with the judge's hearsay rulings. Whereas actually today, I think the judge has been doing an okay job. I'm
very
surprised.
Good job. Very good.
Because the other days she's been terrible. But the objections have been well stated today.
That's true.
They've been founded in the rules.
Camille's been phenomenal. I want to point this out. You know, I disagree with you about something. You were criticizing, saying, you know, the whole what if. Whenever she has objection leading, she says, what if? In the Northeast here, that's what we do. That's how we fix the leading problem. They just throw in a what if or when if, you know, and we get away with that left and right. So
you get away with it, though. You recognize that it's still not valid. Like it doesn't actually change it from a not leading question.
Why? It's technically not a leading question anymore.
It still is.
If I say, you know, did you go to the store, you know, that's leading. If I say, when, if ever, did you go to the store? So then it's like, you might not have ever, you might not have ever gone. It could have been multiple times you went. This way you're sort of opening the door enough that it's no longer deemed a leading question. I think it's valid. I think it's hysterical that Elaine is so ignorant about the rules of evidence that she thinks a hearsay objection can be fixed with when, if ever. Like, what? No. Leading means the form of your question is no good. Hearsay means the form of the answer is going to be no good. The answer is calling for something that's inadmissible. You don't fix up an answer by changing how you word your question. There's no way
Yeah, but
to word a question that's going to be okay.
if
So
the
she fixed
leading
it with what,
question
if ever.
is,
Like, what?
if the leading question is is did you go down to the beach to hit that kid? Like, if that's the leading question and they say objection leading, and you go, when, if ever, did you go down to the beach to hit that kid? Like, it's still suggesting not when, if ever would not be. What, if ever, did you go down to the beach to do while hitting that kid? I don't know. It doesn't change. Almost every time it does not change it from a non-leading question or a leading question to a non-leading question in practice. There might be some situation where it does,
I'm
but
telling you,
almost all of them.
it's a
I know
loophole.
that courtrooms have it. And in Florida, as
It works.
the lawyer,
It works.
the lawyer, explained that there's actually a bench brief specifically on saying agree or disagree automatically makes it not a leading question. And it's like,
that makes no sense at all.
it makes the same amount of sense as your stupid rule, Joe.
No, because agree
Yes,
or
it does.
disagree is still a yes or no. It's like agree, instead of saying yes or no, I'm saying agree or disagree. That's still, if you give an either or option, that is necessarily leading. If you take it out of the realm of an either or, and there could be a third option, in that case, it's no longer leading. That's the point.
No, it's the same thing. It's a magic phrase that somehow allows you to still have a completely leading question, but it's not leading because I said three other words before it. No, it's nonsense. And it's nonsense, and you're just mad that Florida has a different set of magic words because your spell book doesn't work there.
If you think about why is it that leading questions are impermissible, it's because when you're putting someone up on direct, you're supposed to allow them to tell their story rather than you telling the story for them, right? That's what the whole point is. And that's why when it's on cross, it's completely permissible, because it's not about having them tell the story. It's about trying to impeach their story and pin them down. Boom, 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 boom. So that's why leading questions are not only permitted on cross, they're recommended. You're foolish if you're not using leading questions. You don't want the witness to be telling their own narrative over. You want to get them where you want them to go. As opposed to when you put them up in the stand direct, they're your witness, it's not your time to shine, it's their time to shine. So you're not supposed to say, when did you go down to the beach with the sole purpose of beating that person? That's now you're telling the story, and then just be like, or did you go down to the beach with the intention of hitting that person? You're telling the story instead of them saying, well, you know what? I went down there because I wanted to beat the crap out of that guy. So that's why leading is sometimes appropriate or is appropriate for cross while it's inappropriate for direct. Now, if you fix that up, why do we fall into leading questions? Because sometimes I want to get the witness to start talking about the topic you sort of want to change topics. You sort of want to get them to start talking about that part of the story. So sometimes you'll ask a leading question, and everyone understands, look, we're sort of transitioning here. You sort of want to give a little direction because your direct witness is flying all over the place. So it's like, if we're going to circle around it, you're not doing it very much. I think that the when if it's a healthy way of getting testimony moving. It's not. Do you disagree?
Nika Fifi says today's look is a straight up ripoff of Roxy Hart's press conference outfit in Chicago. He had strength and she had none, and yet they both reached for the gun. Goji, I've noticed when people are lying, they are hyper detailed in certain points and completely devoid of information in others. Very similar to how Miss Hurd is talking right now. This is a Marvel. This is Marvel without CGI. No, it's yes. You add details to try and embellish to try and fill out the story. But you have to borrow tropes usually.
By the way, on the believability thing, Emily made a great point. I heard her say that she was saying that she's had thousands of victims testify. And whenever they talk about the penetration, the really awful moments and stuff like that, they usually just like, they don't want to describe it. They're just like, because it's embarrassing, it's uncomfortable. And they're like, and then he touched me there. And
Yeah.
and she's like, I, as the prosecutor, if I'm trying to get that victim to tell a story, I always feel like I'm a jerk, but I have to get them to be more detailed. And I'll be like, when you say there, please describe, how did he touch you? Where did he touch you? As opposed to,
Yep.
because they're uncomfortable. It's a terrible memory. And when you're a prosecutor and you have to make the victim relive it, you feel like crap because now I'm picturing it in the brain and reliving my brain. But you're like, look, I really need you to do this. And you feel like the human in you feels like a terrible person. But you're like, this is my job. I need to get you to relive this for the jury so they can understand it. But victims don't want to relive it. As opposed to Amber Heard, she's like, well, then he started massaging the inside here. And she's going through the whole detail as if like she's reading it from some X-rated book that she's just sort of describing there, and totally fine in describing it while displaying a little emotion. But that's not how victims don't start embellishing detail, and then they forget. I'm throwing punches. We started punching. I don't even remember what happened. What are you kidding me?
Yeah,
That's the part.
she said that today. Well, there were just so many instances I don't remember. Well, that's a lie. If these were the bad instances, and there aren't so many. There are 14. There are 14 alleged instances that have been testified to in here, and these would likely be the worst ones. And you've talked about them for years now. You're not gonna. Oh, well, I just don't remember. Well, there were just so many. No, the bad ones are gonna stick out. Right. The one where he stomped on your fingers, the one where he hit you with a vase, those things are going to stand out above the time when you were just slapped. Ray Marshall.
Can I just play AI advocate for 1 second here? Okay. Devil's advocate, AI advocate, whatever. On behalf of Amber Heard and her bad acting.
If you do it.
Here's an argument that those people who support her would say. She's told these stories over so many times that she is numb to it. She's really numb to it. So the only way, of course, when she's telling it over on the stand now, she's trying to display emotion so that it feels real. That doesn't mean it didn't really happen, but maybe it actually did happen. She's told it over so many times, and now when she's telling over, she's numb to it. So she's putting on a performance, and a crappy performance, because she's a crappy actress, that's trying to display the emotion of the moment. But that doesn't mean it didn't happen. It just means that she's really numb to it and she's trying to fake that emotion. That's what those who defend her would say. No, I mean, I think that makes sense.
I mean, I don't care what people would defend her would say. I still say, bring me a shred of evidence or
that's the problem. That's the problem. Zero corroboration.
There's corroboration
Zero
for all of Johnny's stories. There's no corroboration for hers.
I'm giving,
and even if you look at this way, even Amber Heard corroborates Johnny's stories. Like, she is corroborating the details that he has admitted to.
Mm-hmm.
She's trying to add extra details, or maybe she's telling the full story. We don't know, but that's the problem. She has corroborated his story by accepting the bad things that you do and by being forthright with them, so long as you're not actually guilty of doing the really bad stuff, but admitting the failings. She corroborates the failings. She adds a whole bunch of stuff, but she's going to need someone else to corroborate that to add any believability. Because
we
right
haven't
now,
gotten to the finger yet, right? Right. By the way, on this thing, we haven't gotten to the finger.
Talked about the finger several times.
I'm saying in her testimony, because in the first.
Oh, in her testimony, no.
Okay,
no.
Fine.
Ray Marshall. If that jury is mostly men, any of them who have the kids and have used them again and have had them used against them by their significant others are going to loathe her trying to use his kids against him. She is trying to play their guardian. Yeah, that was a low blow. And throwing in the weed at such a young age. Oh, fuck off. First of all, you're just dropping that in there without any evidence. Again, a non-corroborated thing. Second of all, that's a dig, and you know it. That's a slight, and that's trying to prejudice the jury against him.
If you were counsel for Johnny, would you want all men the way that he got?
If it's the demographic, like, I would want men between 25 and 45. Yeah.
Okay, because it's interesting that there's no women on this jury at all. And
well, I mean, there are. Like, isn't it?
Supposedly it's all men.
I thought it was 6 and 3.
No, I heard it was 7. I heard it was 7 men.
It was like 7 and 4, 7 with 4 alternates, and 2 men had been dismissed. So I thought, so I thought it was 6. Maybe it was 5 and 3. I thought it was down to 5 and 3, but I don't know.
I try to put myself in the role of Elaine and like, what would I want demographically on the, because I'd be worried that women are in love with Johnny Depp. And yet, normally, when you have a domestic DV case and you're representing the woman, you want women to sympathize, right? So you would want women. But then, if the perpetrator is allegedly Johnny Depp, I'd be worried that they're all fangirls of Johnny Depp, unless they're old women or something like that. No, I mean it's a tough call. Normally, these are so easy for attorneys to sort of come
I
up
mean,
with.
I think the demographic of 25 to 45-year-old men is these are men who are not so young as to be like completely woke. They've also had some experience with relationships. They may have had a bad girlfriend. If they haven't, they know someone who has. They know about manipulation and lying, and they know the danger of being accused and not being able to speak in this present time. I think older men, once you get to a certain age, I say above 45, but it's probably north of 55, really. I think they don't conceptualize the idea of being accused without recourse until it actually happens to them.
Mm.
And I say that based on all of the accusations that have happened against older men. It's always, all of them are like, I never could have seen this coming. I'm an ally. I'm a friend. This would never happen to me. All of those other guys are all bad, but I'm not. It's always a surprise to them. Whereas guys who are 25 to 45 years old go, yeah, no, buddy. It doesn't matter what you do. You're toast. If they make the accusation, you're gone. Shell Bell, wait, she's so scared when she gets off the plane, she doesn't know where to go to get away from Johnny Depp. So she takes his daughter out for a birthday dinner. Give me a break. There's just some weird things going on. I still don't understand why she, yesterday when she testified to, scooping the daughter up and having her crying and getting on the helicopter, none of that, because her dad did a weird belly flop off a boat. That story made no sense to me at all. Like, oh, Johnny Depp jumped off the boat and into the water. Yeah, it's the ocean. People jump off boats to swim in it all the time.
Yep.
And it's so weird. Trudy Schwartz
But
Burl.
she's not human, so she doesn't know what humans actually normally do.
Trudy Schwartz Burl says he told Dr. Kipper to get her away. He could not do detox with her present. Not her decision. She didn't want to go. She's lying. She fought this with all her being. Well, the whole issue with her being there doing detox, it makes a ton of sense to have a significant other around during detox, someone to support you and do everything. But Johnny testified that she was kind of a monster to him during detox, kept him from meds and stuff like that. Her story just, and his story is backed up by texts, of course. Johnny Arbor says, will the court let Amber Heard down off the cross during break? Do you mean like, can she talk to her lawyers or something during the 10-day break? She will not. She's not supposed to talk to her lawyers about testimony during the 10-day break. There's no way that they're not going to. And you'll never be able to prove otherwise. It also, the court may not actually have the ability to restrain a party witness from speaking with their attorney when they're not in the courtroom in general. Like that's kind of a weird thing to me.
What? Why would you be prohibited from talking to them at this point?
I actually don't understand the ruling. I don't know if it's like an archaic Virginia rule, but like, again, as long as they're not specifically coaching answers from them, my understanding is you could discuss, like, you can't while you're on the witness stand, but if there's a lunch break or something.
All right.
All right, get off my show.
I'm getting out of here. If you guys want to watch Nick and me,
denied. Get out. Oh, here we go. I forgot to have it muted because sometimes there's a loud sound that plays. Farmhand says Mother's Day is Sunday, and Farmhand Tom has you covered. Put your wife or mother's name on a bottle of our super odor eliminating spray bottle. Search Farmhand
Thank
Tom.
you. All right, you may be
There you
seated.
go,
Your
guys.
next question.
Check it out.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 236, which has already been admitted?
Thank you.
Mike Smith says, can you please toast my beautiful wife, Kim B., K-Rex, who is obsessed with you in this trial? Let her know her family needs her back.
I'm jumping
Kids are
back to the
lighting the house on
Boston
fire.
plane incident just for a moment. We had a lot of different texts and a lot of exchange, but I just wanted to point out to you, this text message is from Mr. Depp to you, correct?
Yes, it
And
is.
this is on 5/25, the day after the Boston plane incident?
That's correct.
All right, and he is saying, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened, but I will never do it again. I want to get better for you and for me. I must. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I can't do it again. I can't live like that again. I know you can't either. And I will for both of us, starting today. I love you. Again, I'm so sorry. So sorry. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. Do you see that?
I do.
And was that the message that you testified to, that he gave you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now I'm going to jump back to where we left off. We're up in January of 2015. Danish girl, you're filming in London, is that correct?
Yes, that would have been January 2015.
Okay. Now, we heard some testimony from Isaac Baruch earlier about a telephone call that you had with Mr. Depp. Do you recall that call?
I do.
Can you please tell the jury, and remember to tell them what Mr. Depp was saying on that call? And you can give the back. I didn't mean to cut you off on the context. Go ahead.
Is it okay to, the nature of the conversation was pleasant? Friendly, fine, normal. And then Johnny stopped making sense with this. Like, he'd start a sentence and then trail off and act confused when I would be confused. And that pattern kind of increased pretty dramatically in a short amount of time. And I was in a hotel room in London speaking to him in Los Angeles, and the phone, what I assumed, cut off. I thought it was a connection issue. And I remember getting out of bed and walking into the bathroom to get something, and I was redialing him. And in the span of that short amount of time we had been disconnected, it was minutes, not even minutes. I called him back thinking the phone had been disconnected, and he answered and he said, how could you tell me that? How could you say that to me? Who the fuck is he? Who the fuck is he? And he asked me that a few times, and I was so confused. I didn't understand what he was talking about. I expressed that to him. He says, who is the guy, the one in New York that you're fucking? And it was such a bizarre conversation, because it had already started to feel like he was not making, it was almost as if he was confused by what sentence he had started by the time he got to the end of it. And then all of a sudden he tells me that I have just told him that I had a boyfriend or a lover in New York, and he's accusing me of having just told him about it, which was crazy to me. not only was that not accurate, I would never have communicated with him like that. More or less called him on the phone to do it and then call him back and wonder what the connection issue was. It was just the most bizarre thing.
So bizarre.
But
How bizarre.
he was so worked up, incoherent, and accusing me of having had this conversation with him. Eventually, the line drops out, and I spoke to the person who picked up the phone.
Okay. And how did that end?
I no longer spoke to Johnny. I probably can't say what the person told me.
Are we talking about Isaac Baruch?
Yes.
Okay. So without saying what he said, you had a brief conversation with Mr. Baruch, and that was the end of the call?
I did. It was my understanding Johnny was passed
Objection,
out.
hearsay.
Okay.
Mrs. Stain?
All right. January 25, 2015, Tokyo. Please tell, it's the premiere of Mordecai, correct? Did you accompany Mr. Depp to Tokyo for the premiere of Mordecai?
I did. When I was,
Please tell the jury about that trip.
well, I had just started to pick out the wedding dress right before that trip. And plans were moving for us to get married shortly after this trip. So we took this trip to promote his movie. I went with him. We got in an argument in the hotel room. And I said, I don't remember what I said to him, but I said something snotty to him that provoked him. It provoked him. And when I walked into the hallway, he grabbed me by the arm and slammed me up against the hallway wall. And I kind of struggled with him, tried to push him off of me. And I managed to get out of his grasp enough to take a few steps, and I kind of curved around and went into the closet. And by the time I made it into the closet, he had me by the hair, and what felt like he was just wailing on me, but in a really sloppy way, like hitting the back of my head, and kind of wrestled me down to the floor. I mean, it felt to me like I didn't even have a fair shot, because I wasn't facing him or looking at him. I was walking away from him. Or else, I would have at this point even I would have tried to defend myself more, but I didn't. I kind of felt like it didn't see it coming, and he just wrestled me down to the ground. And I remember he was screaming at me. I mean, like really screaming loud.
Not fake screaming, really screaming.
And what I remember of that is trying to get up and him kind of wrestling me back down. And at one point, put his knee on my back. It was kind of like kneeling on my back. And I just had this struggle with him. And I look at him, and he's still got his glasses on. I just remember looking at him and thinking that was so, he just looked like he hadn't been through anything. He still had his glasses on, sunglasses. And he was screaming at me that he hated me, that it was over, he didn't want to marry me. He was disgusted. He was disgusted. He made this mistake. It was a big mistake. And everyone hated me.
When is this?
And I remember crying on the floor. Just.
If you remembered crying, why can't you ever do it?
More than anything, I was heartbroken. I thought maybe he was serious. I thought maybe, God, he doesn't love me. Maybe he really feels this way. It broke my heart. Broke my heart. I wanted to marry him so bad. This is the man I loved, Yes, it was awful at times, but I loved him, and what he
Objection,
was
Your
saying.
Honor, non-responsive.
This is ridiculous.
Overruled.
What he was saying to me hurt just as bad as anything else. I just remember that he left me on the closet floor, and as embarrassing as it is to say, I went up to him at some point. I don't know how much time had passed. He was sitting at the piano in the living room of the hotel room that we had. It's so...
What's
I know it
embarrassing?
may be hard to understand. It's hard for me to hear myself say, but I just wanted it to stop. I wanted things to just be okay.
It's hard for
And
you to
I
understand.
just sat next to him on the piano, and I
Every reason to
just
disbelieve what I
leaned
say
my head
next.
on his shoulder, and of course I was mad. Of course I was mad, and felt it was horrible what he'd done. But on the other hand, I wanted us to be okay. I could just put I could put the physical stuff in a box, and I just kept going back on how much I love this person.
This person again.
So just put my makeup on and went to the premiere with him and walked the red carpet with him. And I remember in the car checking my phone obsessively for pictures because my dress was backless. Of all times to have a backless dress. And then I was just looking at
Oh, I saw one.
I was looking at pictures of us on the red carpet.
I saw one happen.
It was surreal because I was checking for bruises and making sure that nothing, like there would be no marks on me. And we just looked like this other thing on this red carpet when it was just...
Came out of her left eye.
It was not like that.
Her PR team must have told her she really needed to cook it up because it wasn't working. Oh, come on. Oh, fucking hell. I tried to get the high res. Damn it.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
I'm going
Sorry.
to take you to February, the next month, 2015, to your wedding. Can you please tell the jury about your wedding?
So we get married in Los Angeles. I get a sense that it was wedding, running around Los Angeles. I was getting married that day, and I remember running around, I went to therapy, and, got ready, and Johnny and I met at the penthouses downtown, and I wore a white dress and a veil, a bobby pinned in my hair. And I walked out of that penthouse and met with Johnny in the hallway, and I thought he looked so handsome, and he seemed happy, and I felt we were making the right decision. I was so looking forward to having this. I thought we'd get married and we'd have stability, safety. So we get in the car, we get into actually Johnny's car, and for the second time since I've known Johnny, he drove himself, drove us in his truck. It was weird being in the car with him alone. We didn't have that. And we drove to his mom's house, and a justice of the peace arrived, looking kind of surprised. And she married us in the living room of his mother's house, Betty Sue, with our families together. My best friend, my mom, his mom. We ate food with the kids. They were there. And we had a wonderful evening, and then got up and got on the plane either the next morning or the day after, and flew to Johnny's Island. And we had what we had planned for the
Holy
better,
shit.
you know, we had planned for the better part of a year or so, maybe 8 months, for this 3-day wedding on his island with our close friends, about 12 people, maybe 15 people. We had these little houses built, like not tents, but not houses, these little, for the guests. We had them built and designed on the island, and we had people come out, and it was magic. You know, I was marrying the love of my life. It was complicated.
Dude, someone on Twitter
But,
just caught it. She
I
fucking
thought
looks to a camera
was the
before it
love of
takes
my
a
life.
picture. She poses for a
And
picture with the.
we had our friends and family out, and we had this 3-day
I just tweeted it.
event. The first night of which was supposed to be he and I separate, with our relative parties. So me with the bridal party and him with his fellas. The bridal party, we had planned to do a cuddle puddle, have mushrooms and drink wine, and, you know, have our own, like, you know, girl party separate. And then the next day have the wedding festivities. We were going to be married around sunset, and on this beach, not the beach that Johnny had named for me, although I think we originally planned on having the ceremony on that beach, but it was changed at some point to the other beach. And we walked down the beach aisle, and said our vows, and the sunset behind us, and we took pictures with our family, and we shot the bird, meaning the middle finger, up at the paparazzi helicopter circling, or plane circling around us while we were on the altar. And we danced and celebrated. And then I left the island because I had to go work.
When you say you left the island, you had to go to work, what were you working on that required that?
I was filming The Danish Girl in London, which is the film that I had been in London for in January when Johnny was hallucinating on the phone with me. I was there doing kind of prep work for that film.
And what, if any, film was Mr. Depp going to at that point?
Well, the plan, why we did the wedding when we did it, is because he had always had this commitment to do Pirates 5. And he was going to shoot that in Australia, and I was going to shoot The Danish Girl. And I started The Danish Girl in early February, and he was going to fly out mid-February to Australia. So his movie was going to take the majority of the year, meaning until August. So maybe longer. So the plan was to do it when we did it, so that we didn't have to wait until the fall of the following year. So shortly after I left, Johnny returned to Los Angeles, and then flew from Los Angeles on to Australia to shoot Pirates 5, excuse me.
Okay. And what was the plan for you when you finished with Danish Girl?
The plan was always for me to wrap on my movie and then come and join him in Australia, where he was filming Pirates 5.
Okay. And when approximately was that?
That was March 3rd.
March 3rd that you wrapped, that you finished with Danish Girl?
I believe, I can't recall the exact date, but I believe it was around that time, yes.
Okay. And then tell the jury, where did you fly to get to Australia? How long of a turnaround was it for you to get to Australia?
It was about 24-hour. I think it's about 24 hours. I could be mistaken on the exact amount of time, but I remember it's quite a distance from London. I was filming in London. He was filming in Australia. Effectively, you have to fly 12 hours, stop, get on a different plane and fly, I think, around the same amount of time, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So when you arrived, before you finished wrapping with Danish Girl and were heading out shortly before, what, if any, communications did you and Mr. Depp have?
Well, at first it was great. Even though we were separated, it was so hard to leave leave right after you get married, especially considering that in Johnny and I's relationship, it was always so much worse when I went away to work. That's when problems started. So that was hard, but we communicated pretty consistently and it was positive until it started to change. And I got the sense that he thought I was sleeping with the director, and then it was with the actor I was filming with.
Who was the actor you were filming with?
Eddie Redmayne.
Okay.
Of course, I was not that it mattered, but I could do my best to field the accusations, and then they would kind of
Check the
subside,
private
and I
chat.
thought things were okay. And one day, right before I'm supposed to fly to Australia, he I think it was the night before I was supposed to leave to go to Australia, and was my hotel room. Apparently, I had a sense that the phone was ringing. I think it was in the shower at the time, but not much time had passed, and I get a knock on the door, and it was someone from the hotel that I was staying at. The hotel staff had been sent up to the room because
Objection calls for hearsay and speculation.
Sustain the objection.
So don't tell what the staff said. What
Okay.
happened next?
We're working on the echo, guys. Just a minute.
then I start communicating with Johnny.
And when you say started, I mean, was he on the phone? Did you call him? What happened here?
He called the room and then my cell phone, and then once I was on the cell phone, he was accusing me of not being in my room, so he called the room, and I had to prove that I was in the room because by answering the phone. And we had a lengthy kind of circular conversation about where I was and why I didn't answer the phone, immediately. He didn't sound like he was connected to reality. It just didn't seem like, to me, it seemed like a previous pattern. I was unsure what to make of it because he wasn't right in front of me, but he was accusing me of what it seemed like is having, I guess, an affair or a reason to not be in the room that I got a sense from him was, cheating or that I was hiding something, and why I wasn't answering the phone, and hence why I got the knock on the door. That was right before I left.
So before you headed to Australia, what, if any, requests did you make of Mr. Depp for him to get you MDMA?
That's ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous?
Because I would never, since that time I learned my lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia, I would never do MDMA with him. I'm asking.
Ever.
A problem in that case.
Check your
never
text
do that.
messages, Carey.
So you flew to Australia and met with Mr. Depp, right? And I'm going to, can we pull up defendants 1809? And Your Honor, these are some of the pictures that Mr. King, you may recall, was testifying earlier, said he had on his phone.
Okay.
And then those were given. So
So I don't have these, is what you're saying. Okay, that's fine. 1809.
correct. I'm just going to show you a few pictures. Amber, do you recognize, and I realize you didn't take this photo. I'm going to move the admission of it, though, Your Honor.
Any objection to 1809?
No, thank you, Your
All
Honor.
right, 1809 in evidence, you can publish.
And let me pass one up and give one to the other side. We tried to, given the strangeness of this. May I approach Your Honor?
Seems like a very
Yes.
relevant photo.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Amber, do you recognize this photo?
I do.
And could you tell the jury what this is?
That is the driveway leading up to the house that Johnny was renting while shooting Pirates 5.
Okay. And then I'm going to try to make this a little faster. I'm going to go 1810. Then I'm going to
Ms. Bretterhoff, if you have a series of photos, if you want to
Yes.
show council what they are, maybe we can get them entered all together and then you could just go on with your questions.
Yes, series back. And these are all I will represent ones that we got from Mr. King.
All right, if you want to take a look at them.
And Your Honor, if I may just approach, I'll give you the whole stack.
Okay, that's fine.
Hopefully Carrie's figuring out the audio issues. Love to have her commentary. Carrie is Carey Christie from the law firm of Beard and Harris in Tyler, Texas. And hopefully we can fix the get the audio issues fixed because I'd love her input on this. Hey, I think we might be better now.
Yeah, it's way better.
Okay, good.
Oh, for the love of Jesus.
By the
She
way,
makes my teeth hurt.
those kangaroos in there.
When I was pulling up to the house, I saw kangaroos. Like,
Oh, wow, kangaroos.
It is
Are we-
Australia.
Big driveway.
Aren't you so lucky?
It was a pretty
I
ice.
don't have any objection. Sorry.
No objection to any of them?
I don't believe so, Your
But
Honor.
make sure you look through them all too. I just want to make sure, because
Thank
I'll
you,
go ahead
Your
and read them into the record once you have looked through them all. And then
Nah.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've reviewed them. I have no objection to
All
any
right,
of these photographs.
So we'll enter into evidence defendants 1804, 1805, 1806, 1807, 1808, 1810, 1811, 1812, 1814,
I love the reading glasses.
1816,
They come out when they're needed.
1817,
Same.
1820, 1821, 1825, 1827, 1828,
But why does her make it
1829,
like she's
1830,
bruised along her cheekbones?
1831, 1834.
She's done that every day.
1835.
Not every day.
1837, 1838,
She's wearing mascara
1839,
and
1840,
eyeliner until she came to
1841, and
testify. So,
1842. Did I get them
um,
all?
I believe so.
okay.
Make sure more than believe, so we agree that's all in evidence? Okay, they're all in evidence. So as long as you're just going to be referencing those photos, we'll keep it on
We're
for
gonna
you to
keep it
publish
moving.
them.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Okay. Whose home was this in Australia?
Let me
It was a,
extrapolate on
like a-
something that I don't
A
know.
well-known.
Let's wait till there's a good pause.
Sportsman, racing cars or something of that nature.
Okay. Let's Michelle, if you can pull up 1810.
Yeah, we're gonna get a series of photos here.
Is this another picture from that home?
Yes, that looks like it's the view from the bathroom.
Okay. And then let's go, Michelle, if you can pull up 1811. Is that a picture of the home?
That's the house, yes.
Okay. And let's go to 1812. And that's,
That's the view from the living room. It opened into a lagoon.
okay. And then let's look at 1813. I guess that's just another view, little over of the swimming pool, correct?
Well, which
Yes.
one?
Okay.
Who's
And
testifying,
then let's
lady?
do one
Yeah.
more, 1814.
Because she didn't
Inside.
confirm that was an
Yes.
accurate picture.
And if you can look to the back here where I've got I'm making some, what if anything is that back there?
That's the kitchen.
Okay, this is the dining room and this is on the main level.
What we're looking at is the dining room table on the main level with the kitchen in the background.
Okay. Thank you. Now I'm going to ask you to take this jury through your experience, what happened in Australia once you arrived there.
Well,
He was
I was nervous because of the conversations that I had with him before I left. And then in transit, I stopped in Dubai and spoke to him too. So I was a little nervous, but he indicated that he wanted me to come. He said, I miss my wife at the end of the phone call that we had in the airport. I called him from Dubai. And he said, I miss my wife. I felt okay, safe to, it's good. And I missed him so much. That's all I want. All I wanted to do is see my new husband. I flew in. I arrived early. I walked into the bedroom. I was so excited to see him. And he was so he had lost a ton of weight. So I just knew something was up. And he kind of quickly, kissed me and kind of, we had some interaction. It was brief. He was leaving to go work. He had to work that day. But then after the plan was he would come back, which he did in the evening. And then he was supposed to have a 3-day weekend, a long weekend. So he comes back that evening and the chef had kind of prepared some things for the fridge, mashed potatoes, I think spinach as well. There were some steaks in the fridge, but he had kind of prepped some of the sides. And I was looking forward to having this kind of, our style at-home date. We'd just been, we're a new married couple. We hadn't seen each other for basically a month after getting married. And I start dinner and am happy to see him. And at some point early in that evening, he pulls out a bag of MDMA. I asked him what it was, and he told me it was MDMA. And I was surprised because at the time that was, there was no question mark as to how I would respond to
There's
that.
no question
Or so
mark?
I thought. It's like, why would you even think that that's okay? He had already gotten clean and sober. I was, touch and go. But for the wedding, he was drinking Beck. I think at some point he did have wine on the island, but it wasn't an issue, right? Just moved ahead. So I was surprised that he would even pull out this bag and, well, frankly, not hide it from me. And he kind of seemed to suggest that we should do it together. And I was like, absolutely not. Like, I just got here. I want to see you. I want to spend time with you. It was the exact opposite of what I expected, what I wanted.
He wouldn't have gotten
And
it if he
it
thought
just seemed
she didn't
delusional at
want
the
it.
time to me that he would even suggest this to be something that I could participate in with him.
Except for you
If
had
you had
before.
been through what I had been through at that point, it's crazy. And at some point, he drinks in front of me. At first, I think it was like a Malbec or a wine or something. And I
How
remember
disgusting.
we hadn't, like, it kind of started an argument. And that was upstairs in that room that we just looked at a picture of, by the sunflowers. That's more or less where we were standing, just closer to the kitchen. And we get in an argument, and I shove past him, just stomp off. And he grabs me. We have an argument about me walking away, and am I walking out of this? And in my head, I was like, I actually wasn't thinking of leaving yet, but that would later be going through my mind. We had a brief interaction, and I don't remember the exact sequence of things. I wish I did.
You
I
conveniently
have a lot of
forget
flashes.
your memory
It gets a
when
little
it
bit more
doesn't suit
confusing
you.
for my ability to recall everything in a linear way a little
And I'm going
later
to tell
on
you,
as
if
things
you're a
got
victim of
crazier.
abuse, you know
But
every
for this
single
part, the first
solitary
night,
detail, Amber.
what I distinctly remember is at one point, I don't think I had gotten very far, or maybe I came back into the room, but when he shoved me, I went flying across these parakeet floors. I mean, just skidding across these floors. And I remember thinking it just looked so easy for him to throw me around like that, I just slid, screeching my skin against this like beautiful wooden floor. And we had another argument that was a spin-off from that. It was just kind of this on off sort of thing that I remember eventually in this interaction, he shoves me up against the fridge. He has me by the throat, and he just was holding me there by my throat. And I wondered if it was the drugs. I wondered if it was him. It hadn't, in my recollection, hadn't been that long. He has me up against the throat. He's kind of bashing me against the wall next to the fridge. We're kind of moving in that area. And at some point, I'm in his face. And I don't know if he had let go of my neck or loosened my grip, but I remember slapping him across the face.
Where are the
Screaming
pictures?
at him, screaming at me. I got my hand free when he tried to grab me when I walked off.
Where's that picture too?
Slammed the door upstairs. I don't know if it was in that instance or if it was in a later one that I eventually barricaded the door. It wouldn't stop him from coming in. He could come in the other doors. There's plenty of the back door, there's patio, but at least I'd hear it. And this is March 2015. By this time, I'm being medicated by his doctor. He's giving me anti-anxiety meds, giving me,
Not a psychologist for
had
her.
already tried to give me antidepressants. They didn't work for obvious reasons, I hope. I wasn't sleeping. I had insomnia. I'd wake up with panic attacks. I needed to sleep, but my ability to do so was really, really compromised at this point. And I kept thinking that I just wanted to hear him or know if he came in so I could be aware, so I could be ready for what was going to come in with him. And at some point I go back downstairs. I don't really know at what point I gave up and stayed behind my barricaded door, but I managed to go to sleep. I took some sleeping pills. I woke up, and when I came downstairs, he was still up. He confirmed that when I asked him that he had not slept. He had not eaten. So I tried to get him to eat. we get in an argument. He was accusing me of Eddie Redmayne. And by this point, he thought I was working with Billy Bob Thornton on the movie I had just shot, but I had already worked with him a year earlier. But he was very upset about him and the gentleman that invited me to a concert in London. You know, my co-star, he was upset about these people, even though I had done that movie a year prior.
Who was that?
It was Billy Bob Thornton, Jim Sturgis, and Eddie Redmayne that he was upset about.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Have you seen Mr. Depp take any drugs by this point?
Oh yeah, sorry if I left that out. That when we had the argument about the MDMA, he suggested to me that it wasn't on the no-fly list, like it wasn't on the no list. That was his argument. That was his defense. Like, this isn't the, you didn't say I couldn't have this. And you know, over and over again, Johnny told me I wasn't the reason he was getting sober, but I was the reason he was staying sober. I had saved his life and all this stuff. It wasn't like it wasn't my job to police him, but I kind of ended up being in that situation, it seemed like, in his mind, you know, when he would express that to me. So he took a handful of pills, and I didn't count how many, but when I came back downstairs, I did the math on the amount that was left, and I think it was either 8 or 10, I can't recall as I sit here now, either 8 or 10 pills of MDMA.
That he had taken or that were left?
I remember we had a conversation
one's
about
worse.
the amount that he took.
Whichever one will make me look more of the victim.
Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
There were only a few left in the bag, so I think it was what he took. And I said, Johnny,
Objection, hearsay.
Only a few of
confirm
those left in the bag that I didn't take
amount,
prior
and
to him
that amount.
taking them. Huh?
At this point, there were 10. He had taken 10, 8 or 10. I can't recall.
And when you say at this point, is that the first night? Is that the second day?
This is the second day. This is after I've already fallen asleep for the night in the room upstairs. Come back downstairs. He was still awake.
Okay, please continue with that second day.
Yeah.
He's accusing me
No.
of being mean to his sister. He was accusing me of not liking his sister. Something about the wedding. I was trying to put out that fire, as you will. I was trying to say, no. First of all, I'm not filming with Billy Bob. No, I wasn't filming with Jim Sturgis. Yes, I filmed with Eddie Redmayne, but he was a lovely gentleman.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Let's not offer to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled. And then when it came up with his sister, he was accusing me of kind of having this animosity with Christie. I tried to defend myself, explaining why her and I had kind of become cold to one another. I don't know how else to describe it, because we never had any sort of direct interaction that was negative. We never had any sort of confrontation or anything, but I did my best to explain to him what I could answer to that accusation. And at one point he, I mentioned that, well, I can't say what I mentioned. He, as a result of that phone call, picks up the phone and calls his agent. I don't know why, still to this day. He calls a few people. I don't know who was on the other line. I just heard his side of it, and he's screaming at them. I got a sense that it was money, that he felt people had been stealing money from him, and that the studio had been ripping him off, and that
Unlike
he
you.
was calling himself like a whore, or he had been whored out. It seemed like he was upset, but I did not, at this point, this is maybe early evening, it was before the sun went down on the second day. I remember he took the phone at one point and called my divorce attorney. I had at some point prior to this got a divorce attorney, or not a divorce attorney, a domestic relations attorney, to do a post-nup, because we got married in February, and there wasn't, there was never any mention or talk from Johnny about a prenup, but I had had interactions with his sister. And so I thought, okay, I'll get a lawyer and let's do a postnup. When Johnny found out about that, or when I reminded him of that in Australia, he went outside and called my divorce attorney and fired her and said the only way out of this was death again. And I heard that already at this point, March 2015.
Where's that attorney?
Probably 25 times. So he's screaming at her. He calls his agents. I hear him talking incoherently, screaming incoherently at my lawyer and his agent. He comes back inside, and I genuinely didn't know if he was still mad at me or if it was about me at all. I didn't know. It didn't seem like it was connected to reality at all. At some point shortly after that, I have been saying to Johnny, you need to sleep. Let's eat some dinner, baby. Let's relax. Please, like, calm down. In my head, I was thinking that it would genuinely change if he just got some sleep. He needed to sleep it off. He needed to come down off the drugs. Clearly, the combination of what he had taken pill-wise with whatever else he was hiding from me was not good. I had recognized that sort of delusion. I'd recognized that sort of unattached to reality rage. I had recognized the patterns of those kind of loops where he's yelling about things that aren't even being discussed or talked about. I knew already that he just needed to sleep it off, clean up, sober up. And I thought we could. I remember I went to the fridge. I got out the steaks so that they would be ready to cook. And I got out some of the food I was going to put together for dinner. I went upstairs. I don't know if I came back down in my nightgown at that point or if that was shortly after, but the next thing I remember is coming downstairs and looking for him. We had an interaction that I can't really describe. It didn't make a lot of sense to me. He was just belligerent, throwing things, screaming at me. And I realized I was back on the chopping block. I realized it was back. I realized that the arrows were pointed at me again. And I tried to defend myself. I was explaining, trying to say that.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It was not for to prove the truth of the matter. She hasn't even said it yet, but try not to say what you're saying unless it needs it for context or something.
But if the chef had made dinner, why were you getting out food to make dinner?
It was just belligerent. I don't know how to describe to you because it wasn't making sense. It wasn't making sense. I don't know how. I don't know how the immediate next string of the next part of the violence actually even initiated, but again, he has me up against the wall, and I remember this time he slams me up against the wall hard. I mean, I hit my head hard. And this is a wall next to I say kitchenette, but it's more of a bar. I remember there were these cooling fridges, and I remember kind of being slammed up against those. I remember pushing him off of me. I remember the name calling, the whore, the slut, the fat ass. I remember a lot of name calling. I said,
Had he been drinking by this time?
he was drinking.
Calls for speculation, leading.
Also seen as leading.
What, if any, drinks had you observed Mr. Depp have by this time?
Well, I had already seen him drink right in front of me. Took a big swig out of a wine bottle upstairs, right in front of me, as in a gesture of looked right at me and took a big swig out of it as a show for did it right in my face to make a point. And Then when I came downstairs, he was drinking from the bottle. I don't know what kind of liquor. I remember there was another bottle open, and I was wondering why he was drinking both.
Said it was wine.
But at some point, he had me up against the wall next to the cooling fridges, and I remember slamming my head up against the thing. He had me by the neck, squeezing my neck, and it got really nasty. It went from like, oh, no one likes you, no one likes me, everyone warned me about you. That's what it was. He started to tell me that everyone had warned him about me, and that he wished he had never married me, wish he had never met me. No one liked me. You know, it sounds childish, but I remember feeling really hurt. And then at some point,
But
I
no
shoved
emotion.
him hard to get him off me. And he shoved me back and he said, "You want to go, little girl?" I couldn't, as I sit here today, tell you if that happened before he choked me up against the wall, but at some point,
I can't sit here and say that it happened.
I am in a struggle with him where I'm holding his shirt lapel, and he kind of just flings me, for lack of a better way to describe it, throws me across the room. I land on a games table. It's like a ping pong table. And I don't know if I was holding on to him or if he pursued me separate, but he gets on top of me on the games table and is just whacking me in the face, like repetitive. We struggle on the games table. I don't know.
Where are the pictures, Amber?
I don't know how we get up. I don't know if he pulls me up. I wish I could tell you, but we were in this struggle down in this games room by the bar. And we had this conversation about the drinking, or argument about the drinking. And he holds up this bottle to me, and you know, I'm saying, did you drink this whole thing? Something stupid, focusing on this detail, and he is telling me that I can't control him anymore, and that if I really wanted to try, take it. And then he's like taunting me to take the bottle from him. If I really want him to stop, why don't I take it from him? Go on. Kept saying, "Go on," and kind of gesturing with the bottle towards me. And like he does that 2 or 3 times. I reach for it, he'd revoke it, kind of laugh at me. And he's holding out the bottle. I think like maybe the 3rd time or so I get a hold of it. I pick it up and I slam it down on the ground right in between us. There's a tile floor, a white tile floor. And I smashed the bottle on the floor. And that really set him off. So stupid. Sorry. It was like a light bulb switch went off. And he starts screaming. I don't know if he backhanded me or hit me normally. I don't really recall, but I remember it sent me down to the ground. I remember by the time I picked myself off the floor, I stand up. He's got a bottle in his hand, and he threw it at me.
Now he's the
It
thrower.
missed, thankfully, but I kind of pulled myself back into the bar area. I don't know how much time passed, but at some point he had a broken bottle up against my face, neck area by my jawline, and he told me he'd carve up my face.
He teleport there?
I don't know at what point in the evening. I couldn't tell you what sequence wise when that happened, but it was terrifying. It wasn't the first time he said that to me. He said that to me on the plane as well. But this time he was holding a broken bottle to me. I honestly don't remember if I
Because
threw
it didn't
anything in
happen.
his direction. I don't think I did. I just remember him having me by the nightgown. I remember him flailing me, throwing me around. I'm flailing. This is after there were some bottles broken on the floor. I think this is actually after, again, forgive me, I wish I could remember the sequence, but it's flashes. He's throwing these bottles at me. I remember retreating. There were also cans, like soda cans, beer or soda cans, and they're coming at me one after the other, and I keep pulling myself into the bar area. There's a bar behind me in like I don't know, like an L shape. He's standing in the only way you can exit, so I'm kind of trapped in front of the sink, surrounded by bar on three sides with him in front of me-ish, kind of front off to the left. And he's throwing these bottles one after the other, and I can feel glass breaking behind me. I remember feeling
glass
one of them
everywhere
go by
now.
my head really fast. I mean, a real velocity. I remember being terrified. I remember I couldn't move. I couldn't go anywhere. I eventually trying to, I don't know, he ran out of things to throw. I think that's how I moved myself towards the exit. And I believe that's most likely when we got kind of in this struggle by the bar area, because I remember my feet slipping on the tile as he was slamming me from the wall to the countertops. At one point, he has me up against the wall and he's punching the wall. He had my, nightgown and it kind of ripped it off my chest. I remember at one point he's teasing me, taunting me that he has my breast in his hand. My nightgown came completely off. It was ripped off of me. So I was naked and I'm slipping around on this tile and trying to get my footing. And I remember slipping on this tile, glasses underneath me, and I remember just trying to get my footing. I felt really
Were your feet
destabilized
mangled?
and felt really vulnerable. I'm naked. And he's flinging me around, and at some point, I'm up against the wall, and he's screaming at me that he fucking hates me, that I ruined his life. I remember I ruined his life over and over. And he starts punching the wall next to my head, holding me by the neck. I get free from him. I kind of step back from him, and it's like his energy shifted to the phone. There's a wall-mounted phone on the wall next to where my head was, and he went from punching the wall to like realizing there was a phone there, and he picked up the phone and he's screaming. He's like at the top of his lungs, screaming, "I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. You ruined my fucking life." And screaming at the top of his lungs, he picks up the phone and starts bashing the phone against the wall where I was just being held. And I remember kind of having some distance on what was happening and watching him do this. And it was like his energy had shifted, and I was that phone all of a sudden. And he was just over and over again smashing this phone into the wall, over and over again, screaming at me. And I was watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back. It was just breaking into pieces. I remember thinking this phone is disappearing. He was smashing it to smithereens, just going into the wall. And at some point, he's on top of no phone, but screaming the same thing. "I fucking hate you. You ruined my fucking life." I'm on the countertop, had me by the neck, and he felt like he was on top of me, and I'm looking at him in his eyes, and I don't see him anymore. I don't see him anymore. It wasn't him. It was black. I've never been so scared in my life. It was black. I couldn't see him, and he was looking at me, and I was trying to get through to him. I was trying to say to him in some way that it was me. I was trying to get through to Johnny, and I couldn't see him. I couldn't see him at all. And my head was bashing against the back of the bar, and I couldn't breathe. And I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. My feet were slipping. My arms were slipping on the countertops. And I remember just trying to get up so I could breathe, so I could tell him that he was really hurting me. I didn't think he knew what he was doing. I don't know how. Sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay, this isn't.
I couldn't breathe.
That came out late, lady.
Please. I don't know. Please, I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this.
Oh my gosh, she looks at the jury to check.
I couldn't
go back to crying. Look over, go back to crying. Come on.
I couldn't breathe. I couldn't get through to him. I couldn't get up. I couldn't get up. And I don't know how that ended. I don't know how. I don't know what happened next. I don't understand. The next thing I remember, I always been over backwards on the bar, meaning my chest was up. I was staring at the blue lights, and my chest was on this. My back was on the countertops, and I thought he was punching me. I thought he was. I'm sorry. He was. I felt this pressure. Oh, my pubic bone, man. He thought he was punching me. I just saw his arm. I could feel his arm moving, and
She's got some wetness.
It looked like he was punching me, but I could just feel this pressure. It was like it kept hitting him. It didn't feel pain. It was just a pressure on my pubic bone, and I don't know. I don't remember what I said. I just remember being really still, not wanting to move. I remember looking around the room. I remember looking at all the broken bottles, broken glass. And I remember just not wanting to move because I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken. I couldn't feel it. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel anything. I didn't want it.
He raped you with a broken bottle?
I looked around and I saw so much broken glass that I didn't know if he would know, I didn't know if he would know if it was broken or not. And I just remember thinking, please, God, please, I hope it's not broken. I don't know how that ended. I don't know how I got off the countertop.
Would have ended with ridiculous injury to your vagina.
I just remember it being in the bathroom. I remember retching. I remember the sound my voice was making. I remember I lost control of my bladder. I remember just retching. I remember there was blood on the floor. I got up at some point. I don't know how that night ended.
With you in a fucking hospital?
I don't remember what happened. I don't remember. I have a memory of him begging me not to leave. I remember going outside the front door. I remember him coming out to the front area, but I don't remember if that was before or after this. I don't remember. I just have that memory. I remember taking a bunch of sleeping pills. Not a bunch, like 2, which is a lot for me. I remember falling asleep, or I don't remember falling asleep, but I know I fell asleep because I woke up the next day. I assume it was late morning. I could hear him downstairs. I could hear Marilyn Manson music, not in person. I could hear the music. Maybe he said it was Marilyn, or maybe I could recognize it. I don't remember, but I became aware of it. That's what I was hearing. It was blaring. It became clear, obvious to me when I walked downstairs. He was still up. He hadn't gone to sleep again. I walked downstairs and I saw this brown on the walls going down the stairs. And the brown on the walls became clear, like it became clearer, like lettering. And then it was obvious it was dried blood. He had written down this that we had a spiral staircase, like white cream walls. There was blood on the carpet. I could see blood drips. I thought it was from my arms or feet, but it was drips. So that plus the wall writing, I saw this brown letters on the wall, and then realized that he was trying, that it was meant to be a message, but it was incoherent. I saw what looked like my name, but I really couldn't make out most of the rest of the message. Walking down the stairs, I saw a bird in the house. I thought that was surreal. I went down to the main level where my painting studio was, and I had some canvases out. It was in the living room area. And by the time I got down to the bottom of the stairs, the dried blood had been kind of taken over by paint. It was blue, navy blue paint, and then brown paint. And then it was, on the walls, on the lampshades, pillowcases of the sofa cushions. There was blood in the painting studio. My canvases had been covered with what looked like just brown, blue, green, red mess. It was just a mess. There was a painting that had, a painting that the owners had that had, like giant penis on it, and some other things. Was a table overturned, a bunch of broken glass on that floor. I walked downstairs where I heard the music coming from, and that's where I found him, blaring this music. He was in the study, which is by the bar games table area off to the side, and it was just glass and blood and broken window, and just, it looked like a mess. The table was collapsed, and I walked into the study. There was a couple unbroken empty bottles. I remember wondering where they came from. And he just looked, he wasn't there anymore. He wasn't there. It wasn't Johnny. He was standing at the office desk.
Was she on sleeping pills?
Had his hand wrapped in this
went to sleep?
Rags, or bandana rags, and I think he took them down or somehow showed me, and he said, "Look what you made me do. I did this for you," something to that effect. And I kind of put together, it was covered in paint, and I put together that's like he was using his finger. I quickly became aware that that's what he was using as a paintbrush, even though there was lots of paintbrushes around. And we didn't have any sort of like coherent conversation, as you can imagine. I figured out he was missing a finger. He kind of held it up, and I said, "What did you do? When? Like, what did you do? When?" And I realized in my head that there had been many hours since this probably happened, assuming that was happened with the phone. And in any case, I knew it had been way too long, that he had this blood, that he was bleeding. And I said, "I'm going to call 911 if you don't call Jerry now." I still don't recall which of us called Jerry Judge, his security. At some point we went upstairs. He came upstairs, but he went up to the third floor while I was in the main floor, the entry level floor. I went to make him a cup of coffee because he was demanding more Red Bull. And I was thinking that's probably not a good idea. I don't know why coffee would be so much better, but in my head it was.
You were bottle raped, allegedly.
I thought maybe, I don't know, sober him up, or I don't know. Help was coming though. And I remember I made him coffee. As soon as I handed it to him, he threw it at the TV and started screaming again. It was like back to square one. Shortly after that, security arrives. I don't know how long, maybe a few seconds or minutes went by, not long, but they kind of find Johnny, or Johnny finds them walking out of the front door, and they were trying to figure out what was going on. And as they were kind of looking at him and trying to figure out what the heck was going on, Johnny took his penis out of his pants and started trying to pee or peeing outside of the house, saying that he had more messages for me.
Oh no.
And this is in front of security. And they kind of just like,
he couldn't hold it in.
Looked at each other and looked at him and kind of not laughed, but kind of half, played it off and corralled him. It was how it looked. It looked like corralling a wild animal back into the house with his penis still out of his pants, peeing or trying to pee. That's what he was indicating. And he went to the wall of the house. And I remember him standing at the wall trying to leave me more, saying he had more information for me. He was going to leave me more messages, more information for me. It made no sense. And Jerry Judge, his security, and one of the nurses, shortly after, I think they put me in the theater room, but shortly after, I remember talking to one of the nurses, and she was trying to give me drugs to sedate
Objection,
me.
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Trying to give her drugs. She
Yeah,
didn't say
overruled
anything. Thank you. Keep going.
And I just remember crying and rejecting what they were trying to give me and fighting with them about how much they were trying to give me. I felt like I needed to figure out what was happening with my life, what was happening with Johnny. I didn't know if he was okay. I didn't know. I actually had no idea, like, could this be something he could die from? If anything, just the drugs and the alcohol. I mean, that alone, I didn't, I just remember being scared and being in this theater room, this dark theater room, and not knowing what the heck was
There's
going on.
some theater, all right. Remember, this man's allegedly on 10 MDMAs.
I eventually was taken up to my room by one of the nurses, and I'm sorry, Debbie, and or suggesting I go up to my room. I went up to my room, and I took a quarter of what she was trying to get me to take, and I eventually fell asleep. I came back downstairs to look for my phone, which Johnny had picked up before security came in. He picked up my phone and said, "We're going to get to the bottom of this." He wasn't making any sense at the time. Understandably, just different. Nothing made sense. But he picked up my phone and was saying, I'm going to prove this. We're going to get to this. We're going to get to the proof of this. Something to that effect. I don't remember his exact words. And he pushed record on my phone. I didn't actually at the time think that he had done that. I had no idea, but I did know that I didn't have my phone when I woke up and went downstairs to get it. It was dead. It was sitting out on the dining room table by where Jerry Judge was sitting. Jerry Judge was on the phone and talked to me, and I went back up to bed, took more of this sedative, and fell asleep. And then I think the next day, went to the closet and took out the clothes that he hadn't painted on. I guess when he went back upstairs, he had just like, it looked like what he had done is dip his hand in a bucket of paint and just wiped it on my clothes. Just went, and he had picked up another portion of my clothes and put them in the bathtub. And I don't know if he added paint or if he just had touched them with paint, but it was this ugly navy blue brown paint. I packed what was packable, what hadn't been destroyed, and eventually left Australia with Ben King, who you met on the way there.
Let me stop you there because I want to ask you some more questions about those 3 days, and then we can talk about Ben King and going home. So do you recall what bottle Mr. Depp was drinking from and then had that back and forth with you and you threw on the ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound leading.
Sustained.
Do you recall what the bottle was?
No, I don't.
Do you recall whether it was wine or liquor?
It was liquor. The wine was upstairs.
Do you recall what color
Excuse me.
it was?
Well, I believe it was white, clear, but I can't be certain. I think it was clear.
Do you remember whether it had a handle on it or not?
No, it was a normal bottle. I remember because he was holding it like this and gestured to me to take it. And I did try to reach for the bottle. It was a normal size, but for life of me, I can't remember like what brand.
Okay. When you woke up that third morning and came out of your room, what, if any, food did you see?
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Overruled. There was mashed potatoes smeared all over the bedroom door, on the wall, in various places. But I remember opening the door and being really confused at first as to what it was. It had little like specks of green in it, I assumed to be spinach. And throughout the house, there was food rubbed in places, just countertops, walls, doors, as I mentioned. And Later that evening, I found the raw meat that I had left out, the steak, all over the house. There were pieces of it. It was cut up. And he had ripped my nightgown into pieces, into shreds, and wrapped the meat up, like wrapped the steak pieces up with my nightgown. It was this really beautiful burgundy silk nightgown that had this black lace trim. I ironically got it from Dr. Kipper for a wedding gift. And it was wrapped. I found it. I continued to find it throughout the rest of the time that I was in the house in Australia. There's pieces of it in the microwave, pieces of it in the produce drawer, in the closet drawer. I mean, just raw meat wrapped up in my nightgown, as well as the smeared food on the walls. It was bizarre.
What, if anything, do you recall seeing on any mirrors?
Oh, he had written on the bathroom mirrors in the bedroom, and I believe he had, there was another mirror. I just don't recall which bathroom it was in. I suppose it was the one that I went to, which is on the very bottom level, where I was retching, for lack of a better way to describe it. I think it was in that bathroom that he also wrote on that mirror as well.
What, if anything, do you recall?
In blood and paint, sorry.
I'm sorry. What, if anything, do you recall of any lampshades being written on?
Well, he wrote on messages to me, things to the effect of go-getter, horror sort of thing, like that sort of language, but calling me easy, calling me a slut, calling me, like just things about ego and what a whore I was. But it was hard to make sense of it because it was clear he was just out of his mind. It was, I mean, he wrote on a back of a pillow in blood. And you can tell because it dries like in this ugly brown color. He wrote on the walls going downstairs. Like it took in fact, you could see where it looked like he had run out of blood because the messages became, the markings became clearly letters. And the letters kind of became, like I could see where he had clearly run out of blood or it wasn't bleeding enough and went and got paint. And then it became paint and blood. You could see both. You could see where he went back with it. Same with the mirrors. I could see where all the dried blood was. And then I could see a different set of markings with paint and some other material.
So I'm going to go back to the time in the bar. And I know this is very painful. Do you recall what Mr. Depp was saying to you when he had the bottle and was pushing it against your pubic bone?
He said that he would fucking kill me. I'll fucking kill you. He said it to me over and over again. He said, I'll fucking kill you.
Say it one more time.
Did you bleed from the vagina as well?
I did.
Oh, you did?
And did you experience any pain later?
I didn't.
I wasn't thinking
about that. I was heartbroken.
Ladies in the chat, rise up.
Eventually,
please.
I realized that I could be hurt because I was bleeding. But I convinced myself it wasn't broken and that the bottle wasn't broken or else it would be a lot worse. And the discomfort I was feeling afterwards just paled in comparison to how scared, shocked I was. I'm scared. I just married this man. I just married him.
And
Well, there went your
forgive me
credibility.
for asking this, but I need to just make sure the record's clear. You were penetrated up the vagina into the pubic bone, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, penetration was there in your vagina with the bottle?
What if any?
I'm so sorry.
Do this.
I am so sorry.
Me too. I'm sorry. You gotta make up a little bit more of the story.
Johnny had the bottle inside of me and was shoving it inside of me over and over again.
Did you experience any cuts on other parts of your body?
My forearms were cut. My bottoms of my feet were sliced up pretty good.
Did you have
No
any
medical
other
records.
bruising or swelling?
I had a bruise across my jaw, I suppose, from one of the many times he clocked me in the face downstairs. I think I just didn't make a record of anything else.
It just didn't make a record of
I'm
anything
going
else.
to ask you to turn to let's go to 1810. Well, actually, let's go to 1815. Michelle, if you can bring that up, defendants 1815. And I think these are all in, Your Honor, so if we could
Yes,
publish.
yes, they can all be published.
Is this the game table?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and is this, based on your testimony, is this where you were you on top of this table?
Yeah, that he briefly got on top of me and was pushing on my throat, actually, at some point when I was on the table. I had forgotten about that. And this, though, looks like it is after a lot of the stuff was cleaned up, because it didn't look quite like this.
Okay, and did the table collapse?
Yes, it did.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, happened to the table?
The table collapsed underneath me when Johnny threw me into it and got on top of me, or fell on top of me. I honestly don't know which one.
We could look at 1816, please, defendants. Do you recognize this, what's depicted in this picture?
Ethan Ralph, no.
Yes,
What is it?
A bottle of Maker's Mark.
it looks like the bottles that were by Johnny on the desk when I came down that last morning, and he was still up, still drinking.
If we could go to defendants 1817.
The bottle shape.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't, I have not,
Go back to 1816, please.
Your Honor,
I had,
confused. Is there a question?
I just want to ask a question.
What more do you recall?
you had,
About this
sorry, it took me a minute to respond because it's hard. It took me a minute to respond because I had not remembered seeing the bottle that Johnny was using on me. I didn't have a memory of seeing it.
So that's the bottle now. Okay.
And this picture, I wasn't aware of until just the other day, yesterday, the day before. And
What?
and I felt my stomach tighten up, like I was going to be sick when I saw it. Because even though I didn't remember seeing the bottle, what I had remembered is a pressure, like something square, which is why I thought he was punching me. I was feeling the square, something firm hitting me, like butting up against my pubic bone. Over and over again, I felt that pressure against my bone. It felt like a flat surface. But when I realized it was an object or bottle and not his fist, which is what I thought, because his arm, I could see his arm while he was holding me down, saying he was going to kill me, but I thought he was, his arm looked like he was punching me. And I hadn't seen this bottle. I didn't know. And then this came out in Ben's evidence because he didn't share it until this date.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And so I recognize it.
Come on, afternoon break, Judge. It's time.
All right, now let's go to defendants 1817.
Oh, it's time for an afternoon break.
Do you recognize this area or this picture?
Yes, it looks like one area of the bar.
Where are all those bottles that were
Obviously,
broken?
this is sometime later because all the liquid is dried up. It's quite slippery. I was slipping all over that tile. That's how I know.
Okay.
Looks like a lot of the glass has been cleaned up almost.
Okay. And then let's go to 1818. Actually, I think
I'm
that's,
sorry,
Yeah, I don't have that
That's
number.
not in evidence.
Yeah, that's a duplicate. Let's go to 1819. My apologies.
Okay.
Do you
Where are all
recognize
the
this?
bottles?
Yes,
Notice
I
there's
do.
still liquid here.
What is this?
This is
Wasn't all dried up yet.
close to where my feet were when I was dangling off the counter. When he had me on the countertop by my neck, my feet were slipping on the tile, and I just remember my feet. I remember feeling glass underneath my feet and slipping. I couldn't get up. I couldn't alleviate the pressure on my neck as he was crushing me. That's around that, not around, that's next to that. All the way at the end of the picture is the bar where I was standing when he was throwing bottles at me.
Can we go to 1820?
No blood from her feet, arms, or vagina on the floor. I mean, it should be everywhere.
Do you recognize what's depicted here? The area.
Yes, that's to the left would be where the wall-mounted phone was. Right to the left of that. To the right of that is the little L-shaped bar that I was telling you about, where I was trapped. And
when you say to the left of the wall,
I'm
what do you
sorry.
mean? Is it off the picture or on the picture?
so if you're looking at this picture, imagine up and to the left at person height, at site height, was I don't know if it was antique, but it kind of looked old-fashioned, like an old-fashioned heavy. It looked heavy. I didn't pick up the receiver, but it looked heavy when I was watching it break. It looked like these like really heavy glass. Excuse me. It's really thick, heavy, not plastic, but like a Bakelite or something heavy material on it. That's my best guess. So that would have been to the left, and then to the right would have been the very end of the bar that you just saw a picture of.
All right, let's go to 1821, defendants.
Come on, Judge. It's getting
And-
ridiculous.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photo?
Yes, that's the bar that I was just talking about.
Okay. Now, I see a phone on the right side. Is that the phone you were talking about?
No, that's not. This is a wall-mounted phone. That's just a landline.
Where are all the broken bottles? You said he threw
And-
tons of bottles.
You see
Bottle after
straight
bottle.
ahead at the very, if you look straight ahead at the picture, on the top part of that, it appears to be some broken glass. Do you recall, what do you recall of that?
I recall more than just this window being broken. This is one of the windows that he broke when he was throwing things at me. My body was standing in front of that little kitchen sink you see at the end of the picture. I suppose that's some of the glass I felt though on the backs of my arms. Like when the window shattered.
Okay. Let's go to 1822.
1822, I don't have in evidence. 1822 is not in evidence.
That's exactly why I just went over here. Let's go to 1825.
Get it together, Elaine.
I think, is that the next one, Your Honor?
1825 is in evidence.
Okay. Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, that's where Johnny was standing when I found him the last morning. That morning, it might have been like midday. When I say morning, it was after I woke up. It was certainly not early morning. And he was standing at that desk, behind the desk, with the Manson blaring. When I found him and told him that I was going to call 911 if he didn't call Jerry.
If you look in this picture, there appears to be a lampshade down below. Do you recognize that lampshade down below the table?
That's one of the lampshades Johnny wrote threats or messages to me on.
Okay. Then let's go to 1827.
Again, her feet were sliced up, but she talks about walking downstairs to make him coffee. None of this makes
Do you
any
recognize
sense.
this?
Yes, I do. That's my painting studio. So when I walked downstairs and saw all the blood on the walls, I walked into this room first. That's where the stairs empty into this room, kind of my painting area. And those are the canvases that he repainted.
And do you see, if you look by the white tablecloth table to the right of that, do you see a lampshade there?
Yes, I don't know if that's the same lampshade or another one.
Okay. Then let's go to 1828.
This is
And do
unreal.
you recognize what's in that one?
I do. Those are were my paintings.
No simping for the painting,
that-
chat.
I don't know when he did that, if it was before or after the writing on the walls, but he just ruined them.
So I just want to make sure, so the painting canvas that's dark colored, there's two of them there.
Well, there's two or three, and then there's a smaller one in the center, and that was his daughter. I was trying to paint a portrait of, and that was untouched.
Okay, and then, but just so we're clear, the one directly in front of you that looks like it's just a lot of dark colors, was
Oh.
that dark colors before, or
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I said, was that dark colors before?
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, change was there on that canvas?
I'm a terrible painter, but I'm not that bad. That was not my painting. It was the start of a portrait, and he changed it dramatically.
Actually, he just increased the
And then
value of that
to
painting
the
by $1
right
million.
Side, on the other side of, more to the right than the one you already testified to. Is that what that picture looked like before, or is that,
So
Objection leading.
what if any changes were there to that picture?
well, the three canvases were portraits, so they looked similar to the one that's in the center that I was doing of his daughter.
And the white that's below, what if any changes were there to that? The white canvas that you see there?
It just looks like the painting was. It looks like once he destroyed.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sorry. Just saying.
Was there anyone else in the house besides Mr. Depp and you?
Not that I know of. No,
She was
and
asleep.
no one was around.
Objection.
Okay. Do you
No
have any reason to
foundation.
believe somebody other than Mr. Depp did this?
Objection leading.
Sustain.
What if any reason do you believe that Mr. Depp did this?
Objection
Objection leading.
That was not,
It's still a leading question.
what if any?
What's the objection?
leading.
No, I'll overrule that objection.
Thank you.
It's still a leading
It was
question.
just Johnny and I in that house over the course of those 3 days, roughly. There might have been somebody, his assistant or something, come on the first day or second day, I can't recall, but for the majority of for the entirety of what I've been describing to you, it was Johnny and I in that house.
And did you do any of this? Did you
No.
create any of this damage?
No.
I'm also gonna take a look at the white tablecloth to the right there.
And also Johnny was covered in paint. So to answer your question fully, that's also how I know.
All right. So I'm also just going to draw your attention to that white tablecloth over there. Does it appear to have some paint on that as
Objection
well?
leading.
Yes, there was paint all over the place, to say it plainly.
Now, the painting that you indicated, there was a large penis, I believe. Where was that?
I believe it was just like, if you're looking at this, I believe it was on the wall, almost right next to the painting directly center that we're looking at. That's my best recollection, but I can't be entirely sure.
Okay. Let's go to 1828.
Show the penis painting.
I think that was 1828.
Oh, 1829, my apologies. And do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
What's in it? And what was this?
This is one of the lampshades that Johnny chose as a medium to leave me messages in blood and paint.
Okay. Let's go to 1830. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's one of the bathroom mirrors.
Okay. And if you could just look to the left, and I'm going to go ahead and circle it over here. You see red and black there. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And there were some questions that were asked earlier about that red. What, if anything, did you write on this mirror?
I didn't write anything on the mirrors. I was as confused as anyone in hearing that testimony.
And based on looking at this area that I have circled, is the black on top or underneath the red?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation leading.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, this might be a good time to take a break. Why don't we go ahead
Thank
and
you.
take our afternoon break, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go ahead and have our break. Do not discuss the testimony with anybody and don't do any outside research. We'll come back here. All right, in 15 minutes.
Hey, Carey, welcome back.
Hey, how are you?
Good, good.
Here's
Yeah, it was. I tried to tell
So
you
we'll
earlier.
come back at
Oh, hey, what's up,
4:02.
Ty?
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
oh, no worries. I had to bounce out.
Yeah, you haven't been on with me for one of these trials, but the way that this software mixes the audio, like
Yeah.
when anybody talks, it makes it so neither can be heard. It's really, really annoying. So, but glad to have you back.
Oh, thank you.
How are you liking this story?
Oh, the fairy tale abuse story?
What, you don't buy it?
Nope. No, not at all.
I'm shocked.
Yeah, no, just kind of haven't lived it. I'm not buying it.
Yeah. What? Look, I'm just blown away by some of the details. She's
Oh, I
got
know.
slashed.
But like I was high as a kite and I can remember every single like minute detail. But then when you ask me about something when I'm not high and I should have a clear mind, oh, I don't really remember. I don't really know. I have no idea. Like, come on.
My brain broke a little bit when I realized that she prefaced this entire thing with he had taken 8 to 10 MDMA pills.
Yes.
It's like, wait a minute now.
Wait,
I have not seen people on MDMA, but I've seen people on ecstasy. And you take like 2 or 3 of those things and they're done. Like there's no.
Well, and I mean, my friends that I know that I should be like, oh my gosh, I'm saying this out loud. So people I know who even use gummies that are legal say like 1 or 2 gummies and you're out of the world. Like you're insane. So I'm thinking 8 to 10 things with ecstasy. But
Yeah,
he
no way.
somehow is clear-headed and can call her names and can abuse her. No. And then I agree with you. Like the pictures, the last exhibits they were showing, she's like, oh, well, the bottle and the bottle and the bottle. Well, where's the bottle? Where's the picture of the bottle?
The broken ones. Because
yes.
she showed the alleged rape bottle, which was amazing to me that this has been going on for as long as it has. They went through an entire trial in the UK and she's like, this is the first time I've ever seen this picture was 2 days ago.
Right?
2 days ago?
That's what I was thinking. I was like, so this is your testimony. This is your evidence against this man. And you only saw it a couple of days ago? Give me a break. This would be implanted like right in the middle of your forehead had it actually happened. But this is kind of the personality disorder stuff.
Yeah, where would she have gotten? Where would the team have gotten the picture for this trial that they wouldn't have had it for the UK trial or anything else?
Exactly.
Like,
exactly.
This is just insane.
Yeah, and well, and I know that there has been a time differential, so like new evidence can be discovered in the interim. However, if her case was so solid in the UK, where was this?
Right. And even if there is a time differential, disclosure of these pictures would have occurred in this case forever ago.
Yes, during discovery, because you have to disclose everything. And I mean, and I'm going to be Cat Williams, everything.
Yeah, this is.
So it's just, and I don't want to discount the fact that there could have been some verbal or emotional abuse by Johnny Depp. I'm not saying that. However, to me, it seems, and I hope, and just so you know, I've been watching your stream every day.
Oh, thank you.
For the most I can do. Like, I'm in court, so and I'm with Ty, and I'm all over the place. But I've been watching, and for me, what I've been seeing all along is not a consistent pattern of abuse, like nothing physical.
Right.
And I don't have an inside track. I'm not I don't know the witnesses being called. I don't know the lawyers. I've just kind of jumped in. But even from a civilian standpoint, a lawyer standpoint, a woman standpoint, I'm just sitting here thinking, what the hell is wrong with you, lady? And I know
Yeah.
that may be wrong, and I apologize if I offend anyone, but um,
No, I don't think you
ha-
need to apologize on that at
ha-
all because I can't imagine finding this story credible, especially
no,
when she gets to the part. So she talks about, and not to get into nasty subject, but she talks about forceful penetration with a bottle, uh, and broken or not, this is a bottle, that is, you know,
right?
being forced inside of her. She says she's bleeding and then were you in any pain? I wasn't thinking about it. I'm sorry. Like I don't have those organs, but I can't imagine that there would not be severe pain,
Yes,
a hospital stay of some
yes.
sort. I mean, they talk about
Some type of OB visit, some type of ER visit. I mean, having given birth, having been having something have happened to me, um, when something has been inside of your body that shouldn't be.
right.
And if it has been, you're not going to just say, well,
I
I
had to
think
go
I'll just,
downstairs and make coffee.
yeah. Well, but and and for the stream, I see a lot of contradiction because she is testifying. Well, the chef made dinner for us, but then she testifies a few minutes later. Well, I went downstairs and I went to the kitchen and I got this and this and this to make dinner. Well, then why do you have a chef that just made dinner
I
if you're
do I do believe that the story there, 'cause I don't remember when this was talked about, but I believe the story there, it might have even come from Johnny Depp, was that she had wanted to make a romantic dinner for them.
oh,
So
and then she got
she had
pissed off
asked the chef
because
to, yeah, she had asked the chef
yeah,
to leave,
yeah.
but they never got
But
around to it,
well, but still, like she's
which
trying
is
to act
weird.
like I'm Susie Homemaker, but then
Yeah.
she's testified that I'm not domestic at all. And like, make up your mind.
Yeah, it's
Were you Susie? Were you the housewife, the loving spouse, or were you the disinterested? Like we let the people take care of us kind of person, and it's really bizarre.
yeah, it's the whole story. I think she very possibly tanked her case on the witness stand today because
Yeah,
I can't see anybody listen to that story and then look at those pictures and
right.
see any
See
congruency with what
anything.
happened.
No, no, like you would have to be like not in that reality to think that what she's saying happened according to their evidence.
Yeah,
And
it was crazy.
God love her lawyer. If you don't know what the word hearsay is, you've lost your mind.
she's she
I
yeah,
mean,
she has been really bad on hearsay today.
she's been really bad, and she's like, well, Your Honor, it's not for the truth of the matter asserted. No, it is. Or you wouldn't ask
Yeah,
it.
you keep offering it for the truth of the matter asserted. I
Yes,
know.
and so
Like,
or she'll try to say, oh, 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 and when the judge sustains an objection, she makes some offhanded comment. And as the lawyer on the other side, I'd be like, Your Honor, strike that.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
she's testifying. She's trying to inject the narrative into this trial that isn't the reality.
Yeah, and but I think though, I mean, they could move to strike it, but I think people were asking, like, while she was just narrating this crazy story in Australia, they're like, why aren't they objecting? I was like, no, no, no. To
No,
me, this story
no.
was crazy enough
Yes.
that you just let her run. Like she went and she kept building and building and building, and I can't.
Yeah.
Again, I cannot sit here and believe that that story happens without her being in a hospital. She has to look like a Clive
Exactly.
Barker movie. She's slashed. She's bottles are being thrown all around her,
Yes.
glass everywhere. She's slipping on liquor, which means the
Right.
glass is right there. She's
Yes.
knocked down. Her back would be just cut to shreds. She's not
Yes.
wearing any clothing at all. Like it's the most insane story.
Yeah.
And then they get to the pictures and it's like there's like
Well,
one spot of blood.
And then, like you and the other guests who've been on your show have said over the past few days, we have one picture of some alleged bruise on an arm,
That's it.
and you've been recording him the entire relationship, and you've been recording and documenting and photographing everything. But somehow, when it comes to Australia, we have no video, we have no photos, we have nothing. And
Yeah.
you want us to believe that all of a sudden you weren't recording and videoing and taking pictures of you and your little
Your art
face
that he
your
destroyed, you didn't
face?
take pictures of the art he destroyed?
Yeah.
I mean, to me, like if I were to create something and someone were to vindictively destroy it,
Yes.
I would take I feel like I would catalog that in some way.
Yes. Well, but that's what I'm saying. You've been documenting everything, which has shown me all along that your relationship with this man was not actual and real. And then all of a sudden, you want all of us to believe that there are incidents that have occurred where you didn't record or photograph anything.
Yeah.
Like, come on, and it's for both of them. Like both of them, the recordings between each other. I don't know about you, Nick, but I'm not gonna. If this is my soulmate and the love of my life, like she claims, I'm not gonna be recording him every single conversation we're having.
Yeah, it's weird.
It's weird.
There was some testimony from Johnny though that they had agreed to record some of their arguments. But she was there she was clearly going beyond that because we saw the video of him like slamming cabinets or whatever, and he
Yes.
found out she was trying to hide it behind a coffee cup. He found out, he was very angry. That was like a breach of trust because they had this agreement. Okay, we will record fights so we can give each other, I don't know, notes.
Feedback?
And it's like, so, but okay, if you're going to do that, because yeah, if I say you always run away and I don't. And then the other person says, you always are aggressive. No, I'm not aggressive. It's like, okay, well, let's record some of these things.
Exactly.
I guess that makes sense. But then, yeah, she's recording things outside, but not this though. Nothing about
Right,
this is recorded.
No.
None of the
nothing
aftermath.
about the situation with the kids being around and
Yeah.
him, like his jump in the water, the jump in the Mediterranean. I'm like, he jumped in the water. How is that going to upset a 14-year-old child? Whether
Right.
it was the norm or not like him or whatever. I don't believe a 14-year-old child is going to be devastated when their dad is trying to live
Goofy.
spontaneously.
Yeah. Yeah.
I-
Unless
you
you're
know-
jumping off of like the Titanic, no one's going to be concerned about that.
Right.
It's a baffling thing. So I do find it very interesting that you find, I mean, not that interesting. I find it frankly heartening that you find none of this credible, because I'm like, I'm always checking. I'm like, am I just crazy? Am I just
No,
crazy? Like, is it
no,
my
and
male bias? Is it my
no,
you know?
and I'm the same way. And for me, I'm kind of a, I mean, I have a quote unquote Me Too history. But at the same time, 20 years around people and practicing law and family law, I know the real from the not real, and I know what I've experienced. And I, do, and like I said earlier, do I think he could have been verbally abusive? Yes, I do. Because, when someone is drugging and
Sure.
alcoholing and there's some mental stuff going on, yeah, anybody can do that. But at the same time, I know physical, and what I'm seeing from her is some kind of personality disordered story. And this is
Yeah.
what we've created. And sorry, no offense to any woman or man, but
All the offense, all of it.
this is something like, I truly believe that people around her have told her, this happened to you, this happened to you, this happened to you, this happened to you, and you should believe it. And I think that a lot, if not all of the physical stuff she's trying to claim never occurred.
Yeah.
But because of the personality disorder, and please, no, I am not a psychologist, psychiatrist, or licensed professional counselor. But when you've been practicing family law for 20 years, you kind of get in the middle of all of this stuff.
Yeah,
And
you've
I've
seen.
also spoken to several friends who are licensed professional counselors, psychologists, psychiatrists about this case. And to me, what we are seeing on that stand is just a straight
you.
personality
Before we
disorder.
get the jury, I just want to see,
Loud
talking with
judge.
Sammy, is Friday, May 27th? It's not, we usually don't meet on Fridays, but is that an okay day to have trial on that Friday? It's the Friday before Memorial Day. I want to check with the jury, but I want to check with you first.
Yes.
That'll actually be closing argument day for anybody that wants to know. Okay.
Okay.
So, right. So I just want to make sure that keeps in track, but if it's good with the jury, I just want to make sure that Friday is good with
That
them.
works for me, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, sure.
Very crazy. I need to do this because I'd started to earlier. To Mike Smith's wife, Kim B. K. Rex, obsessed with the show. He says, let her know her family needs her back. The kids are currently lighting the house on fire. She's an amazing mom and my best friend. Happy Mother's Day to Kim B. Happy Mother's Day to you. And of course, cheers to you taking some time for yourself to follow something you enjoy. But know that your family misses you, and that is the signal of a mom, is that when she's gone for even a moment, the family wants her back. Cheers.
Cheers. I don't have anything. So.
You don't have liquor there at the office? What the heck's wrong with you?
No, sir.
And Agrilith, I did read that, but I hadn't finished the toast. And guys, there are a massive amount of super chats tonight. I will try to get through a bunch of them, but I may have to do a catch-up show tonight with them. Because there's
because
many.
you're an idiot?
Yes. Yes.
That's what you say. So
I know. That's what I wrote that. Well, that was my title the other day. I was so tired, and I was like, I'm gonna stream anyway because I'm an
you
idiot.
had to be. Yeah.
But we'll be. I will get all of them, and they are all appreciated. But I do apologize if I don't get to yours on this show. I will get it tonight, and then we will of course have, there will be shows going through the week. Well, tomorrow and into next week and stuff like that. So,
hey Nick, if you need me, just let me know.
Yeah, sounds good. Well, I'm not sure what the shows are going to look like this coming week, but I would like to interview some people about this trial and stuff like that. And
I mean, you got several of us here in Tyler who have experienced some things that don't believe a bleeping
Oh,
word of her
real quick
testimony.
to the chat, if you haven't seen this yet, and some of you are smart and don't have Twitter, I've got to show you this real quick. This was amazing. Hold on.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, if you can bring back up 1830 for a
Watch
moment.
her. Watch her here. Here she comes. She looks to the camera,
1830, I'm sorry.
camera flash, and then it's done.
Yeah.
One more time. Look to the camera, camera flash, pose, done.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Amber, we were talking about this right before the break. It still has my highlight. Which color is underneath the other?
Objection. Calls for
Too small.
speculation.
I'll do it again later.
Based on your perception, which
I'll-
color is
I'll
underneath?
sustain the objection.
All right, let's do this. Let's bring up defendant's 375, which is already into evidence.
Oh, yeah. I suppose I could link it in the chat. Here you go. Sorry, it's hard for me
I
to
need
see how it
clear that highlight, Your Honor,
shows
but I
up on
don't have
y'all's
the
screen.
control on mine. There we go. Thank you.
It's in the top right corner if you need it, but that's fine.
Thank you. Oh, there it is. My menu was
I'll be
hidden.
right back.
Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look. This is the picture that we saw earlier. And do you see the area that's written in red here?
Yes.
Okay. What, if anything, did you have to do with the writing of that red?
Nothing.
Do you, before this trial, did you know who Carly Simon was?
I might have heard her music, but no, I didn't.
Did you know what songs Carly Simon wrote or sang?
No, you had to tell me.
Thank you. All right. And then if you can
You're
just
so
remember this picture,
Amber,
again,
you're
the
so
red
vain.
area there that I've circled.
Mhm.
And then I'm going to ask Michelle to take this one down and put 1830 back up. And I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. What, if anything, did you do to this mirror with respect to the black or the red?
I didn't touch it.
Okay. And what, if any, pictures did you take?
I took a picture of it was the picture we had right before this, is the one I took because it was in the bathroom where I found my clothes in the tub and stuff like that.
Because I was trying to set you up.
And let's go to 374, please. That's already in evidence. Is that the picture you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that I understand. What else was in this bathroom where this mirror was?
The bathtub and another mirror, which also had writing on it. The bathtub had a few of my clothes in it and paint. And both of the two mirrors were painted. I believe I took a picture of both mirrors.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you, Michelle, if you can bring us back to 1831. And did you take this picture?
No.
Okay. And do you see in the mirror there, can you see the bathtub in the back there?
Uh-huh.
Yes, I can.
All right. Was that the bathtub that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
And that had your clothes in it?
Objection leading.
I'm
Sustained.
sorry. What, if anything, did it have in the bathtub?
A few of my clothes with paint on them. You can see I think that's what I see in the corner of the mirror.
Okay. And then let's go to 377 for a moment. That was in. evidence already? And do you recall seeing this picture earlier?
I do.
Okay. And now let's go to 1829, please. Does that appear to be the same lampshade but in color?
It does appear that.
Okay,
It is.
thank you.
Hey,
All right,
Carrie,
now
check
let's
your
just go
phone.
through. I'm going to ask you to take a look at 1834. And what does this depict that you can recall?
That is the TV that Johnny threw the cup of coffee at.
Okay. And let's go to 1835. And what does this depict?
One of the sofas in the living room next to the kitchen with blood on it.
Okay. And then let's go to 1837. And what does this depict?
It's one of the guest bedrooms with Johnny's iPad on the bed and blood and or paint on the duvet cover.
All right, thank you. Now let's do 1838. And what does this depict?
A lampshade or a lamp that has been robbed of the shade.
Okay. Let's go to 1839. What does this depict?
A different bed with more blood on it.
Then let's go to
Whose blood?
1840.
Whose bed? Whose blood was on the bed? Ask her.
And what does this depict?
Blood on one of the guitars that Johnny was apparently trying to play.
Okay. Then you didn't try to play the guitar.
Objection, Your Honor.
What
Call
if
for
any-
speculation.
I didn't even get the words
Overruled
out.
At this point, next.
It was leading.
Okay. What if any effort did you make to play a guitar?
I've never played the guitar.
Okay. Let's go to 1841. What does this depict?
It is where Johnny slammed the end of a bottle into the wall while holding me up against it.
Is this in the bar area?
This happened in 2 rooms, so it's hard to tell.
Okay.
The bottle into the wall, the best of my recollection, happened in the kitchenette bar area downstairs, but I can't be 100% certain.
Okay. And let's go to 1842. What does this depict?
Another broken lamp.
Okay. And then I've just got a few more left. 1805. And what does this depict?
Wine spill. It looks like the remnants of a wine glass being thrown. And it looks like broken glass.
Okay, come on back.
Do
There
you
we go.
recognize where this was in the house?
Well, it looks like a bedside table, but I can't be certain.
Okay.
There's no
Go to
testimony about that
1806.
wine glass being thrown. We don't know who threw it or where it is even, apparently.
All right. Let's let's skip that one and let's go to 1808.
Skip the weed.
Do you know what this depicts?
Wine spill.
Okay. All right. Now, you started to testify about, well, before we go there, in these pictures, would you say they accurately depict the damage that you saw that third morning?
No.
What else, why, how are they not accurately depicting?
Well, if you can believe it, this is it seems significantly cleaned up. There was much more damage, specifically broken glass. On the countertops, there was a lot of broken glass. I could feel it cutting my arms when I was trying to get up. And I could feel it underneath my feet. So I don't know when these pictures were taken, but there's been some cleanup.
Okay. Now, you indicated that that Johnny had turned on your iPhone and recorded. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did there come a time that you discovered a recording on your iPhone from Australia?
Yes, much later. There was this 5-hour-long recording, and naturally, I didn't know what that could possibly be, because even though Johnny and I recorded each other often as part of our, struggles to figure out our relationship, this one was, 5 hours was unusual. And that's when I discovered that there had been this recording of the end of the Australia incident, if you will.
And did you listen to that recording?
I have heard it, yes.
And does it accurately represent what was depicted in that recording?
Yes.
Objection, form, lack of foundation.
You want to approach? I'm not sure.
I'm not sure on that objection. I mean,
I'm not sure how to redeem myself from that, Your Honor. I'm just going to move on, but I can't move on right now. I have to approach and pretend like I'm trying to argue and then go back and like nothing happened.
yeah, because she's been good on objections all day, but that was a foundational question of, is this audio authentic because you were there? Like,
It should be an easy fix, really. I mean, if they have it,
Yeah.
I don't know why she needed to approach.
How you doing, man? How's your birthday going?
Pretty good. Actually, when I came to the office, my employees surprised me with cake, and they're watching a seminar right now. So it was kind of fun. We just took the conference room and just talked a little bit and had some delicious treats.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So if I understand correctly, today is the last day of the trial until the 16th, right?
Yeah, that's the good word.
And that's going to be finishing direct, starting cross, presumably 16, 17,
Yeah,
18.
I can't imagine they're going to finish direct in any. In theory, they could finish direct right at the end, but I imagine they're going to actually keep it going through the 10-day.
Well, think about it. They have 10 days to sift through every article, every public opinion. I mean, that's a golden opportunity. There's no way they're going to miss it.
378.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay. Number, you testified that you made arrangements to return home. Can you
Wait, did they lose on that?
describe, let's take you
Apparently.
to the point you left the Australia house to go to the airport and were accompanied by Ben King. Could you tell the jury what transpired during that period of time?
So I left Australia shortly after that. My understanding was Johnny was in the hospital for his finger, and Ben King was going to accompany me. And on the way to the airport, Johnny calls me, and we were just crying on the phone. He was crying. he asked if it was, if he had killed it, meaning the relationship, it was, I don't remember the exact words that he used, but it was kind of asking me in that way, is it done? Is this over? Did we kill it? Did I kill it? So, that sort of thing. I don't remember what I was saying to him, but we hung up as I went into the airport. I had a mix of feelings. Nothing really was making perfect sense to me, for sure. And I flew back with Ben. I don't really remember speaking to Ben on the flight.
Do you, when Mr. Depp was, what you testified on what Mr. Depp said to you on the phone ride, were you on the phone with anyone else, or was it just Mr. Depp you were on the phone with?
I only remember speaking to Johnny, and I remember sitting in the backseat of the SUV that had driven me, and we were outside of the entrance where you walk into the airport, and I even then felt torn about leaving. I obviously didn't want to stay, but I was in such shock and
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I don't know how that's non-responsive.
We're going to ask your question again.
Okay. Please tell us how you felt at that point and what Mr. Depp was saying to you.
I remember.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
She was in the middle of responding to it, Your Honor, and Your Honor said
it was a
ask the
different question, but I'll sustain that objection if you want to ask a question.
Okay. How did you feel at that time?
I felt destroyed. Like my heart was broken. I didn't know what to do. I thought maybe if I left him in Australia, I thought maybe something would happen to him. I thought he might die or kill himself, because it certainly seems like the trajectory he was on. He told me he had put a cigarette out on his face before, the Friday before, and
There it
combined
is.
with all the, when I was in the bedroom and he was in the hospital, I found, and I was packing my bags and stuff, I found all these empty bags, Coke bags, dime bags with white residue on them. I'm in them. They were in books, in the bedside table. There were so many that I was like, I wondered how I didn't see it before, even though I had, just gotten there. So I was worried he would die. And I was worried that we couldn't come back from what happened. I was worried that
Question on cross. Were you delusional
there's
or
just
were
no
you
way
lying?
to turn this around. There was no going back, but shock. Shock.
So you flew out of that airport. Did you have a stop anywhere before you went back to LA?
Objection, relevance.
In a minute, I'll show
Overruled.
you.
Yes, we did. We stopped in an airport. I think it was, we stopped at the Sydney airport from Brisbane, I believe.
And did you have to change gates there?
Yes, we had a short flight to get to Sydney, and then in Sydney, I walked with Ben through the airport to get the next plane, and we passed a newsstand. And I just remember I passed this newsstand, and there was a book on one of the book stands outside of the store, and it had this puzzle piece on it, and Johnny and I used to use that as a term of endearment, puzzle piece, And I saw this puzzle piece on the cover of the book. It got my attention. It said 4 ways to click, a relationship guide. So I bought it. And
Who was the author?
Dr. Amy Banks.
Okay. Go ahead, please continue.
So the book, at least from the subtitle, said it was a book on solving relationship problems. So I bought it and I read it on the way home.
And why did you buy it and read it on the way home?
Because I loved this man. I loved this man so much. And it was so toxic. And for some reason, I couldn't get him to not hurt me. I couldn't. And it seemed like I was hurting him. We loved each other so much. At least I loved him so much. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do with this relationship. It was awful and toxic, but it was so important to me. And I loved him so much. I would have read 1,000,000 books.
So when you got back
She needs to work on her acting skills.
LA, how long before Mr. Depp came back?
A few days. Johnny came back within a few days. He went to his Sweetser house, the main house, which was what we did. You know, if there was a problem between Johnny and I, we weren't under the same roof once, you know, the fight had either paused or ended, depending, but he would go to Sweetser and I would stay at the ECB. And so he went to Sweetser upon landing, and there was some conversations with the medical team, you know, doctors and stuff. And I just remember feeling concerned for his life because things had changed, and without saying what they said to me,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
She said without saying.
She's characterizing it.
Well, I'll overrule for now. We'll see where we go.
I became really, really worried that Johnny was not going to live through this, that there would be infections or problems and things, and he wouldn't stop using Coke, and he couldn't get the surgery he needed because he wouldn't stop using Coke, and they wouldn't put him under because of all the Coke. So,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll
Lack of
sustain as the
foundation.
last part.
Okay.
All right, next question.
So when did you next communicate? When did you next see Mr. Depp after you got back from Australia?
I saw him a few days. I don't know how long it was, but it was at the doctor. I think my best recollection is that it was in the doctor's office or around that he needed a procedure.
Did there come a time that you reconciled after Australia?
Yes, because it almost felt like it went away so quickly because there was this surgery that he needed, and there was maybe he had more than one surgery, but it was, you know, like it became very, very about getting Johnny through the next step, you know, getting Johnny home, getting Johnny off the Coke long enough to get the procedure done, and then after that procedure, getting another procedure done. And it was just these small steps. And before you know it, we were kind of back in it. With the prospect, of course, of him being done with all the drugs and drinking, because that's what necessarily had to happen for him to have this surgery. So that made me feel a little, you know, a little bit more secure and kind of coming back into this relationship with him.
Still having trouble with the
I'm going to
bottle
take
rape
you to
thing.
March 23, 2015. which is a few weeks after, 2.5 weeks roughly after Australia. Where was Johnny staying at this point?
I think he was staying at the Eastern Columbia, at the ECB. Yeah, he was staying at the ECB at the time because we were kind of in the bedroom together the night of the 22nd, which is when he passed out, how I found his iPad.
I'm sorry, when you,
I found his iPad open. He was texting someone with it open. He passed out, and I saw what he was texting.
please tell the jury about that.
He was texting this woman that he had had a relationship with on and off, kind of at the beginning of our relationship. So I recognized the name, but the date was right after the wedding. I saw it. He had gone to her house after we got married. Like upon touching down in Los Angeles, I think it was the next day, he went to this woman's house that he has this sexual relationship with. And
What did you do as a result of seeing that on the iPad?
I freaked out. I immediately confronted him about it. I was, I didn't care in that moment if he did kill me, which is likely in confronting him at that stage of our lives. I didn't even care anymore. At this moment, he had already ripped my heart out. It's like I've just been through after having been through what I went through in Australia. Just weeks prior, I see this. It was like, unbelievably painful.
So what did you do?
I'm yelling at him. So just yelling. I was calling him all these ugly names. I was screaming at him. Told him to get the fuck out of the house. That's what I said. Excuse my language, but we were screaming at each other. At some point, we were upstairs in penthouse 3, and we kind of get into a how do you describe it? Pushing each other, And I just remember being so mad at him for cheating on me and doing so in this way, like right after the wedding. And then right after my wedding, go to see him, and then Australia happens, and it just felt like everything came crashing down, and I was so hurt. Anyway, I break out of his grasp at some point, and I go into my sister's room. The apartments in the ECB are connecting. At least 3 of them are, and they connect from upstairs only. So you could get from Johnny and I's apartment into the neighboring apartment where Whitney, my sister, was staying at the time. And then you could go from that apartment into penthouse 5. Again, still on the top floor. So I went through Johnny's office, which is how you access the door that gets you into Whitney, the neighboring apartment where Whitney was, my sister. And I went in there and woke her up crying, screaming, saying, "What am I going to do?"
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sorry.
All right, sustain.
I don't know, that was Dafford to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll
Certainly
sustain.
In any event. All right.
Sustain.
I'll
Okay, so
sustain.
you went to Whitney's. Don't tell the jury what you said to her, but what happened next?
Johnny comes into penthouse 4 and grabs me. I don't know why. I don't know what he was doing. But at one moment, I'm aware that my sister's somewhere nearby, and I thought about that. I just remember thinking about that, and he, I remember getting kind of free from Johnny, and he left, or he walked out of the room.
When you say free from Johnny, what, if any, connection did you have? The physical connection before that?
Well, I mean, I'm, trying to stand up for myself, and Johnny would, at that stage in our relationship, he would just throw me, shove me, hit me in the face. I mean, it was just like, all I could do is just try to fight back, or try to not get more hurt than not doing anything would have certainly left me. I don't really recall specifics. I remember at one point he had his uncasted hand in my hair, and I was looking at the carpet.
Oh, here we go.
I don't know what happened immediately after that, but I remember he left. He was out of the room for a while. I don't know how we got into, I think I heard him in P5. Again, this is the neighboring apartment of that. So there's P4 in between, and P5 is the corner. And that apartment was empty, basically. And so I used it, the top bedrooms, the bedrooms on the top floor as my closet, and I had all these clothing racks and shoe racks and stuff like that in there. And then it had another level, the mezzanine, which is it hung over the rest of the bottom floor. And I use that as my office. And the bottom floor is, of course, the living room with just some sparsely decorated, just some big couches and a low table. And I I hear him in penthouse 5. And on the lower level also is another painting studio, like painting area of mine. So I go in there because I hear him, and he's screaming, but I don't know why. I don't know who he's. My understanding was he was screaming at me, but I wasn't in that apartment. I could hear him, and when I heard him, I came into penthouse 5, and I have to go down the stairs, and I went down the stairs to the mezzanine level where my office was, and I could see him and a security guard and Debbie, the nurse, and he was sitting on the sofa.
None of whom testified to any of
when
this.
I first walked into the room, and he kind of stood up, was drinking Red Bull and screaming at me. And Debbie came up the stairs because I'm screaming back at him. She came up the stairs, I think. And while she came up, I'm supposed to kind of comfort me. And while I was up on the mezzanine floor, Whitney came down, and he threw the Red Bull can up at me, certainly, but it
again mimicry
hit or narrowly missed Debbie. And
she didn't testify to this.
I called him a pussy, and said something about, I'm screaming at him angrily. I at least called him a fucking pussy. I don't know what else I said, but I was screaming at him because he threw this can at me and everything else that had happened. And when I did that, he bolted up the stairs. And, there's only, he was up the first flight of stairs. Again, I'm on the mezzanine, which is in between 2 flights of stairs. He bolted up the steps. And I don't know how he managed to get his hand in my hair so fast, but he had his hand on the back of my head, my hair, and kind of was yanking me down, and
by the roots of your hair,
hit me in the face with this cast he had. I just remember this brief struggle we had before kind of break away. Whitney, my sister, all of a sudden put herself in between Johnny and I. She just threw herself like in the line of fire or whatever. She just all of a sudden was there, was trying to get Johnny to stop. Her back was to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I just see my little sister with her back her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait for any other, I don't hesitate, I don't wait, I just in my head instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs, and I swung at him. In all of my relationship to date with Johnny, I hadn't landed a blow. And I, for the first time, hit him, like actually hit him, square in the face.
So Debbie Lloyd became Whitney?
He didn't push my sister down the stairs. And all my time of being in that relationship to that point, hadn't even landed one on Johnny. Sure, I tried to fight back, threw my arms, flailed my arms, hit whenever I could to try to block blows myself, but never landed anything. And Johnny kind of looked stunned and then laughed at me and then lunged at me again. And before I know it, security stepped in between us and pulled Johnny away. And I went upstairs with my sister, and we locked the door, and I could just hear all this commotion happening in Penthouse 5. I could hear him raging, destroying my things. I could hear it. And at some point I saw it the next day.
Tell the jury what you saw the next day.
All these all my clothing racks were toppled over, shoe racks toppled over, thrown down the stairs. Desk, everything on my desk wiped off. Just it looked like everything that he could touch, he tried to turn over, destroy, smash, But my clothing racks, these huge, heavy clothing racks full of clothes, there was at least one of them he threw down the stairs. The rest were toppled over.
Amber, I'm going to fast forward to December 15, 2015.
Security and Debbie Lloyd are there. No one witnesses.
Were
this.
you and Mr. Depp together
Directly
at that time?
involved, apparently.
Yes, we were.
Did you have a fight that night?
December 15th. Yes, we did, but I don't recall. I don't recall what started the argument. We had periods leading up to that were really beautiful and really good, and then periods that weren't.
Well, let's talk about the December 15, 2015. What do you recall of your fight that night with Mr. Depp?
I remember him chasing me in the kitchen. I remember throwing something in his direction to slow down his momentum. I remember him screaming. I remember him getting on top of me at some point, toppling me. Mostly at that moment downstairs, he was hitting me in my face. Okay, this is another example of when I wish so much I could tell you an exact sequence.
Yeah, because you're making it up. I mean, would you not go to the media immediately when that happened? Immediately.
So I'll tell you what I do remember.
Yep.
I remember at some point.
Or document it.
trying to
picture.
flee upstairs. And we had, he got a hold of me and I got free, and I managed to get all the way up the stairs almost. I was on the last flight, and we'd had some interaction where I think I said something to him on the stairs. It might have been broken up, and I think I said something on the stairs, and I just remember how quickly he shot back up those stairs and grabbed me by the back of my hair, my head, slammed his hand on my head, and I went down on the stairs, and he overtook me. I remember him so well. I remember his boots and the sound they made. I remember him grabbing my hair, my head, and kind of dragging me up the stairs the rest of the way. He dragged me into the room that those stairs open into. It's like a salon foyer area. And we had this argument that kind of, was a shoving match that I was losing. By the second or third shove, he sent me toppling over this chaise lounge, like a little low-lying sofa seat. And I hit my head on the brick wall. There was an exposed brick wall. I remember I stood up, and I remember Johnny asking me if I wanted to go. And he did that thing where he's like challenging me. He said it in that way, challenging me to stand up, get back up. And when I did, he said, "Oh, you really want to go now, tough guy?" Shoved me back down. "Oh, you really want to go, huh? Oh, you're so tough." I stood back up again. This time he hits me in the face. I stand back up and look him right in the eyes. And it was just a really still moment. I'll never forget it. Really still. I stood up and he said, "You want to go again, tough guy?" And I just looked right at him, just looked right at his face. And he balled up his fists, leaned back, and headbutted me square in the nose. Just right as I stood in front of him. I was a foot from him. Just slammed me right in the nose. Instantly, searing pain. It's one of the few memories I have in this long relationship that I actually remember the physical pain in that moment, just searing. And I remember thinking, you have your hands free. I had time to think. You have your hands free. You could have hit me with your hands. Why did you headbutt me?
Good question.
I told him that night I was going to leave him. I went through his office to go into the other room where I kept all my stuff. We had another struggle. He overtook me. I was trying to hit him off me. I was trying to get him to trying to get his body off of me, and he was just pummeling me. I don't know how else to describe what I was. I went down to the floor. I remember being on top of me, and he's screaming and swinging at me while I was on the floor. He had me by the hair and dragged me the rest of the way from the office into the neighboring room, the neighboring apartment. I remember the door that connected these two these two rooms had a metal grate, not a grate, but a metal bottom, metal floor that separated it. It's a big, heavy bank door. And I remember he was dragging me, and I removed my hands from my head and kind of tried to grab onto the metal door to prevent him from dragging me into the room. But I couldn't stop him. He dragged me all the way from that carpet. I was I was trying to get free of his grasp. I was trying to stop him from pulling me. I remember feeling the carpet and the metal. And he drags me up to the bed, throws me down onto the bed. It kind of wrestles me down onto the bed. And he kneels on my back with one leg. And I was trying to fight him off me because I was face down on the bed top. And he wrestled me down, kind of trying to hold me down with his knee on my back. And he's punching me with a closed fist, punching me repeatedly. And I don't remember even feeling the pain. I just remember the sound of Johnny's voice. He got next to my ear and he was screaming over and over and over again. Each time it sounded louder and more desperate. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. Over and over. Fucking hate you. And then pounding the back of my head, pounding it with his fist. And I don't even remember feeling pain. I just could hear myself scream until I couldn't hear myself anymore. I could just hear him say that he was going to kill me. And that he sounded like an animal in pain when he was saying that he fucking hated me. He sounded like he was almost crying, or something in his voice was different. He sounded different, he sounded like he was in agony. It was high-pitched and loud. And I don't know how many times he just hit me over and over and over again. And I got really still. And it felt in my body like quiet. And I thought, this is how I die. He's going to kill me now. And I'm not. He's going to kill me, and he won't even have realized it.
No tears.
Nope.
I couldn't breathe.
All right, George Floyd.
I remember trying to scream, and I couldn't scream. I was suffocating in this pillow top with him holding me down, punching me.
In the back of the head? You're still conscious?
Over and over, and I don't have any memory after that until I woke up.
When you woke up, was there
She's trying to end on a
anything
high
you-
note for the weekend, for the
Yeah.
break. Clearly.
Oh, for the love of Jesus, just answer the question.
It's very hard to remember her stories.
Well, I know that, but
I
just answer the
remember
question.
hearing my best friend's voice. I felt like it came, felt like it was like on a speakerphone, like it came from everywhere. I just heard her voice in a weird way. It felt like it was coming
She
from
has a
two
friend?
directions.
Good for her.
And I realized that I was sitting on the edge of the bed, on the carpet of the floor against the broken frame of the bed. And there was a low-lying bed with a really thick wooden frame. And it was broken from his boot trying to get a purchase on it while he was.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I think she looks
could feel
upset
it.
that she's not getting the reaction from the jury she was expecting.
Exactly.
Thank you. Please continue.
I was there for it. And while he was on top of me, I could feel that. I could feel him trying to get balance. I could feel him slipping. I could hear it. I don't know how I got off the bed. I don't know what happened to me. from the time I stopped hearing myself scream. I don't know what happened to me. It's a really weird feeling because next thing I remember is leaning against the broken part of the bed and on the carpet, and my friend saying, "Oh my God, oh my
Objection,
God."
Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Go ahead. And without
And then
throwing what Rocky said.
I eventually, she called the nurse Erin. She got something out of the freezer for my face. She did a concussion check with Erin on the phone.
Not in her medical report.
I thought I probably had a concussion, and certainly thought I had a broken nose. There was blood everywhere, blood all over those pillows. My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor all over the
Photos?
place. It was just all over the apartment.
Just that one chunk we saw, supposedly.
He, after leaving me, had written on the countertops in Sharpies.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 510.
All bark and no bite. That's what I'm saying.
And people wonder why defense attorneys don't believe domestic violence victims.
Come on.
I told you before, Nick, you can't handle all our bullshit. It's too much. For the
Yeah, no kidding.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And does it accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, that's the next day, I think.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 510.
No objection.
All right, 510 evidence. You can publish it.
Okay, show us the back of the head with the ripped out hair and blood everywhere.
I want to see multiple chunks. We've already seen this one.
And could you describe to the jury what that is?
It was chunks of my hair that Johnny ripped out. while
That's the
dragging
rip-
me,
Did she pull it out or did he?
and punching me.
Exactly.
That's the
Thank you.
ripped out hair
Michelle,
from
could you bring up
the bloody
513,
scalp.
please?
Like,
Defendant's 513.
Uh-huh. Allegedly.
Scalps
how
bleed
short was your
everywhere.
hair?
Yeah. Did Johnny use a bottle to cut the hair out?
Does this picture
Just pull that off your
accurately
brush?
depict you
That's what it looks like.
and the scene portrayed?
Yeah, it's too
This
neat.
is a couple days later, but yeah.
Okay. I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 513.
I've seen pictures of hair
Objection.
ripped out of people's
513
skulls.
evidence.
It's
Same.
not nice. Yeah, you're probably too, Larry.
And
Yeah.
could you tell the jury what this is?
It's
and what
usually
it
in a
depicts?
clump. It's not.
It's
neatly
not
straight.
neatly
This
laid
is
out on a carpet.
my face
and there's blood.
with
Yes.
a busted lip, which it's difficult to see in this picture, but my two black eyes, one is worse than the other. Like I said, maybe a day or two later. And my broken nose.
All right. Thank you. Michelle, can you bring up
That's
Defendant's
the prettiest
Exhibit
broken nose I've
514?
ever seen.
I wish my broken noses have looked like that. I didn't really tell when I got it.
You know how I know she's lying about the
Does
broken
this
nose?
accurately portray the scene?
Anybody who's ever been hit in the face and
Yes,
has
it's my
had direct
face.
impact to the nose, you get this
Yeah.
metallic
Gotcha.
taste in your mouth.
Your Honor,
She
I'm
Yes.
never
going to
talked
move the
about
admission
that.
of Defendant's
Right.
514.
That's the
Objection.
blood basically seeping into your mouth.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If you could just briefly describe for the jury what this one is.
That would also be painful to do that gesture with
That's
your face.
my face. Some time
No
after,
injury to the nose.
um,
Mm-hmm.
and Johnny
Mm.
beat me up.
Thank you. Michelle,
It
if you
just
could
looks like
bring up
smeared
Defendant
mascara.
515.
She just looks like she hasn't slept in that photo. That's all that I see.
This
Right.
accurately portrayed the scene depicted.
I see movie
Because
magic.
of
Yes.
that MDMA that she
Remove the
doesn't
admission
do.
of Exhibit
Yeah.
516.
Yes,
Objection.
Johnny
5:15
needs
or
help, but
5:16?
she can
Right,
recreationally
5:16, I'm sorry,
stop when she
misspoke.
wants.
You said 5:15
Oh.
before.
515.
No objection to 5:15? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
5:15 in evidence.
And what does this depict, Amber? Could you tell the jury?
This is my face sometime after.
All right.
I mean, there's something here,
Let's look at
but that's about all I'm getting.
516, please.
That nose is smooth and straight
Yeah.
from that angle.
That's a terrible photo for her case, for her allegation.
Well, but if you look at her eye
Exactly.
while she's testifying,
Looks like
she
the-
has that same mark underneath that eye that she's trying to claim. So that could be a birthmark.
Amber?
Yes,
Look at her
it
eye.
does.
She's
This
got
is
that mark
maybe-
right underneath
Wait,
that
wait,
eye
let me-
that she's
let
trying
me
to
move
say
it. Yeah,
was
she's
the
got-
black
Yeah,
eye.
remove the
Sure.
admission
Yeah,
of
it's like a shadow.
defendant's Exhibit 516.
No objection.
5:16 in evidence?
Yeah, that's
And from
actually a
the
good
side,
angle
you can
for it.
see it.
Okay, Amber, go ahead and.
Look at it. It's right under that eye.
I think this is maybe that night or after Johnny left me on the bed.
Those are Wolverine-like healing powers.
Go to
Then
517.
Well, and it looks to me like her nose is smaller now.
well, I just mean the black eyes went away that quick.
Does this
That's
accurately
miracle healing.
portray the scene depicted?
Yeah.
Some great Emica cream, dude.
Yes, it does.
Move to
Just
admit
It's that
Maybe
makeup she had that
517, Your
didn't
Honor.
exist at
No
that
objection.
time.
5:17 in evidence?
She was freebasing it.
Amber, please describe for the jury what this portrays.
This is my busted lip after I
That's my
picked off
face
the chat part and
after-
squeezed a bunch of blood out.
This
Mhm.
incident.
And what's portrayed on your lip?
Well, he busted my lip when he punched me. It's bleeding in this picture. It
Wouldn't
kept-
there be like a
Swelling.
black
There-
mark around
No,
Yes.
Yeah.
my lip's
where
moved.
the
Yes.
impact was?
Mhm.
Yes.
But that's just when you bite your
Yeah.
lip, that's what happens.
Or my dog hit it.
Yeah,
There's zero swelling.
and that nose still looks nice and straight. No.
Yeah.
And where's the blood in the previous photos?
Mm-hmm.
She must have just
Is
wiped
this
it off right
accurately
before taking the
portray
photo those
scene
times.
Yeah.
depicted?
Right.
Yes.
Rocky
Move the
helped her.
admission of 519.
No objection, Your Honor.
5:19 in evidence?
And tell the jury what this shows.
This is my lip a few days later.
Let's go to defendants 520, please.
Everybody in chat's calling it herpes.
That's what looks like what happens when you have a cold sore, not a.
Yeah. Everybody in chat's saying herpes.
Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes.
Move the admission of defendants 520. Was it 521? 520.
No objection.
5:20
got
Why
in
does she
herpes
get
from-
weepy about picture of her lip?
Please tell the jury what's depicted here.
That's my scalp with a chunk of it missing.
That's your gray
Probably.
hair?
Johnny was tracking my hair.
Where's the hair that's missing?
Defendants
I
521.
didn't see any hair missing.
Same.
Yeah.
But that's your gray hair on top of all of it.
like ripping out hair is violent, and it
Yeah.
also
Right,
causes
like, it
bruising
leaves-
on the
it
scalp
leaves-
because
Yes.
Yeah, Google it, guys.
Yep.
It's-
Just
Yeah,
Google. You
it
have to do it.
leaves.
522.
Like it's.
it
Mhm.
pulls the skin away from your skull and causes
Yes.
subsurface bruising and swelling.
Yes.
It's really
Yes.
nasty.
Sometimes it
it's really
ta-
massive. It's
Sometimes it
not
tears the skin and you
a
bleed.
picture of her gray hair.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, this is.
That's just a photo of the top of her head. That's it.
Yeah.
She just heals real fast, guys. Just like the bottle.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
She's Aquawoman.
Well, it's a few days later.
Okay. Move the admission of 522, please.
No objection.
5:22 in evidence?
Camille is just
And
sharpening her
what
knives
shows
right
there?
now.
My face is healing.
Okay. Let's go to 523.
Where?
Yeah, it's like it never even happened.
Because that mark is still there on
Mhm.
her right eye. You can see it through the makeup.
And plus, the allegation of the
accurately
abuse was
portrayed
so
the scene depicted.
violent.
And that
Yeah,
mark
left
is
zero
something you get
marks.
when you drink wine, which she's
Day
admitted she's
or so
done.
after, maybe longer. I can't tell, but yes, it does.
Move the admission of 523.
No objection.
523.
And I'm just going to draw your attention, Amber, to an area up here. What, if any, bruising did you sustain in that area?
Objection leading.
What, if
You see
any,
that smudge? It looks like my fingerprint.
Okay.
It's
Your
What,
Honor,
if
can we-
any, bruising did you
Objection leading.
sustain?
It looks
No
like I dyed
objection.
my gray hair and some of it leaked onto my head.
Did you? What injuries did you have?
I had bruising on my temple,
Got the
my
meatballs
chin,
going.
Where?
my neck, the back of my head. I had swelling and pieces of, my scalp kind of ripped, torn. They were gross, pussy. But this is of the bruising around my temple from one of the blows, several of the blows. I don't know.
Oh, I bet you did a lot of blowing.
Let's go to 524.
With Elon.
Does this accurately portray the scene shown?
Yes.
Okay. Move the admission of 524.
No objection.
524 in evidence.
And what does this show?
It's I had a pretty. Can I touch the screen?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Yes.
And I had a pretty gross bruise right there in my head, on my temple. It's difficult to see it in this light, but I remember it was pretty.
Why didn't you take it in a
Ugly.
better lighting
I
position?
remember it was way worse.
Yeah.
Let's go to.
Trust me.
Still
Defendant
looks like
509.
dye from hair coloring to me.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move the admission of defendants 509.
No objection.
All right, 509.
Will you please tell the jury what this is?
That's the bed that Johnny broke. Well, on top of me.
All right, let's go to defendants 511, please.
Again, if it's true, this is a harrowing and horrifying story, but I'm having a lot of trouble
Does this
buying any of
accurately
it.
portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Move the admission of defendants 511.
No physiological
objection.
response
Right,
to the
evidence.
scene of the crime where the most horrendous
seen
act
this
that has ever been
picture.
acted upon you occurred.
Just more destruction from a part of the fight that happened in the bedroom. Not the bedroom that I was just talking about. It was the main bedroom.
I would be
You're gonna-
bawling my eyes out.
A part
You
of the
look
fight
like
that
Kyle
happened in there
Rittenhouse.
too.
Let's go to defendants 512, please.
They should make her take her
Does this
makeup off and take a
accurately portray
picture
the scene
right
depicted?
now, so you can see that
Yes,
mark under her
that's
eye.
Yeah,
downstairs.
Without the
underneath that
concealer.
eye.
Yeah.
Underneath her
Let me
right
move
eye.
the admission
Because
of
it's
it.
there,
Move
you
the
can
admission
see.
of defendants 512, please.
You're on a motion to
No
remove
objection.
makeup from
512 in
witness.
evidence.
Yes.
Okay,
do
now please
that.
tell the jury about it.
It's downstairs in the main apartment.
Oh no, there's wine on the floor.
Let's go to defendants 525.
It's like $98 of wine, you jerk.
Yeah. No, I that part's true, but it's like, oh no, the wine got spilled. That means it's true.
Why waste it?
$500 a bottle.
Accurately
Yes.
depict the scene portrayed.
Yes.
Move the admission of 525, please.
No objection.
All right.
Not liking the tie today.
And please tell the jury what this is.
That's like a 90s
This
tie.
is Johnny's graffitiing
I like
on
the shirt and
the
the suit.
kitchen counter that he left up on his way out, I suppose.
All right. And I think defendants 526 is already.
Johnny's right. This is all bullshit.
Yep. 526 is an evidence.
Why be a fraud?
Now, Amber, as of December 15, 2015, what were your plans for Christmas that year?
To not be bullshit?
Well, up to this point, the plan was to have our families join us. We would go with the kids and celebrate Christmas together, as a married couple. And we would all go to Johnny's Island. And he had invited my best friend at the time, Rocky, and her family, meaning her mom and her fiance, and my parents and my sister. And we were all going to go to this island I've told you about that Johnny has in the Bahamas and spend it together. And that was the plan leading up to this.
And what, if anything, changed as a result of this night of December 15, 2015?
After they saw my face, no one wanted to go to the island anymore with Johnny. They wanted me to leave him.
That's when he attacked me with
Did
the mistletoe.
you have to appear, were you scheduled to appear on the James Corden show on December 16?
That's right. I was promoting The Danish Girl, the film I had done earlier in the year in London before going to see Johnny in Australia. So I was promoting that film that had been completed, and they asked me to make an appearance on a night show called The James Corden Show. After this happened, and I did the first concussion check with Aaron on the phone, I got worried that I wouldn't be able to hide the bruising and swelling. But I iced it all night, and the next day checked in the mirror to see if I could get away with it, meaning hiding it, so I could make an appearance. And I gambled and thought maybe I could pull it off. I had my hair and makeup team come, and they worked around it, meaning worked around the lesions on my head with the hairspray, because that stings, and worked around the bruising by covering it with heavier makeup than normal bruise covering makeup. And I remember my lip was still bleeding and swollen, so we did this like really thick, super heavy matte red lipstick. I remember very well at the time that
what's normal
we had no
bruise
choice
makeup?
color, and that was one of my favorite colors to wear. And in this occasion, we had no choice because nothing else would hide my busted lip.
I'd like to see that show.
And I went on the show, did what I always do. I told people I had an accident.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain the
It's not
objection.
offered to prove the truth of the matter, but
Sustain.
because you didn't have an accident. but-
Your Honor.
All right.
I'll sustain the-
Counsel's
Okay.
testifying.
Please
Objection.
continue. So did you
Objection,
appear on the
yeah.
show?
I appeared on the show.
Okay. And did there come a time that you
You're going to have
changed
any
your
of those
mind
people
and
testify?
Went to the Bahamas
Right.
with Mr. Depp.
Or do we have a clip from that show
Eventually.
showing her face and makeup?
Eventually, I did.
And you went there with whom?
I went with Johnny's kids. I was, obviously I didn't see Johnny after this because he didn't face the damage he caused in my experience. He was never around for the cleanups. And so he wasn't around for a few days. And I eventually heard from him and he said he wanted to talk. And then he understood that it couldn't go back, like almost as if he understood that I wouldn't forgive him. Made it easier somehow to talk to him. I didn't feel so bad about myself in that case because, how could I put up with this, right? But with the understanding that we were done, I could, allow for us to have one last conversation, I suppose. But I just, it's like, I was heartbroken by the idea that I would spend my first Christmas as a married couple with his kids and everything on the island. I was heartbroken at the idea of missing that. And
No, she wasn't.
it's the best I can describe it is it's like for every hit, every instance of violence, every time I was choked, every single one of these instances was like a heavy coin put into a piggy bank. And you think, okay, well, each single one of these is like,
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I think it's responsive, yeah.
No, it's
The
not.
question was,
she's
with
doing,
whom did you
why?
go?
If we could
Yeah.
ask the question.
Good job, girl.
Tell us
Yeah.
how you felt and what you were thinking in this process of whether to go to have Christmas with Mr. Depp and his children.
Objection compound.
I guess I was trying to explain
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, roll your eyes again,
that,
sunshiny days.
just after you think each one of these is, it's almost like for each one of these things that happens, you lose the will or resolve to leave. It's like every single heavy coin you put in this piggy bank is like an investment into the future you're going to get to, and then before you know it, you're just carrying around this weighted ball. This piggy bank's too heavy. You can't leave.
Unlike real money,
For
we'll
every
never
single
have.
time I went back or allowed him back after this sort of thing would happen,
Allowed him
I
back.
lost a piece
Ooh,
of
good catch.
myself,
Vernacular choice of words gives
piece of
away her
my
strategy.
confidence,
mindset.
Allowed.
She
I-
decided.
trust in myself to leave and move on. I lost the fortifications, I lost myself, and it was somehow easier to
Fortifications?
stay.
Yeah, what's that?
Is that your big word for the day? This is
I
our
didn't want
vocabulary word for
to
the
stay
day?
in the violence.
She calls it
and this.
fortification.
I wanted to stay with Johnny.
Not to be confused with fornication.
Well, I guess she
Good
learned
Johnny.
it from
I
auditing
loved-
those classes in college when she was 12.
So I
Exactly.
put another one of those coins in the piggy bank of investment in hope and future, and
So
I forgive him.
Don't use stupid metaphors on the stand.
wasn't
Just
even
tell the
that
fucking truth.
simple. I just
The coins in the piggy bank sounds like an Ed Sheeran
decided to believe in that it
song.
would never happen again. Clean and sober once again. This time was the last time because it couldn't be worse than this, right? It couldn't be worse.
Couldn't be worse.
And part of me thought, well, maybe I just needed to get this bad
Trying to win
to
the
get.
Academy Award.
No,
It couldn't be
now we can't go
worse.
back. There's no way this could happen again. So I went to the island after a few days of talking with Johnny, arguing with Johnny, talking with Johnny, negotiating that it was going to be clean and sober. I wasn't going to drink anymore. He wasn't going to use anymore. He'd never lay a hand on me
But you
again.
were.
He'd
So it
rather
was
die than
okay.
do
Yeah, you were
that.
still
So he was
drinking.
saying, and
Yeah.
I was scared. My friends were scared, but I decided to go. After a few days of having the plane and the kids waiting, not knowing what was going on, they were at Sweetser, the main house, kind of just waiting to go on this Christmas vacation. And eventually I got in the car with Johnny and we picked his kids up and left for the island.
So let's go to the island for the Christmas holidays. And what, if any, arguments did you have with Mr. Depp at the island over the Christmas holiday?
Towards the end of the trip, the trip itself was pretty nice, but towards the end, he started drinking again. Started with wine, and we were on the couch in the main house, a cabin. It's like a one-room kind of cabin. And we were sitting on the couch, and Johnny, what I perceived as nodding off. I don't still know what it was, but he was kind of passing out or nodding off or something like that. And I'm sensitive at this point to the clues that I can pick up on to know what pattern of behavior I'm dealing with, because they made a huge difference in my life. So if I knew what he was on and what he was doing, I could react accordingly. So I'm picking up clues. I'm sitting next to him and he's nodding off. And every single time he kind of like nods off, he dumps his glass of wine on my lap. And I say every single time because it happened like 3 times. First time, whatever. Second time, I'm like, Johnny, are you all right? And I probably say it like a little weighted. And in my head, I'm just wondering what he's on. Does this mean he's on the Roxy's again? Is it nodding off? What's going on? What am I going to deal with? He just had promised that it was clean and sober. We had this horrible thing happen in December. I thought we were moving forward. And the third time this happens, I jump up. I already changed my pants twice. And I jumped up and I shout at Johnny, like, what are you doing? Or, Johnny, you spill on me again, something to that effect.
Doubt that.
And I get up, get up off the couch, and Johnny's son says,
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
You're not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It explains what's coming.
If you could approach, I just don't know.
Yeah, what's she going to say is what matters here.
Yeah.
Because if she's going to say daddy's on drugs, then yeah, it's offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Yeah, but I highly doubt she jumped up and went, hey, I'm worried about you. I need you to be focused and okay.
Again, these stories, like, you just wonder, like, where's anybody during this? Why are you still there? I mean, this guy has allegedly bottle raped you to near death and then bludgeoned the back of your head to near death. He left. You've left. It's not like you're like, okay, there are women who get battered who are stuck. She has been freed and then come back, and then he's been gone. Like, it's not like she's a trapped prisoner here. It's baffling to me.
Well, and she said we agreed we were done.
Amber, please continue. Jack
says, are you okay or can I help? Something to that effect. And I pointedly say to Jack, but really to Johnny, like, thank you, Jack. To make a point of the fact that he hadn't offered to help me or even acknowledge that he'd been spilling wine. First, he's drinking wine. Second, he's spilling it all over me. And third, he's spilling it because he's nodding off, is what I assume. So I kind of say this in a pointed way at Jack, thanking him for offering. And I get up, go to the closet, take off the pants that have just been ruined. And Johnny comes into the closet right after me and slams me up against the side of the the closet. And just with clarity, while holding my neck, he said he'd fucking kill me if I ever spoke to him like that in front of his kids again. If I ever embarrass him, and he just shoved me and embarrassed.
Where's
If
the
I ever
pictures?
embarrass you, if
You'd
you
have
ever
bruises.
embarrass me again
Where are those
in front of my
pictures?
kids, I'll fucking kill you. And I don't recall who told Jack to leave, or I don't really recall having an awareness of where he was at this point, but I leave the closet, go into the bathroom, which is right next to it. And he comes barreling into the bathroom behind me. Before he does that, I said something snarky to him. "Don't fucking ever talk to me like that again," or "I hate you," or something in response, just something.
Which she
So
dismisses
that
because she's an
I felt like
innocent.
I wasn't just being a punching bag. And I kind of
Is
get
Johnny
over to the
left-handed?
bathroom, but I didn't even have the door shut before he was in the
anybody know?
bathroom with me.
That's a good
And I don't know if he used my body to shut the door, or if he just shut it. But again, brings me up against the wall. But this time he just grabbed my vagina. Like,
I thought Johnny didn't like Trump.
Come on now.
Too much, man. Good stuff, but too much.
I was wearing this peach
I didn't laugh out
United
loud.
kind of style swimming suit underneath. That's what I had on from the waist down, and he just grabbed me. Best I can explain it, with his shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit. He didn't move my bathing suit out of the way, and just kind of held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. I thought I was so fucking tough. Said, "Oh, you tough like a man now? You some man now?" Just kind of taunting me while jerking me around. And he kind of seemed to do this thing where he was smiling, not just teasing me. "Oh yeah, you think you're so fucking tough. Now what? Now what?"
I'm trying not to laugh. This is too funny.
I don't know what happened after that. I went back into the room, or he went into the room. I don't know who went into the main room first. I just remember his hand landing on the back of my shoulder neck area. I remember trying to get him off of me.
Is any of this in 50 Shades of Grey?
I don't know.
Some of it, yeah.
I don't know what the next thing that happened was, but I do remember I knew I needed to
Or
get away
some
from
of it in
him.
that B movie.
At some point,
She starred in.
I ran out of the back door, ran out onto the patio. At some point before I ran, he swung at me, but I don't even remember how much of an impact it made. But I remember running.
Wow.
I threw something in his direction when I was getting away from him. I ran down the deck, ran out into the kind of parking lot area, this gravel parking lot area outside of the house. And that's my estimation of when Johnny reached me, grabbed me by the hair, swung me around. I remember he hit my face at least once, but I'm not quite sure in what sequence. Was it before I broke away or after? I don't remember. I just remember the lights of the ATV coming up. The island, two of the people who worked on the island for Johnny, CJ and Tara, they pulled up in the ATV. I remember the headlights. remember separating from him, or them kind of running up and saying something and separating us. And I didn't see Johnny for the rest of the evening, is my recollection. I just found him the next day, passed out in the cafe that was close to the house.
How many coins total was this experience?
Is that the end of?
Yeah, this is a good breaking point. Yes.
All right.
There we go.
Oh, wow,
Okay,
5:31 on the dot.
Gentlemen,
Wow.
you can just stay there for a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be breaking, again, this is the time that we break for a week, okay? So I won't be seeing you until May 16th. But I wanted to
May
talk to you a
16th.
little bit about how the remainder of the case will progress, okay? All right, so we promised to get the case to you by Memorial Day. So in order to keep that promise, there's going to be a few things I need from you, okay? One thing is, starting on May 16th, we're going to start having court at 9 a.m. So we'll be going 9 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Ooh.
Some days we might have to go to 5:30. So I want to let you know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly, okay?
I don't know why
The
she
other
wasn't
thing
doing
I
that
need
the
from
start.
you is Friday, May 27th, which is the Friday before Memorial Day, is going to be a court day. On that day, we're going to go ahead and have closing arguments, and the case is going to be turned over to you for deliberations on that day, okay?
That
So again, I
sucks.
wanted to let you know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly so we can get this taken care of for you, okay? All right, so those are the announcements I want to make for you and make sure you had time to schedule what you needed to do. Now, I also want to go over, as we always do on Thursdays, our responsibilities, the responsibilities you have as jurors, okay, in this case? All right, so you're not to read anything about this case. You're not to watch anything about this case. You're not to listen to anything about this case. This applies to television, newspapers, magazines, the internet, and any online sites. Further, you're not to read, watch, or listen to anything about this case on any social networking sites such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, etc., or any similar sites. In addition, you must not communicate with anyone about the case, whether in person, over the phone, by email, text, or instant messaging, or by any other electronic or non-electronic means. This includes friends, family, coworkers, acquaintances, and strangers. I also instruct you that you cannot do any research or make any inquiries about this case, whether online or by any other means. What you learn about this case is limited to what you learn in the four walls of this courtroom when proceedings are underway, okay? So please enjoy your week off, get plenty of fresh air and rest, all right? And then I'll see you at 9 a.m. on Monday, May 16th, okay? All right, thank you.
There's no way over the next 10 days they don't go looking. I don't care
Right.
who.
I don't believe
There's
it.
Right,
no
yeah.
way.
Or some family member said something,
Or they just open Twitter once.
or Facebook.
I mean, there's no avoiding this thing.
And again, ma'am, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, you can't discuss your testimony with anybody to include.
Oh, yeah.
You can step down though and have a seat
That's a pipe dream.
with your attorneys. I have a few housekeeping matters I want to take care of.
It
Because
doesn't
unlike in
matter.
the OJ trial, they're not sequestered like in a hotel room with no TV,
Right.
right? They get to go
Yeah.
home.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah.
Their papers aren't cut apart.
yeah.
I mean, this is some explosive testimony. I just don't think it was explosive in the way that they wanted it to be.
Not
It was
at
a
all.
mouse fart.
Attorneys, I won't see you tomorrow for Friday depositions because we finished all the depositions. I want to thank all of you for last Friday and staying here until I think it was 9 o'clock at night. But we got them all done, and I really appreciate all your work on that. It does mean a lot, and now you're rewarded because you don't have to see me tomorrow. So, no more depositions. What I'd also, for planning purposes, though, since we're going to be going 9 to 5, the day is going to be a little different. So we'll start at 9. We'll probably break for a morning break between 10:30 and 10:45. We're going to break for lunch between 12:30 and 1:30. So I want you to plan accordingly for that. Our afternoon break will probably be between 3:15 to 3:30, maybe even a little later to 3:45. We'll see. And then we'll try to break at 5. There may be times when we might go to 5:30, as I told the jury. So I just want to make sure you know that. Since I won't see you tomorrow, I wanted to go ahead and give you your times as of this very minute of what you have used and what you have left, okay? Are you ready? Okay, Mr. Chu's going to try to use it with a highlighter. Hopefully.
That's
There
why
we go.
we're here.
There we go. That's right. Okay. There we go. All right. So plaintiff has used 35 hours and 6 minutes. Defendants have used 36 hours and 31 minutes, which means the plaintiff has 26 hours and 9 minutes left, and the defendant has 24 hours and 44 minutes left, okay? And just a reminder, as we said from the very beginning, once time is up, once your time is up, your time is up. If it's in the middle of a witness, I'm gonna stop you, okay? So make sure, I mean, the 9 to 5 schedule, when we start back on May 16th, will give us a little buffer, but not much. So I will be keeping everyone on task for those last 2 weeks. So keep that in mind as well. Enjoy the next week. I don't anticipate I will hear from you for this next week.
You might need
If
to.
there's an emergency, I understand that, but just remember what my definition of an
praying not
emergency is. Okay, we all remember that.
She's gonna
All right,
get
great.
so pissed.
So other than that, does anybody have anything else for me?
You can't have my cell phone number.
Yeah. It's a week of drinking and playing golf.
Jamie says 24. If you add 36 hours and 31 minutes and 24 hours and 44 minutes, you get...
Don't ask lawyers to do math.
Yeah.
No.
I'm not an engineer, lady.
No.
Well, you can get with Sammy when we're done, okay? Is it right or wrong?
Somebody get the janitor in there to help him
What's
out with
that?
the math.
61 hours and 15 minutes. Does that add up then? That is right. Mr. Ronberg says I'm right. Okay, so that's the right time.
Get
Sammy
wrecked,
did it 3
Elaine.
times over, so I thought that was right. You made him very nervous.
Cried like cats.
Okay, so that's good. Everything else? Anything else? Yes,
Your
ma'am.
Honor, we do have our updated exhibit
Okay.
page that you requested
Oh, perfect.
from
All right.
plaintiff. May
All
I
right.
approach?
That's
Thank
fine.
you.
I think that's something Jamie needed. Okay. All right, we'll get that. All right, anything else?
No, Your Honor.
We're good? All right, we'll see you Monday, May 16th, 9 a.m., right? All right, thank you.
There it is.
Yeah.
Oh, and you know something's gonna happen this week. In
Oh,
It has
yeah.
to.
Well, I mean, okay, so I'm
Somebody will
gonna
post something or
let me do this here since this is done. This thing that I was trying to show earlier
oh yeah.
is wild to me. And I don't know if this counts as a violation of the judge's don't talk to the media order, but I wanted to get y'all's opinions here on this. I know this is really small, but I've got it blown up. So here we go. So it'll be right up at the top. Watch Amber Heard here. She looks to the camera, takes the picture.
And after you both return to LA,
I saw this sitting in court. That is,
and after you both return to LA,
yeah,
Wow.
Wow.
yeah. That was fucked up to see.
and after you both return to LA,
They're under orders not to talk to the media. Now, Amber Heard has a publicist, a PR firm there in the courtroom. It's the guy who looks like a knockoff Stanley Tucci, who's sitting in the gallery. And he's been talking to the the Court TV camera person since he was hired. Like he sits right down next to him and stuff. I mean, that looks like a literal staged photo on the stand with tears. So, question, do you guys bring that to the judge's attention?
Oh,
Sean
yeah, I
says yes,
definitely-
but he's
yes.
muted.
Yes. I pulled a boomer.
Well, here's what I want to do. I want, since it's in the record, it's a part of the trial. And as a litigator, you have a right to reintroduce whatever pieces of evidence that have occurred. If you want to highlight them for the jury, just
Yes.
ask the judge, hey, Your Honor, we would like to play this portion of
Of
the testimony
The
for the
testimony.
jury. We caught something extremely unusual. And I mean, what can they do? Objection? What
Bring it
there's
on
no
cross.
There's no objection.
Oh,
There's no
yeah.
argument.
It'd be
We
great
object to it.
impeachment
It happened.
evidence.
Bring it on cross. Be like,
But
this is you looking directly at the cameraman, right?
Don't classify it. Just, Your Honor,
Oh.
we just like to play that
Yeah.
and let the jury make
Just
their own
show it.
determination. Yep.
Mhm.
Play it like 5
That'd
times.
be
and
amazing.
that's it.
I think to be clear, I think that clip does have a little pause in there for maybe a second after the photo is taken. It's hard to say, whoever clipped this out, if they paused it or not. But there definitely is. She's got the thing. She looks at the camera. She closed her eyes.
Well,
Picture taken.
Well, if
They'll
it's
get the
edited,
master
that's a
feed.
problem. I thought
Well,
that was
yes.
natural. Yeah,
they could get access to the master feed of this and see what happened.
exactly.
Yeah. I don't. People are saying it's paused for it's like a second after the photo is taken. There's a pause, but I don't know that. I'm not sure.
Well,
But
but
she-
even if it's after the photo was taken, what difference does it make? Because it clearly shows her posing for a
Yeah.
photo to be taken.
Right. The glance and then the pose is all natural. And then it's after the flash that you can see that there's like this pause for a second, or there might be a pause, or they could just be still. I don't know. But
Well, the bottom line is that wasn't the only time. I mean, if you pay attention to her, she is constantly scanning the room. Like, what's the
Yes.
reaction like? I just said this. How
Like-
does that affect are they noticing? Are they?
Yes. Yeah. What?
Oh, she did this.
What are my lawyers thinking? What is the jury thinking? What does Johnny think? You can
Do I
see
need to
that
elevate?
in
Do I need
her
to bring
eyes.
it down? What's the
Yeah.
tone of the room? Am I affecting it?
Should I act like I'm crying? Should I fake the crying because they're not responding the way I want them to?
She has another moment that I've got uploaded real quick. I'll probably release this either later today or tomorrow. Hold on. Check this. Check this out. This will be some Inception, but it'll be fine. Watch her face here as she's telling this story. Hold on, let's get the. Okay, it's at 7:20 there.
I don't know. I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this.
Keeps
Oh my
glancing
gosh,
at
she
the
looks
jury.
at the
jury to check.
Yeah.
I
See how they're responding.
Go back to crying.
Yep.
I couldn't breathe. I couldn't get through to him. I couldn't.
And these weren't
get up.
these weren't
I
her
couldn't
like
get up.
identifying with the jury. It's the early on ones. You can watch her glance. Here's one. Go back to
Are
crying.
they buying it?
Here she comes with another one. Cry more. Glance. Go back to
Oh my
crying.
gosh.
She looks at the jury to check.
But the crazy, not the crazy part. The part is, the fact is, not a single wet thing is coming out of here. We're dabbing our eyes and we're rubbing our nose, but there's nothing there to use a tissue for.
Yeah.
Nothing.
When an emotion is sincere, any psychologist, if you heard any psychologist ever testify, when emotion is sincere, you can't control the physiological response that your body
Yeah.
has to it. That's like a telltale sign. If an individual is reliving trauma, even though the face may be completely relaxed, but there will be a tear that will just start dripping down because your body is reliving the painful event.
experience.
And you may have, again, I've seen witnesses testify and they don't have all the squinty, they are literally just, their face is completely normal like mine is right now, but you
Yes.
notice tears just start rolling down the face because they're going
Right.
back mentally. And the mind doesn't
To
know the
that
difference
place.
between, am I there right now or am I remembering it in my mind?
Yeah.
So
yeah,
And they're not worried
this
about
makes her
everyone
look
else.
completely unbelievable.
No, and you're not glancing to see how is the jury responding or how is Johnny responding or how is whoever is in the courtroom is responding. Like you're there. You're in that place where that memory has occurred. So you're not going to be like and you can see her. You can see her like looking up in her head because that's what you do when you're trying to remember the story that's supposed to be up here. And she'll
Yeah,
look up in her head and then all of a sudden it's, oh, well, this happened to me. And no.
Yeah, she's fishing constantly.
Yeah.
Constantly fishing.
Yeah. Well, and a telltale sign of not being truthful is the fluttering eyelashes, the eyes. And her eyes flutter all the time. when she's getting ready to tell a story that she is not what really happened, look at her eyelashes, look at her eyes, because they flutter.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's well, she's a mess. The testimony was a mess. I
Here
have
come the. I'm sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
Oh, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, here come the Johnny Depp is Trump memes with the whole grab her by the. I'm telling you, she set that up like dominoes.
Oh, yes. Yep.
Sorry.
That's been the narrative since the ACLU. They wanted to, it's in their emails, they wanted to run it as like a Trump adjacent
Right.
Violence Against Women's Act thing. That was the
Yeah.
whole
Yeah.
that was the whole purpose of
Well,
this.
I didn't know that part of it, but I just was making the joke just because when I mentioned it earlier. But
Yeah.
not surprising.
No, it's a mess. What is
Also,
this?
I
What do
I
you
wasn't-
want?
Just a couple of things. Just a couple of things I want to get.
Oh,
First of
Hi,
all,
Joe.
hey, DUI
Hey.
guy,
How's it going?
Carey, Sean. So a couple of things I just wanted to like weigh in with thoughts on. Okay. So first and foremost, I wanted to point out that if you were talking about that eye flash thing, where she's looking at a PR guy, I
Yeah.
want to bring that into as a basis to impeach her testimony. I want to show
Yeah.
that to her and say, what if, isn't this you isn't this you talking to your, glancing your PR guy to show that this whole thing is just a stage. It's just an act. This whole
Right.
thing is just a story. And she'll deny it. That's fine. She's going to deny it, but I want to get it up there just to have that planted in the minds of the jury, because they're not as attuned perhaps to the deceptions that are happening here. And this way you're sort of calling attention to the fact that she's an actress and this is all just a stage. And so that's why I would ask the judge for permission to bring that up for purposes of impeaching her testimony.
Mhm.
The other
I don't know
thing
that
is,
you need to ask the judge.
I
Do you?
mean, it's new evidence. So,
Yeah, I guess it is new evidence. So that
yeah,
And you
I
need the
could
judge to
approve it.
ask her own clerk to pull the tape because they're probably not going to be able to do it themselves. The attorneys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless they're going to try and use the. Well, hold on. Are there court cameras in the courtroom, or are they just going to be using that news camera footage?
I mean, I think the news camera footage is the footage.
I take it back then. You probably don't even need the judge's permission. You just say, Your Honor, we would like to introduce this, and they object, and then she rules.
Yeah. It's just bring it in. Drop it there. And say
should be stopping by the TV van on the way out.
yeah. Or just go on to literally any stream. They could grab it. But
they come onto my stream 3
mess.
times and grab it. So there you go. Anyway, I'm gonna bust out of here. I had a great time with you guys today. Especially you, Nick. You're a sport. I really appreciate it. And it's in you guys.
Get out of here.
See you, Joe.
See you, Joe.
See you, Joe.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, I think that is that camera flash thing is crazy. Now you don't want to get too far into the weeds, like pulling everything, but if that's so clear that it's, and you've got the PR guy there talking to Court TV, and if I understand right, he's been reprimanded already for using social media in the courtroom. He's been reprimanded for maybe even for talking to the camera guy. There was reporting on that the first day he was there. So I think, I think you go ahead and do that, because I would say that is treading towards a violation of the judge's order on making media statements. Honestly, working for a photo shoot in the middle of your testimony is very improper, in my opinion. Ahan says, not a camera flash. It's the screens lighting up. We'll see when the picture of her with tears shows up on the New York Times or whatever. That's when you'll know. Oh my goodness. Not a camera flash. I don't know. Kind of looked like a camera flash to me, because it goes away right after. So,
by the way, has she testified? Does anybody know if she testified to told these stories that she's telling now at the UK trial? Does anybody know?
A lot of Yesterday,
Her
the stuff in-
testimony was behind closed doors at the
Closed
UK
doors.
trial.
Yeah.
So it was
'Cause I was
all
gonna say-
confidential.
To use it as impeachment evidence,
Well-
and we don't have her deposition or anything.
She did sworn witness statements though, that are available,
Mhm.
and like yesterday, the whole thing with Russia, that's as far as like the canon of the case, that's completely new. She made it up yesterday. I think the bottle stuff is new too. I don't
Yes.
think.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
Well, this is the first time it may have been heard in the UK case,
but it wasn't in her statements.
But it hasn't
Right.
been in anything said
Yeah.
publicly.
See, the problem with having what I'm seeing to be, this is my own personal opinion, sociopathic, psychopathic tendencies is you forget where the line is and you start crossing that line and you keep creating more, inventing more. And at some point, it just becomes so uncredible. But for you, because this is all coming from your own head, you don't see it because you don't have a frame of reference to reality. And I've seen this in domestic abuse cases. It's not very often, but when she's testifying and she's telling these stories for the very first time that have zero corroboration and have never been put in the public spotlight before, it's actually detracting from her credibility, but she doesn't realize it.
Yeah. No,
Yeah.
I think so. Or I think I agree with you on that because it's
Right.
she's going so far beyond this stuff. And the crazy thing is there's a possibility that there's some details that are true that like about this drag out fight that they have in Australia. But once she starts saying he's throwing bottle after bottle at me, there's glass and liquor everywhere, I'm slipping all over the place, my feet are cut up, my arms are cut up, and you're like, well, okay.
Okay.
Well, now you've given me a bunch of details to look for. Blood, spilled liquor, which she said dried up in the one picture, but the very next picture, there's a puddle of whiskey or something right there. I'm supposed to be looking for bottle after bottle being thrown, and I see the evidence of, I think, 1 or 2 glass bottles total in all the pictures, which is more consistent with Johnny's testimony. And you say you got cut up on your feet and your arms, and you're on the ground naked, laying in broken glass. Where's any of the blood?
Right.
And you can maybe say, well, they cleaned it up. And it's like, well, they cleaned that up, but nothing else. That doesn't make any sense either.
Right.
Yeah.
Yep. Listen, guys, it's been fun. I got to bounce.
Get out of here, man.
See you
Go enjoy your
later.
birthday.
Thanks for
Yeah,
having
happy
me. I'm
birthday.
going
Happy
to.
birthday.
Thank you so much. I'm going
You're
to
welcome.
a comedy show. We're going to see Ari Shafir. He's
Oh,
playing here in
fun.
Louisville.
Oh, he's good.
Yeah, he's really funny. So
Have
fun,
fun,
you
man.
guys.
See ya.
Have fun.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay.
Well, and Nick, here's something that you kind of pointed out: the whole grabbing the back of the head thing
Yeah.
that we've seen before.
Mm-hmm.
How long was your hair?
Yeah.
What was the
Well, no,
hairstyle we had?
the ripped out hair that she claims is
Yeah,
like,
I know.
it's like this long. I don't remember Amber Heard having a butch cut ever, but maybe she does. But it looked a lot more like hair that's pulled out of a brush.
Right, but even
something.
if she had a
Where she
butch
cut
cut,
it, yeah.
how is he going to grab her back here and do what she claimed he was doing when her hair's that short?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, you're
it's
not going to rip my hair out. No.
yeah, it's wild. Her story doesn't add up to me. And what I notice in these claims, there are so many parallels. The Me Too claims, there's so many parallels to other Me Too claims. The hair thing here, the grabbing her by her lady bits part is the chat was pointing out that sounds a whole lot like the story that Zoe Quinn made up about Alex Holikawa.
Wait. Nick, hold on.
What?
I just want to make sure I understand this. Are here in 2022, are you trying to claim part of the cultural zeitgeist that Me Too, or at least the popular part of it, was a scam? I mean, that it all sounds
Yes.
the same?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, 100% of the time. Like, again,
Yes.
what's interesting to me is the people who have real stories. They never seem to go through the Me Too movement. They always kind of just took care of them through their police, which is how they did that, which is how you kind of tackle those things.
Or they didn't because they didn't know who did it to them.
Yes.
Right. Right. But like the Me Too
yeah.
movement, the popular
Mhm.
movement that was
Yes.
going after people. It's like
Right.
those stories all
Right.
have massive credibility issues and
Mhm.
and seem to be a way for people to get attention and to draw something onto themselves at the expense of someone else. And
Well, and Nick,
Weird.
here's some things because I was taking notes. She called it my wedding. She said he was supposed to comfort me. It was all about her.
Mm.
And then she said, I allowed him to be around me again.
yeah.
Mhm.
So this was all about her. Not him, but her.
Yep. It's
And if you're really, truly, I mean, I'm not trying to discredit anyone, but if you are really, truly a victim of domestic violence, it's not about you. Like, you're not going, it's mine and mine and mine, and he should have done this and he should have done that and he should have been. And you're not getting angry about him wanting to be affectionate or intimate or loving your family the way that I've seen her testimony over the past 2 days. Like, her anger flares when she talks about him being a decent, kind, loving human being. That is not normal for a victim to do.
Yep.
It's not something that you're gonna see with anyone, male or female. You're not gonna be getting mad at them. You're not going to be saying, well, how dare he be nice to me? You're gonna be like, he hurt me. This is what happened. Like, and so some of the testimony has been, to me, pretty like unconventional for someone who would be a victim of, and now this IPV, which sounds like some kind of STD. It, like, whatever it is, but it's literally looking at her going, if you were really a victim, you're like, when you're a victim, like, you remember the good, and the good is what what kept you there, and the good is what you still remember, even though it was really bad. And she gets mad and she criticizes him for wanting to be intimate, for wanting to love on her, for wanting to give her gifts. And that's just really bizarre to me.
Yeah. Well, I think her story seems contrived to me. Like, the whole thing seems contrived. I don't buy it. And
Well,
we'll
she
just have
seems-
to.
Yeah. And she seems to be on a script. And when she starts to not follow the script, then you see her go, oh, you'll
Yeah.
see her, and she'll catch herself
Yes.
like
Line.
she's stumbling through a script and she didn't say the right word, and then she gets back on script.
Yep. And well, I mean, but the tell will be what the jury does with it, right? Like, that's always going to be the answer. What does the jury do with this? And we'll have to see. It's going to be 10 days before we even get to finish direct. So, well, I have many super chats to read, so I am going to read them. Y'all can stay, but if you have to go, please feel free to bow out at any time.
Well, thank you for letting me be a part of this today.
Absolutely, it's a pleasure. Sarah too. So Amber claims she sent
Bye,
her
Carey.
family money.
Bye.
What was that?
Yeah, I would say bye,
see
Carey.
ya.
Yeah.
So Amber claims she sent her family money to help them. Sounds like they couldn't afford their bills, but she knew her dad had a cocaine habit, not a cheap habit. And by her sending them money, she was paying for his drugs and enabling his habit. Make that believable. Yeah. I mean, it's holes. Lancelot, after doing some quick Googling about her red carpet dresses, they are all tight and revealing. Yes, they are. All of them. Mike the Dad Crosby, Amber, was there any physical violence around January 2016? Amber, yes, that's when Johnny Depp cut my head off. We've got Sareth
Brutal.
Keys, isn't her saying the nurse and doctor reporting to Johnny saying they violated HIPAA in a poor attempt to cover why there's no records to damage her or of damage to her? I don't know that it's a HIPAA violation.
She's not a covered provider, so she's not under HIPAA.
Yeah, and their nurse and doctor would be under HIPAA, but if Johnny's paying the bills, there's very likely some sort of and especially when they're married, there's very likely some sort of spousal consent or even just consent form to share information with Johnny and stuff like that. So who knows if there's a HIPAA violation? However, the problem is that there's no medical records at all. There's nothing for any of her injuries. I mean, she's talking about severe injuries here: broken nose, ripped out hair. She's talking about being penetrated with a bottle.
Broken glass, yeah. And that internal organs, your colon, or for ladies, your lady bits, that stuff, it looked like somebody got murdered, like, looking at that scene. There'd be blood everywhere. Like,
yeah, the women who are forcibly raped with a penis, not a bottle, sustain injuries that are internal and very damaging. Like,
yes,
adding an artificial object that is hard and not designed that way, that it's extremely likely that you'll be very, very badly injured. Let's see. Anna P. Love getting educated on the legal aspect from you guys. I'm wondering if Dr. Curry is a witness subject to recall. Yes. If so, wasn't she in court during Amber's forensic psychologist testimony? Yes. Shouldn't she be sequestered? No. Experts can be there for the testimony because they are not fact witnesses. They are expert witnesses who form opinions based on other answers. And her specific job as an expert is to compete with this expert as well. So she should not be sequestered. She is allowed in the courtroom. Doug Murray, Rackets, your guests are terrible today. You need to be flying solo. Ha! Get wrecked, guests. Demos, how much for the cat painting behind you? Name your price. I'm not selling it. Ice Tray, objection, Nick, better acting than Amber. Thank you. Kaz 25F, it's amazing that Amber Heard took all of those photos of Johnny Depp asleep, but none of her supposed injuries. Also, the reason Amber Heard had a psych assessment is that she is claiming damages for ongoing emotional trauma. Johnny Depp is not. So that, thank you for that information. I mean, it's not just the photos of him sleeping that are like, or not just the photos of her injuries that are missing. It's the photos of everything that's missing in her story. Like all of these things, all of the Johnny Depp, like when she finds him passed out, she has a couple pictures of him. My wife used to take pictures of me when I fall asleep on couches because at family events, when I was heavy, when I was working, normal hours, like when I was working normal hours, that was really actually hard for my narcolepsy. I would fall asleep immediately at a family function. Didn't matter what side of the family, didn't matter what we were doing. Put me on a couch, out, done. It takes less than 5 minutes. And she would take pictures of me all the time, making fun of me later, right? Fall asleep in a folding chair out in the middle of the sun, get sunburned. I mean, it's not like she has these 2 pictures, but she's talking about some of these times where he's defecated himself, he's vomited all over the place. I just don't buy it.
Yeah, it's not. I don't buy it.
Justin Wright, any bets that the turd will catch COVID in a week? That would be highly suspicious, but yes, it could be. Yes. It could be. If they do that, though, there's going to be some issues. That would be continuance. We're going to continue this trial because we are not going to do this. Desert Rat, Nick, maybe I'm dumb, but isn't there an argument that she didn't actually write the op-ed? When she took the stand yesterday, it was almost the first thing she said. You had dipped out. It was 4/19/05 on your vid yesterday. No, she said she did write the op-ed, but she approved the op-ed's language. And most importantly, she wrote the defamatory statements in the body of the text for sure. She's only denying writing the headline. So she wrote the details about Johnny Depp, and then those were edited and revised down by teams of lawyers. But she is claiming authorship of the article. Seductive Donut, it says a lot that she mentioned she lost a lot of her friends after this. Like with Johnny, all of his friends and family support him. Even Amber's mom supported him before her death. David, that's because Amber's mom knows her.
Yes.
Right? David M., are you going to schedule that Ed Greenwood interview during the break next week? I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a while. I would love to talk to him and schedule something, but I don't know what next week looks like right now.
Who's Ed Greenwood?
Have you ever heard of Dungeons and Dragons?
Yes.
Are you familiar with it at all?
Yeah, I know what D&D is. Yeah.
Okay, like he wrote Forgotten Realms. He created the Forgotten Realms.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, wow, that'd be neat.
Yeah. Yeah, and the character Elminster is his. Like R.A. Salvatore wrote Drizzt and company, but Ed Greenwood wrote Elminster and created the Forgotten Realms. So
Okay.
he's crazy. Very cool dude. Super nice too. Tom S., would you rather live with Amber for 3 months or round robin read the entirety of Wigmore on evidence with her legal team? I'd live with Amber for 3 months. I figure I could just put her on the bed and punch her in the back of the head until she falls unconscious every night. If Johnny Depp can take her, I'm pretty sure I can.
She also doesn't like bruises very frequently.
Yeah.
So.
Anna P. from her claim yesterday, a grab would leave mini bruises on the points of highest pressure, fingertips, not the palms. Also, if he grabbed her and pinned her down and hit her face with rings on, the pictures would show it. Yeah, I mean, all this, the amount of face and head trauma this woman has allegedly sustained with no evidence is just, it's curious. It's curious. Some people don't bruise a lot, but she's pale and her arm showed a pretty hefty bruise. So you going to have a hard time convincing me she doesn't bruise well. Sword and Scale, curious as to whether Good Logic Joe has ever dated an Amber Heard. No idea. McGill, Camille emerging today in feminine colors and soft highlights with fierce lawyering is a brilliant strategy to expose Amber's inner demons and break her lies. Does Dr. Curry get to offer the legal team advice? Yes, very effective. Yeah, she's still, she's subject to recall and she's still being paid, presumably by the legal team. So yeah, they get to use their services for whatever she'll provide.
And I guarantee you they are engaging in psychological warfare or will be with Amber.
Yeah. Well, I think having Camille cross her is all like that is.
It's already part of it.
That's launching the aircraft carrier right there. Since we're, using weird metaphors today, Mike, the dad Crosby, he put his knee on my back and I couldn't breathe. Come on now. Matt Vion, thank you for the donation. Isaac Kozic, I was expecting to be infuriated by her testimony, but I find it more comical than anything else. Really a pathetic attempt at storytelling by an actress. S. Asp, her acting is embarrassing. I am saddened that she missed the prime opportunity to check the I can't breathe box or hands up, don't shoot, just to max out her SJW Olympic score. 9.5 effort, 3.5 execution. No, she didn't miss the I can't breathe. She did get that one in. So that was probably sent right before it. Alex A., curious observations from Johnny's testimony versus hers. He always referred to her as Miss Heard, while she says Johnny, and he never once looked up at her while he's on the stand. Wonder if the jury will read into it. Someone sent me an email, and I agree with it. Johnny says Miss Heard because the whole demeanor of being a Southern gentleman, which was testified to early on, that's very show respect, even to people that you. And that respect may not be fully honest, but you do it anyway, even to people who are trying to, take advantage of you. Rolling Stone says, Amber Heard, one time we were at friend's house. Johnny asked, know how many punches it takes to fracture a human skull, and started pummeling me. Sorry, I forgot it was there. Here's a pic of my arm bruise, though. Next. We've got K. Carla Wade.
That's pretty correct.
She already admitted to penning the op-ed in her first verbal paragraph on the stand. She should have fake cried at the point of admission. Thanks for what you do. I'm a Locals member of yours too. Hey, thank you, K. Carla. Tuck Fard McNutt says, is it typical for IPV victims to be making so much direct eye contact with the jury Every honest victim I've seen tends to focus on responding to the lawyer and get through their answer, not on convincing the jury. Would like to know what you think. I think her extremely frequent eye contact with the jury, especially during her testimony about trauma, is a problem. I mean, victims of trauma I've seen aren't like doing that, but who knows? I don't know. What about you, man? You've probably dealt with more trauma victims than me.
I mean, generally they're engaged with, the prosecutor who's talking to them, what's going on. If they cry, I mean, they bawl. Or if they cry, period. Any vulnerabilities, like Larry was talking about, they're swept up in that moment. They don't, exposing yourself that intimately to a random group of people, it's embarrassing and it mortifies them, but that comes after the fact. But in the meantime, it happens. And they don't, the emotion takes over. They just do it and it happens. So, in my experience dealing with victims, yeah, they don't generally look around. They're not worried about whether or not people are buying it. They're telling their story.
Yeah, it's just it's off-putting, it's unsettling, and it looks to me like she's fishing for responses and trying to modify, and then she's elevating the performance.
I mean, if I was prosecuting and she was up there giving her a direct, I'd be really spooked based on the way she's reacting. I mean, I might even call a recess and talk to my, supervisor or prosecutor and be like, hey, we should probably dump this. I don't like it.
But Daddy Mac over on Rumble says, so we're supposed to believe that someone cleaned up all the glass but left blood on the floor and there are no broom marks or smears in the blood drops. Got it. Yeah. All sorts of problems with that picture. Spatula, the danger of a panel is you all can go down a rabbit hole, like looking at the camera and convince each other it's significant. I mean, you don't think that her looking at the camera right before it takes a picture and posing is significant? Okay. I mean, I think it is pretty significant. I think that the public seeing that, her public perception is destroyed. She's trying to rehab it, and that doesn't help at all. Slowpoke 159, quick IMDb scan. Almost every non-costume pick from 2010 to 2020, Johnny Depp is wearing at least one ring per hand. Every punch would have ripped and mangled her skin. Guys tend to always wear rings when awake. Next, over on Odyssey, Irby says, I've sent the screenshot of the quote to your DMs on Twitter. Please give it a look on stream when the next break occurs. That was the talented Mr. Ripley quote. Look, I'm not going to spread that one around fully until I actually verify that she said the quote. And I'm not sure that she did, but I'll try and find it. Were those from today? These look like they're from yesterday. Hold on. Some of them are. Thank you. Nyla Moon says, so Johnny went to the hospital for the finger, but she didn't go to the hospital for the bottle that was supposedly shoved up her vagina. And we are to believe the finger came off while he, quote, raped her. Just somewhere in there. And that wasn't a broken bottle. I don't know. It's so weird. The story doesn't make any sense. When did his finger come off? How did it come off? When did he grab a knife and chop it off? Where's the knife? Where's the blood from the chopped off finger? It all seemed to happen downstairs. Did he chop off his finger downstairs or upstairs and come downstairs? Where is all this? This story is full of holes. Ogonzo says, in fairness, Mother Teresa was a total POS. The only thing that sounded legitimate was being courted by Johnny. Grump says, I hate the way Amber Heard uses target real victim words to take jabs at Johnny Depp. Gonzo says, go ahead.
The thing I was going to comment on, her idea that Johnny cut his finger off and then he stubbed a cigarette out on his face. That level of self-mutilation, that takes, you got to be a stone cold psychopath. And there's no indication Johnny has any of those things in his history.
Yeah. And it's not smooth. It's not like a cut that you would make with a knife or even a cleaver. Like if you're going to chop off your finger, right? Like the logical thing is one motion. Like you're going to take a cleaver or something at the knuckle or, somewhere up there, or you're like, even if you're going to slice off like he did, which is weird, it would be a slice. This thing is like a jagged cut coming through, and with pulverized bone. It doesn't make any sense. Ogonzo says she literally posed for like 3 full fucking seconds. GTFO with that. See you next Tuesday was not posing. It looks to me like she's posing. I mean, it looks to me like she's fully posing. So, okay. Tom King, let me guess. While Amber locked herself in a bedroom, Johnny broke through the door with an axe and said the thing from The Shining. Polar Bear. Hey, Nick, been on and off, but wondering if you plan to look into or talk about the issue and possible law stuff going on regarding quantum TV. Asmongold has been on top of it, so he may offer some insight. I keep hearing it pop up, and I still don't know what it is, but yeah, sure. I just haven't been able to check into anything since the trial. Then Roe versus Wade happened, and that is like news everywhere, every day. Mike the Dad Crosby, this seems like a he said, she said situation. Depending on whose side you're on, the problem with a narcissist is that they don't have friends that will corroborate. We'll see how this goes with Amber's friends. Aaron Lovelace. What? Where? Just a second. 1 second. I'll be.
Oh, go straighten him out, Nick. Well, I guess I'll hold down the fort for a minute. I guess I'll do the super chat that's right here.
Oh no, I'm back. Don't worry about it.
I thought you were going to have to go beat your kids for a minute.
No. Okay. Let's see. Aaron Lovelace says, Nick saying 2 words every 10 minutes. I come to this channel for the commentary and jokes, and it feels like I'm just getting long crime levels of commentary. Look, this testimony today, testimony of Johnny Depp and the testimony of Amber Heard are the critical elements of the case, and I wanted to hear as much of it as possible. Yeah. And I know a lot of other people did too. So while I love adding commentary and you're here for commentary, I also think that when we're at critical junctions in the case, that we can let them talk a little bit. You know, that's fine. Let's see. Next, we've got Mo says her face at times looked like Uncanny Valley CGI. Yes, it does. Or she's wearing someone's skin. Could also be Tom Cruise in a mask. Uh-oh. No, I'm starting to hear the Mission Impossible theme. That'd be good. He pulls it off. Joy Mace, no victim talks like this. She's been animated and breathy for hours. No pics of holes in walls from punches. Her voice cadence is just so unnatural. Victims don't have enough energy from PTSD to talk like this for hours. I do like when she came back from break and started to have the PTSD nervous breakdown that she wasn't having before. It's like, it's almost like she went on break and was like, oh, I better ham this up. That's what it looked like to me. I don't know. She started to break down. She didn't do that during the rape story. She did it at a different point, though.
Okay. I missed that part.
It was crazy. Uncle Jim's Turkey Baster. This just in, Johnny Depp owns Mary Poppins' never-ending bag of bottles and used it to fight Amber Heard. Just a spoonful of booger sugar makes the testimony go down.
Bravo.
Gundam says, we finally have an answer to the age-old question, who was phone? Turns out it was Amber. It was Amber. Mike the Dad Crosby, common Amber, own the friggin' finger. Or come on, Amber, you own the friggin' finger. You did it, and you know you did it. Next, we've got Canada is a dictatorship says, did Johnny hit her because she forgot to pay the water bill? Yes. Tuck Fard McNutt says, if Amber Heard was slipping in so much glass, she'd have to go to the hospital to have shards removed or slices shut. Where are the medical records? This story is an absolute sham. Just laugh and honk your nose. Her entire testimony is punctuated with saying at some point, as if she doesn't actually have a real recollection of events and is telling a story. She never says, and then this happened. Brandon Lesko, Your Honor, I'm redacted crazy, but I was told if I hear what people say, I can say what they hear. This lawyer is redacted because she is hotter than me. I would also like to continue to donate all my money to Nick Defense Rests. Thank you. Thank you for that. Cryptic, I've decided after watching this after watching this, Kristen Stewart acts better than Amber Heard. Now that is embarrassing. Oh, that's terrible. Oh,
The truth cuts the deepest.
Tuck Fard McNutt says nice for $69. Nice. Thank you. I think you also sent that during the sexual assault allegation, which was extra classy. Asp, I've interviewed lots of domestic violence victims. She is not one of them. This makes a sham of real victims. Every victim advocate should be embarrassed by this performance. She just set domestic violence awareness back 6 decades. Alpha Kenny 1 says she was in Mortal Kombat and no injury or report. MRJUPL says she needs to tap into her inner Jesse Spano harder. I'm so excited.
God,
Adrian Marie. At this point, Amber would have had John McClane's feet, and they would have also been treated her at the hospital. There's no way there was any glass where she was. Yeah, I mean, the story's insane. Again, she walks on, rolls in, and is cut up on her feet, on her forearm. She doesn't say on her back, but she'd have to be cut up on her back if she's laying on a pile of glass. She's bleeding, she says. She goes and lays down in the bed to go to sleep after this. Wakes up later, walks downstairs, still with all these open wounds. He's like, oh, I'm going to make you some fucking coffee.
Yeah.
And then he started fighting me again.
Yeah.
Stop. You need to stop.
I can't get on my mind now Bruce Willis going up the stairwell, just dragging his feet, just bleeding everywhere. I mean, that's true. I mean, that would be pain. I've hurt my feet before. I've got a big cut on the bottom of my foot before. It hurts like hell.
It bleeds a lot because
did.
gravity brings blood down.
Mm-hmm.
Like there are a couple places that bleed a lot. Your face can bleed a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And oh my gosh, your feet will bleed like crazy.
And your genitals will bleed a lot.
Yeah. Why do you want me to pull up the picture of the Magic Mike thing on stream? Oh, because you said it was a non-sexy role as she's getting a lap dance from Channing Tatum.
Oh.
Yeah.
I heard you talking about that. Yeah, I would agree too. If I had if my girlfriend was doing movie roles and it's like, what's going to happen? Channing Tatum's going to shove his balls in your face. Like, how about we don't do that one?
Yeah, that's the thing. Again, like that, to me, that's a trade-off of relationships. If I were, I am married. If I were a movie star, right, I don't think I would be out like doing scenes where I'm rubbing some chick's chest all the time. Like I wouldn't do that.
Yes.
And I think if I did that, my wife would have questions like, what are you doing? Like, you're married to me and you're in public doing this. Well, it's just for acting, babe. It's just for, I mean, I know. Yeah, kind of. But at the same time, some people just have that old fashioned feel to it. Like maybe leave that to an unmarried actor or actress.
You have a stunt double.
Yeah. Yeah. Get the stunt tits out. Stunt hands probably.
Stunt hands.
Kingly Gaming. So do you think she got this violent fanfic story from Tumblr and is trying to pass it off as actually happened? No, it's Gone Girl is where the bottle rape comes from. So.
Oh, does it really come from there?
Yeah, allegedly it's pretty close. Duke Leto Atreid says, repetition of words and speech is a known sign of deception and lying. Amber, I remember, I just remember, and I remember, I remember, and I remember, and I just remember. Take a drink every time she says it. No, not medical advice.
Yeah.
Turd Ferguson, Davy Jones' voice. Amber, you're a liar. And you will spend an eternity on this ship. Thank you. Thank you for that. Next. Oh my goodness. Condoriano says, is this the big finale? It reads as a climax act in literature going into the week break with a narrative for the PR firm. Yes. 100% yes. If true, horrible, but lacks substantive evidence. Yeah. This is the timing of finishing up the testimony about these violent events right before the end is clearly for them to go into break, run the story tomorrow, and then run the story over the next 10 days of her crying rather than Johnny Depp being charming on the stand. Like that's.
Yeah. The only thing that worries me is though, all it takes, by Tuesday, I think it's gone. I mean,
it should be, theoretically, but we'll see how it goes.
yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
There'll be a false flag in Ukraine from Johnny to take the heat off him.
Mike the Dad Crosby says Christine Ford had a more convincing story, and look how that turned out.
My
Overacting
beach
is
friends.
overacting is a real thing. SMH with a crocodile tear of my own. Next we have Dan Waters. She is literally reversing Johnny's story. Yep. Now she's the one behind the bar with bottles being thrown at her, just like she stole her assistant's abuse story. If she's not borderline personality disorder, I'll eat my hat. The acting is so bad. Kara Pappas, Johnny's lawyer. Why didn't you sustain any injuries from the incident? Amber, well, Johnny fed me a senzu bean, which is a magical food that heals all injuries. He bought it for 2 million zini off a talking cat. Creative Virtual Magic, thank you for your coverage and humor. Amber should learn to code. She may be better at it than acting. It worked for me, and I am working on my first game for several years. Check out the channel for some teaser gameplay. That's Creative Virtual Magic on YouTube, guys, if you want to check that out. Let's see. Next.
Good luck with the game.
Fedora the Explorer says, I don't know about this Amber story. Last time I was in a train wreck and subsequently raped with a bottle, I never thought about the perpetrator's health the next day. Something is fishy. Yeah. Well, how are you doing, Johnny, after last night? There's
Was it
blood
good
all
for
over the
you?
walls.
Yes.
Glass on the floor. Glass still in your feet.
Yes.
A bottle hanging out of your vagina. Casey says, I would love for Amber Heard to see photos of actual domestic violence and sexual assault victims. Guy says, there's a huge Twitch streamer, Asmongold, that has been following the trial. You should try getting him on the show. Talks on stream with all kinds of people, so he'd probably be open to it if you can get in touch. Yeah, I'm going to reach out. Some people went over to his stream and said, hey, you should talk to this guy. And he said, yeah. So we'll see how that goes. Squizgar, in Richard's voice, Your Honor, in order to impeach Miss Heard, I am going to need to see pictures of her feet and vagine for legal reasons. I hate you, Squizgar. CA Human, she's a Stepford wife. Oh my gosh. Quit Your Bitchin' says, that's it. That's it. Ocean Man, for $69.69 says, and somehow Ben King did not notice any of the injuries on Amber Heard when they got a plane the next day. They tried to show a picture of her injury, and it's like a scrape that runs down her arm, and it's like if you took your nail and scraped down, it left the white mark.
I saw that on Twitter when I was in court. Yeah, it looks like a cat scratched her at worst.
Yeah, and like a not like a very good one.
No,
because when I get cat scratches, there's at least like a red puffy race because they have that enzyme on their claws and bacteria. But Genofast, perhaps the person who does the laundry should be called to witness. Lots of blood and bodily fluids have been talked about. Also, has she claimed to have any scars from the rings, broken glass, and multiple blows to the head? Actually, the guy who ordered the cleanup was called Ben King, and he did not testify to the level of destruction that she did. He testified to the painting and the blood on the walls and stuff like that. But he did not testify to a sea of broken glass or multiple broken bottles or really anything.
Yeah.
These are the problems with her stories.
Yes, everybody's lying but her.
Also, has she claimed to have any scars from the rings, broken glass, multiple blows to the head? No scarring. Lucky Lass, I just can't with this woman. She is ridiculous. Cat Zap, wait, thought she wasn't supposed to be talking to her attorneys or reviewing anything related to the case. She can't talk to her attorneys about her testimony, which is a weird distinction. I also I'm confused about that order. Are you? Like, that the clients aren't supposed to talk to their attorneys about their testimony on a break?
Well, I mean, like, you're not supposed to sit there and say, like, look, here's how we need to turn it around. You need to go down a different road. Here's what we're going to do. You're not supposed to do that. But
yeah, it's a weird order.
Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine they wouldn't anyway. They say, hey, you did a good job, or, you lie to them and say, like, okay, yeah, it's not that bad.
Yeah, they definitely cannot say, okay, when I ask you this question, you need to answer in this way. But they can't do that anyway. Like you can do prep for testimony with your client witness. Like you can do that, but you cannot coach them on how to answer a question. They're just directed to answer truthfully. But you can ask them the question 100 times and figure out how they're going to answer the question. Like,
yeah, well, yeah, and that's the thing. I can ask you the question, and once you say it the way I want, I'm like, that's the way you need to answer it. And that way, I didn't tell you to do it. You did it on your own.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're definitely going to talk.
Yeah, it's
She's
a weird
going
order.
to.
It's also effectively unenforceable. Like, how are they going to find out they talked about their testimony? The communications are generally going to be privileged anyway. Like, what? There's no way to, unless one of the lawyer comes out and says, she talked to me, and then that person's getting a malpractice suit. So
yeah.
Ron and disbarred, hopefully. Ron Helmstetter, hopefully Australia can share its no-cut glass with the rest of the world. Enzi, is she going to testify about applying Amica cream on her bruises before leaving Australia, or nah? How else are they going to get around no one seeing any markings or after such a hellacious sounding beating? Now, the crazy thing is, yeah, she only kind of testified that she had her makeup people do something.
Well, she said like bruising, like normal bruising makeup, and that I don't know if you heard that part. But I really wanted to ask, what is normal bruising makeup, Amber? Like, is there heavy duty, your husband beat you senseless makeup, or what? Because she mentioned it as though there's levels of it.
Yeah, it's well, the problem I think she also has, I'm pretty sure the makeup artists aren't slated to testify to the violence at all.
Well, the ones for James Corden said they didn't notice anything. She just told them, "Can you believe I did it after he beat me like this?"
Yeah, which is hearsay. They wouldn't actually be able to admit that statement.
Well, no, I think you could. You could argue that's a present sense impression effect on here. Like, wow, this lady's crazy, or holy cow, she's a trooper. But
I don't know if
that sounds mighty boisterous to say, "Can you believe I did that interview after I just got beat senseless?"
Yeah.
So
I don't know if Elaine could articulate the argument for it.
I don't think she could, but I don't know if I'd want to bring it in if I was Amber's team. That's very that's like juggling a grenade.
Jeff K says, just got here. I guess the TLDR is she hasn't gotten more credible. Not today. No. Jade Phoenix 07, how do we know she didn't paint over them or destroy that room herself? We don't. I mean, she could have done it on her own. But I don't think Johnny disputed that he did something. Like he was dipping his fingers in paint and stuff like that. So I think we can reasonably infer that he's responsible for it. A rogue patriot, Amber and Stephen Armstrong from Metal Gear would make a great couple. My source is, I made it the F up. Vox Darkstar, what are the chances she did take the MDMA and this is all an elaborate hallucination on her part? Oh, I think she definitely took MDMA. I don't buy any of this. Oh, I didn't do cocaine. I drew the line at cocaine. Oh, well, I didn't ask for MDMA. That's crazy. He was trying to get something. Lady, you talking about doing MDMA at other parties? You're talking about doing mushrooms all the time.
Yeah.
Like I don't.
She was just as bad as he was.
Yeah, I'm not buying
as
it.
Use goes, and all these instances.
And it's in the text. It's in the notes with her doctor that she was using drugs.
But I bet in these, if Johnny's sloshed out of his mind, she's just as messed up and fallen over herself.
Yeah. Tara Rayner says, movie buffs out there, I bet, can pick out scenes from different movies incorporated in her testimony. I've got the visual of the mask and the Oscar-winning scene during her panic attack. Made me angry, not sympathetic. Matt Langdale, if Amber's bottle allegations were true, wouldn't there be a government agency charge Johnny with a crime? Enjoy the streams. Yeah, well, Australia would have to. That's where she was.
She would have also been severely injured. Like, she would have been intensive care level injured, most likely.
Yeah, I mean, that again, people who are forcibly penetrated with a penis, which is made to go in there, have to go get treated for injury oftentimes. Swapping in a foreign object is there's going to be significant trauma.
And it doesn't sound like it was just a beer bottle. It sounds like it was
a Maker's Mark bottle, she testified eventually.
Oh, I didn't hear that part. Okay.
Well, she saw the picture.
Yeah.
This is crazy. They show a picture of the Maker's Mark bottle, And she like stiffens up and they're like, what is this? And she's like, that's the bottle that he used. I'd never seen this until 2 days ago.
What the fuck?
Yeah, exactly.
Thank
you. Thank you. That's the exact reaction that I wanted to get out of you is how would you have not seen this picture in the ensuing 6 years, especially with a previous trial and the discovery disclosures here? You're just not talking to your lawyers. Are we supposed to believe that?
And the trial prep for this victim, the assault weapon, I'm not going to show it to you till right before. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Wow.
2 days ago, her lawyers are like, oh, by the way, we need you to verify that this bottle is probably the one that entered you. Can you do that? No blood on the bottle, by the way. But it's Maker's Mark, so it's got the red wax
It's got the
going to the thing. So that's probably where you just can't see it. Because blood looks like the bright red wax seal of a Maker's Mark bottle.
It's good for Maker's Mark. They got free advertising. Maker's Mark, good enough for Amber.
Oh, no. Maker's Mark, make her scream. Oh, Maker's Mark is obviously not a sponsor of this show.
Hey, you guys can keep those for free. Just send me a case.
Yeah. Brian Nielsen says, new challenge. Take a handful of MDMA and try to do anything other than rub against the softest thing in the room.
Yeah.
Not just 8 to 10 pills.
Yeah. I don't know how you don't OD at that point.
Like, and again, people keep saying MDMA and ecstasy are the same thing. So I don't know enough about it. Some people said MDMA is a pure form of ecstasy. Whatever it is, it doesn't matter.
Regardless.
When I saw, again, my only experience with ecstasy is watching other people. They take 1 pill and get stupid. They take 2 to 3 pills and they're called ETARDs and they're useless. They're heaps on the floor, moaning from time to time if they do that. Or they're sitting there just with a Vaseline mask on their face, just sniffing into oblivion. But they don't move. They're not violent. They can't do anything. They're worthless at that point.
You have to make sure they don't die.
Ugh.
At times.
Let's see. Yeah, because you're well on the path to overdosing at that point. It's very. I know some people have done it, but we're talking. Johnny is also not big. Johnny's 180, 185 pounds.
And he's short, too.
We know he's 185 pounds because the doctor testified 120 versus 185, and she was very specifically picking those numbers. So Johnny Depp is not like going to have this massive ability to process huge amounts of controlled substances. They say he holds his liquor. That's a little bit different. But you can also hold your liquor, but there's still a level of where your body stops functioning, like at a 0.18. I mean, you become pretty, like, no matter how good your tolerance is, you become pretty ridiculous.
At some point you black out. Yeah.
Casey says, no, Amber, you loved his money, his property, and his fame. Happy birthday, DUI guy. Still love you, Nick. Keep it up. Hey, thank you, Casey. I feel like I read that one earlier, but maybe I read it to myself. Scott Shook, you lie, Amber. iPads will shut off the screen automatically after a few seconds. You didn't just happen to see it. P.S. Happy belated Star Wars Day. Han Solo shot first. In fairness, I think that you can turn off or at least extend the screen delay thing. But yeah, her story just doesn't, none of it. It doesn't matter. Lionheart. Notice she didn't testify that the bloody bed picture was her. They very conveniently didn't ask whose bed it was. They showed a picture of a bed with blood on it. Was it her blood or Johnny's blood? If it was her blood, I don't know. Me as a litigator, and it's her blood, and I know it. I say, what's this a picture of? It's a bloody bed with bloody sheets and a bloody duvet. Whose bed is that? That's my bed. No, when you say that's your bed, is that the bed you slept on after this incident? Or do you mean that that's your bed, but you slept somewhere else? No, that's the bed I slept on after this incident. That's my blood on the sheets. Of course you ask if it's your blood, if it's their blood, if it is, because there's your evidence that sells the story. But if you just go, what's this? Oh, it's a bloody bed. Okay, moving on. I'm like, wait.
Well, I don't remember all of it. I just remember the bed.
Yeah, insane. Don't you recognize the bed that you slept in every night? But Lionheart, as someone who was headbutted in the face in high school by another guy, I got a concussion from that and forgot the entire day. I do not believe she was headbutted that she would remember anything afterwards.
Yeah.
Headbutting. Okay, so there's your nose is breaking your nose hurts so much because there's a big cluster of nerves right in it and behind it. And that and yes, also if you get hit hard enough to crunch and break it, it also tends to concuss inside. Like it's why they don't allow it in UFC anymore. They used to, but there's a reason. It can be extremely devastating to someone. Permanent injuries, dangerous head injuries. It's, I mean, what's up?
Hold on. Did I freeze or you freeze?
You're back. You're here.
Okay. Well, she also mentioned she did a concussion test over the phone. Like, you can't concussion protocol somebody over the phone. You actually have to examine them physically in person. So
yeah,
I don't
you
know
have to
what the
check
hell she
their
meant by
eyes.
that. Yeah.
It's very weird stuff. Yeah, people are talking about the metallic taste. DUI guy mentioned the metallic taste. I thank God I've never had my nose broken. I don't know. What I do know is that when a nose is broken, the amount of snot and blood that starts coming out of it is profuse. It's just this gross mess that starts coming out.
Yeah,
which is why you want to do it in a fight. You want to break a nose because it makes it hard for them to breathe because they're sucking in mucus and blood.
Last time I broke my nose, it was a mess. It was really bad.
Dirty Dan, fun fact, Amber Heard is a zombie extra at the beginning of Zombieland that gets clocked by the lid of a toilet tank. Really makes you think, doesn't it? Chase, she has not admitted to any reason that he would say he hated her. Does she expect us to believe he was so deranged that he did all this for no reason whatsoever? Look, I will say this. If he were in, like, if someone's in a crazy rage and I'm not talking beating, but they're just in a full on like screaming drag out fight with someone, I can see them saying, I hate you. Like that doesn't shock me. That doesn't shock me at all that would happen. I'm not saying it did, but that would be the least surprising part of the testimony for me. I'll kill you. That's starting to get out there. Like I could see it once. It's not appropriate. I could see it maybe one time, but the way she's talking about it, where he's got her pinned down, I'll fucking kill you. But he doesn't though. Like he's in such a rage that he's threatening to murder someone while beating them in the back of the head, but he doesn't just push her face into the pillow until she's dead. I mean, I'm having a hard time believing that he's in out of control completely from the monster and all the drugs and the violence, but he's in control enough to not finish the job. That strikes me as odd. Ray Marshall, all of this beating, but all she records is her instigated fights. The only police call showed zero evidence of violence. All testimony relies on dead people. Complete mirror of his testimony. Domestic violence arrests. Amber Heard 1, Johnny Depp 0. Lobo McNasty, if this actually happened to her, she would look like Charlize Theron in Atomic Blonde after her epic fight scene. Foxbutt, where are her medical records? Nurses and doctors testified to no injury. Bodyguards said no injury. For someone recounting something horrific, she seems very unshaken by it. No tears, very still. The bodyguards and the doctors, that's critically damaging to the case for her. Like, because she's testifying that the doctors did a concussion test, but I don't recall that being in her records at all. She's testifying that she spoke with the doctor after her hair was ripped out. No record of any of that either. So like, what's going on? Like, where are these injuries? These doctors took pages and pages and pages of notes, and we're just supposed to expect that those notes aren't there. All the others are. And it's her, and she and Johnny Depp have separate doctors or separate nurse practitioners. So, I mean, that's another big problem with her testimony.
And I mentioned this before, while they are meant to be discreet, covering up felony level violence like this, they wouldn't risk it because they would go to prison for that. So they would document that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that would be an accessory after the fact on some of these charges. They could, or on some of these things, which would be felony battery charges. I mean, with Johnny Depp, allegedly did both times. First of all, criminal sexual conduct in the first degree.
Yeah.
You've got assault and battery, depending on the state, in the first degree. You may have attempted murder when you combine in the alleged threats that are made. Like we're talking, this is decades in prison if he's convicted.
Yes. Oh yeah, he'd be looking at a lot here if any of this was true.
Yeah, it's wild. Oh, and registry on the sex offender list for the rest of his life. For that bottle incident, you're done. Actually, even the grabbing of the lady bits incident, that's a I think that'd be like a second degree criminal sexual conduct, or maybe third, since there's no, she alleged penetration, first degree again.
Yeah, like actually could be rape in some states.
Yeah, well, Minnesota just calls rape criminal sexual conduct, so first degree is rape. But yeah, absolutely. One last idiot. Nick, look up chin implant bruising. That is the same bruising in these overexposed photos. Tug could get into more explanations about these for you. No, I don't need to. I think that the one time that there's a doctor who alleges that she saw bruises on either side of her face, right on her cheeks, I can almost guarantee you that's a cheek fill. That I don't need any help with that at all, personally. Again, where are those medical records? Show us the days that you went in for Botox or cheek fill treatments. Like just any cosmetic surgery treatments. Give us the dates. Then let's line those up. Casey, as a man that broke his jaw by someone punching him, you can tell when something is physically broken on your face.
Yeah. Oof.
David Caggy, she is so delusional that she probably believes all of this. I believe this less than my 5-year-old that didn't eat the pudding with my hand while seeing her hand covered in chocolate pudding. Keep up the good coverage. Another thing, she's talking about him mounting on her back and punching her in the back of the head. Reminder to the chat, this is an illegal strike in mixed martial arts. You can in the United States anyway. Pride, you could do it for a little bit, but Pride might be done now. You can't do this. And if you were to do this, you intentionally, you may get a warning once. If you do it again, you will be fined thousands of dollars because of the level of damage you can do punching in the back of the head. Again, the injuries should be severe for what she's alleging.
And she's such a small and dainty person.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's not huge, but he's not little either.
Somebody in chat just said 3027 Johnny.
Oh.
Oh my God, that's good.
R.I.P. Oh man, you're canceled. Silver 42. Has anyone ever taken a high school theater class? In my school, one of the midterm projects was to create realistic gore and injury makeup on yourself. Lack of any medical record corroborates these photos, renders them completely useless to me. Yes, but also the black spot under her eye, black eyes, this is 2 days later. A black eye 2 days later is purple and tends to fill out this area. I would actually have been more believing of that being a black eye on the night that she was hit, because the blood doesn't have time to settle up there right away. And so her saying 2 days later, I'm like, wait a minute. No, this should be way worse. But when you look at her from the side, she has dark spots that run along under her eye and along her cheekbone. If she's not wearing foundation today, what does she look like? If she just takes off the foundation on the stand, does she have a mark there? She very well might. Let's see. Next, Tikul. Surprised she didn't have a member of her entourage tune her up for the photos. Yeah, where's the Jussie Smollett levels of commitment?
Yeah.
You got to take a few hits.
Yeah.
Molenlabe. Would it have been a good idea for a forensic medical examiner to testify on the alleged injuries? Also, her testimony sounds like a bad attempted reading of Bella from Twilight with the tempo and mannerisms. I think it's of note that neither side seems to have employed a forensic medical examiner to testify about the injuries. I think
that's due to the lack of medical records, but also in Amber's case, the forensic guy can't really testify because there's nothing to testify to.
Right.
She didn't go to the hospital, so he can't comment really.
Yeah, all he could do is look at a picture and say these look consistent with bruising, but I can't tell you the
Yeah.
source.
Yes, can that be a bruise? Maybe. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sean Willis, when you're that pale, bumping into a corner causes apparent bruising. If she was being attacked in a life-threatening way, why the need to highlight? And ripping hair causes blood from scalp. Yeah, the hair thing does not measure up at all to me. Again, I know people who have suffered severe abuse, and the abuse is focused on the pulling and tugging and dragging by the hair, and their skin ripped away from their skull on the scalp. Like the skin doesn't rip off, but the internal separation, I forget what, there's a name for it, but that internal separation causes massive amounts of swelling and bruising, and it's horrifying to look at.
Mm-hmm. And also and when that happens, getting hit there is just, your skin is so fragile at that point, you will cut very quickly.
Yeah. Incast, and you'll bleed a ton.
Yep.
Incast.
Just like
JD,
UFC, you bleed everywhere.
Yep. JD is always wearing rings. Pretty sure with all of that violence Amber Heard is claiming, there would have been more damage. Also, a Maker's Mark bottle up the hoo-ha. That's some premium Pornhub talent. She's a disgrace. Love you, Nick. Yeah. Yeah. We won't even get into the other problems with that. Bottles have one opening. And if you have one opening inside an area, it can create a vacuum and cause problems, which lead to even further injury.
Yes.
Ron White, just want to thank you, Nick, for hanging in there for us. Enjoy the break. Oh, this isn't hanging in there for me. This is what I love to do, man. I love doing shows, so it's a lot of fun. Thank you guys for hanging in here with me. Matthew Self, he plays guitar right-handed. Yeah, that was really weird of Elaine to elicit the testimony about she didn't strum on the guitar. Yeah, we know it's not her blood, Elaine. It would be Johnny's bloody hand, but you should want to leave the jury to think that there's some blood of hers somewhere. I would think, just for image purposes. But
# bottle service.
Oh no. Jeff K says still a better love story. Jeff K says still a better love story than Twilight. Oh no. Hey, Kristen Stewart took a literal pounding in Twilight. That was the whole thing. I think it was the second one or whatever, when they get married and go on their honeymoon, he like breaks the entire apartment, just humping the shit out of her. Geth Rauken, is Heard forbidden from talking to her PR team? No. Want to bet she does anyway. Oh, she definitely will. She would be prohibited from violating any court order about discussion with the media, but as long as she is not giving statements to her PR team to issue as agent for her to some publication, she should be able to talk to them. Now, is she doing that? I think 100% she's framing communications through a PR team. That's why she fired her other one and hired a new one in the middle of the case. However, going with the letter of the law on this, if she's not making directed statement, if she just says, I need you to work on my image, then that's not a statement that would be like implicating the order, probably. Matthew Self, the pause is in real time. Check out timestamp 5:15:30 on Tug's live stream today. Okay, so that little second delay is not an artifact of the thing. Okay, then yeah, barrier with it. I would bring that up to I would bring that up to the jury. I think. Take That says, my daughter went through something similar, had her hair ripped out in numerous places, and her hair on the floor looked the same, and she has shoulder-length hair. Still don't believe Amber, but that picture is realistic to me. Well, maybe. I don't know. It doesn't seem true to me. But that's just.
I'm not
like
saying it's impossible,
opinion,
but generally speaking, this is not copacetic with the majority of the way this happens, and like nothing she's done so far is at all in common with things that typically happen.
Right. Her reactions all of this, that tells a lot of the story as well. It's just how she acts is not consistent with how victims of severe intimate violence act, as far as I'm aware. I'm not an expert. Maybe we should ask her. Maybe we should ask her doctor. Just a second. I had to reset the window again. Chat is very, very active today. Let's see. Here we go. Perfect. David A. Hamilton, can a lawyer asking questions using different tones of voice be considered leading / objected to for signaling the type of answer desired? If it's egregious, maybe. But I don't know. This judge seems to be pretty set on the leading questions. Just allow the magic words. They don't really need to do that. I did think it was crazy her drawing the highlights on the thing. Like, that is leading. Like, tell me about this thing right here. Did you experience bruising? Circles it. Like, well, let Amber do that.
You know what, though? I think that's fine with letting that happen, because then immediately Camille's going to be like, okay, that was the bruise. That was a bruise. I mean, some of this, I think they're fine with letting them dig their own grave.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, again, this strategy is different than technicality.
Yes,
absolutely. Yes. And that's why people were saying, I mentioned this before, people were saying during her like big soliloquy, why aren't you objecting? It's like, well, because this is an insane story. Let her tell it. I think it's completely incredible.
Yeah. And they could easily go up there and it's like, okay, you know, that part you just said 10 days later now, do it all again, Amber, and let her try.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. Shri says Amber said Johnny fell asleep while texting a woman he had an on and off relationship with while they were married, yet she didn't take a picture of it. I just can't with this B. Or mention who it was. Who was it? You know why you don't mention that? Because you don't want him called to the stand. And you don't want those text messages to surface and be nothing or non-existent. All of Johnny's text messages were dumped. So those text messages should be in evidence, and they would be adverse to his interests. They'd be admissible, most likely. Okay, cool. Thank you for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Giddy Up G says, when someone is telling the truth, they can tell the story frontwards, backwards, or from the middle. When someone is lying, they tell the story chronologically. She is lying, or at minimum embellishing what happened. Calvin Pontius. Nick, check your Twitter DMs for new video of Amber acting while leaving court. Yeah, I heard she, like, when he walked towards her, she stumbled backwards as if traumatized or whatever.
Yeah, Fry and Barnes were talking about, they had that on Twitter, and yeah, she's like, oh my God.
Yeah. In Celsius.
At that point, I really wish Johnny would have just gone after her and just,
take it.
Hey, you said I did it, so I may as well earn it now.
That's what I always used to do to my sibling always used to do to me. I would, as a kid, I would cry and say they hit me, right? And so then just eventually it was just like, fine. If I'm going to get in trouble anyway, get slugged, idiot.
Yeah.
In Celsius, they should have just let today's lawyer run the entire show. Do they take turns based on specialization, or is it workload? They allocate the work. They assign the witnesses. Now, someone might be like there's some speculation that the one guy who is questioning the doctor is just good at questioning expert witnesses, for example. Lots of experience doing it. So maybe that's who you want to do it. Camille has been on the team. I think she was on the team through the UK trial.
Oh, wow.
And so this has been like a long time coming. And she's also a pretty woman.
Years thinking about this.
Yeah, and she's a pretty woman. You want her to be the one to go after Amber Heard, because you don't want it to look like bitter jealousy from a less attractive woman. You don't want it to look like a man genuinely, you don't, right?
You do.
Like,
you're right.
Because imagine if Amber Heard's doctor was the lawyer and she came up and started asking Amber Heard all these questions in like a bad tone, it would kind of, people would be like, oh, she's just jealous. That might be improper, but again, we're in court. Propriety's gone. The other, you also don't want a guy because she's going to have to get tough with it. And when she has to get tough with it, if a guy's doing it, it can look like beating up on the witness.
Yep.
So you just want to get rid of that. Matthew Self Timestamp 2 hours, 39 minutes, 50 seconds, ET Canada channel, day 16 of trial. I didn't consider how the timestamp would not work in the previous super chat. It keeps changing if they're still live. You can clearly see the pause in real time. I believe you, buddy. I believe you. Snow plays. I swear this bottle story in the same as the death of Maria Nemeth, who was killed in 2015. I could be. I have no idea. Nikki. At least the chick from Gone Girl actually shoved the bottle inside of her to prove her story. Lol, gotta commit harder, Amber. Captain Redbeard, I went to the Maker's Mark facility a few years ago, and I swear Amber was there promoting different uses for the bottles. Oh, come on. Lone Wolf, MDMA can produce hallucinations. X cannot. It massively elevates heart rate and causes the body to be unable to retain water. It rushes to the brain. 10 MDMA pills snorts would definitely kill you, especially with alcohol. I'm not a doctor, so I don't know. M says, and do you think a nominal award would be what Depp could be looking for? Well, I mean, I think he'll take whatever he gets. He wants a victory, and I'm sure he'd be okay with a nominal award. But obviously the prize would be some level of recompense. I think the court just awarding him back the divorce settlement would be a nice, attainable, punitive sort of measure. I just think that's how you might get there.
It's a lot of feed picks for Amber if that happens.
Yeah. Amber fans starts up right after that. Chris Moore says, if my Amber fans now with 100% more Maker's Mark. Chris Moore
Sponsored.
says, if my fiance rapes me with a broken wine bottle and beats me to a pulp, I'm going to the hospital and filing charges. Heartfelt. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, the amount of times that she started getting to where it's like, I just wanted out, but I loved him or whatever. And it's like, dude, you're talking about threatening to murder you and violating you in some of the worst ways. Like, oh, but he's so nice the other times. Like, again, I'm having so much trouble buying any of this. Again, I know women do stay in relationships that are violent. They do.
But these are like, these violent situations are at least in my experience, I don't know about yours, these are the culminating event experiences. I mean, these are off the charts insane. And yeah,
these are you leave
happen.
Or you're dead. I mean, these are literally you leave or you were likely to die within a month.
If that, yeah.
Like it's crazy.
Yeah, these are the ones when the cops show up. So yeah, that's why that's the problem I have with this.
Yeah. I'd like to, and everybody would have had to be complicit in this too. The security guards, their licenses are gone, maybe accessories to felony battery and sexual assault. Ben King, this guy is a high profile butler who probably makes a fortune servicing very wealthy clients, but he would not be allowed to exist if he was caught covering any of this up. The doctors, I mean, Debbie Lloyd is apparently there during the Whitney story. He throws a Red Bull and hits Debbie Lloyd, and she's like, and just she vanishes? Like, she dissolves out of that story. That was weird.
Yeah.
Like, suddenly it's Whitney there and not Debbie. So what happened to her?
Yeah, she would have been, but Debbie, if she got hit, they would have paid her off. They would have told her, hey, I got a subpoena. Hey, you just moved to Alaska. Have a good one. Like, they would have paid for her to disappear.
Yeah, I mean, or because... Yeah, she would have had her lawyer, the doctor's office too. Would have had the lawyer.
Or Richard Marx would have been the lawyer.
Yeah, would have contacted Johnny Depp's lawyer and said, yeah, we got a problem, and we got two ways to deal with this. One is the you pay way, and the other is the public way. And guess what? You're going to pay a lot. And I mean, she would never have to work again.
And Johnny's lawyer would have said, just start telling me when to stop writing zeros.
Get
rid of it. And yeah, and then not only that, but his staff, but also Amber's friends. Like, they all knew about this and they didn't do anything. I mean, that makes them even bigger pieces of crap because they're her friends and nobody ran to the police or tried to help. They all just thought, oh, this is cool. You'll get it next time, sweetie. Don't worry about it. He still loves you.
Yeah, it's insane. It's
Yeah.
insane. M says, I'd also like to know your opinion on why this result would be different than the UK courts. I support Depp from what I've heard, but I'd like to hear why these results could be different. Well, a couple things. One, the UK court is UK. versus US, and law just plays out a little bit differently. 2, in the UK court, he's suing the UK Sun. And let's say it was in the United States. The UK Sun could absolutely have relied on statements that were made by someone else if they did not believe those statements, if they did not know those statements were false. And journalists have a little bit of a different standard, which is effectively the policy of journalists to avoid defamation is to have no standard. This is a tabloid. So to establish actual malice in the United States from a journalist, what you tend to have to do is show that they either knew of the falsity, so they had direct evidence that the statement was false, that they're repeating or reporting on, or that they had a reckless disregard for the truth. Now, how that works in journalism is if you have a standard of investigation and authentication for a statement or a quote that you're going to put in a piece or a piece of information, you have to follow that. If you follow that for all of your other work, but deviate from the standard in this instance, that's a reckless disregard for the truth. The problem is if you don't have a standard, you can't deviate from it. This is a tabloid. If the tabloid has no standard of verification or authentication of facts, then they can't deviate from the standard and have a reckless disregard for the truthfulness of the statements. So it makes it very, very hard to sue a publication because of that, unless they're making the commentary. But they're using Amber Heard as the commentary. And remember, Johnny Depp did have a domestic violence restraining order against him. They could easily rely on the fact of the domestic violence restraining order to consider him a wife beater for the purposes of their article headline. Like that is, the UK Sun was a very, very hard target. In fact, the only reason it went to trial was probably because it was in the UK, because in the US that would have been dismissed pre-trial.
Yes,
guaranteed.
yes. Any American newspaper would have they would have been fully insulated.
Yeah. But that said, there were issues with the judge in that case, some crazy connections, some suspect things. There's also Amber testifying behind closed doors, not in front of the jury, not in front of Johnny Depp, not in front of, I don't think in front of the judge either. You have, they weren't able to really go into impeaching her as a witness because she wasn't a party. And that's somehow within the rules in the UK, which is just baffling to me. So there are a lot of functional differences that occurred in that case that would explain that. With that said, I think that covers all of the large super chats, which means I'm going to start reading the smaller ones. But I got to tell you guys, there is no way I can get through these on this show tonight, because in the next 52, I could go maybe for 52 more minutes, but I gotta have some dinner and time with my family. But I will be reading the rest of them tonight.
So, hey Nick, before I'm gonna dip out real quick, I gotta get ready.
Sure.
Tonight 9:30, guys, I'll be streaming. I kind of cover stuff during the week. If you guys have questions about Amber Heard, whatever, you can bring them there. I'll talk about it too. So 9:30 on my channel, and that's it, really.
Yeah,
check
it out. Again. By the way, his channel is linked in the description. Just click on Potentially Criminal and click that sweet subscribe button so you can follow along with his content.
Yeah, almost to 5,000. It blows my mind.
Awesome, man. Keep going. Keep going.
Thanks.
All right, man. Peace.
Right. See you, Nick.
Yep. Okay. I am getting down to the beginning of the day. Okay. Wow. All right. Here we go. Gegs. Wait, no. I read these. I got to find where the spot was that I did on these. All right, I think here might have been the spot. This is where I'm starting. No matter if it was. Oh, wait, no. Nope, I read these. Hold on. Going a little farther. Okay, here's where I left off. I remember Light Giver says 11 years with Vanessa, not even a hint of abuse. Darth Daddy, have you seen Amber word for word copying movie scenes? Tagged you on Twitter. We've talked about this several times today. Yes. Kisha Velasquez, will they ever be allowed to discuss her past abusive relationships and domestic violence arrests? Doesn't it show a pattern? Why is it excluded? Well, you cannot use a previous act to prove a current act. You can't do that. There are some exceptions for prior acts evidence. Pattern is one, but how pattern works as a rule of evidence for prior acts is that the pattern has to demonstrate special knowledge typically. So if hypothetically a bank is robbed in the same way, or several banks are robbed with the exact same method, like, you know, you see it on TV, right? We're in and out in 60 seconds or whatever. And they do the same thing. They have the same sort of phrases. Everything's kind of the same. If, for example, someone had been arrested for a bank robbery that looked the same as a spree of bank robberies, they could then try and introduce that evidence as pattern with special knowledge of how to do something. That's the easiest analogy I can give off the top of my head, but that would make it more likely that it was true. But if you had just robbed a bank and then another bank is robbed, they can't just say, oh, well, he robbed the bank before, so he robbed this one. Doesn't work that way. You're not allowed to do it. So same with this domestic violence charge. It's out because it's extremely prejudicial to Amber, and it's not probative of the truth of whether or not she defamed Johnny Depp, except if they open the door by, you know, Amber testifying, for example, that she has never engaged in violence or intimate partner violence or something like that. She did say that she hit Johnny Depp today, so that might be her out. If they say, have you ever engaged in intimate partner violence? And she says, yes. Well, tell me about that. Why hit Johnny Depp? Is that all? That'd be the follow-up question, but they have to be very, very careful, and they may have to petition the judge to go down that road. Lancelot, no, read that one. Satoshi was a reptiloid. You're doing something right. YouTube now doesn't only refuse to show me your channel on my front page, but doesn't list you among currently active live channels. Same as null, mad at the internet. Yeah, that's how it goes. Shame bad. Did you see Amber's mugshot from Texas? Maybe the soup kitchen testimony was really community service. Hobo Jim, thank you for the donation. Wisconsin Jackhole, becoming a vegetarian is one big mistake. Anna Rosengren, Amber's testimony will be forgotten during the break. Will cross-examination be after the break? If so, that would be good for Johnny Depp. Well, they'll get to keep going on direct after the break, and then cross will resume. Andrew Hansen, joke, AOC was asked about Roe versus Wade. Well, we know that it's the only two ways Mexicans can get across the river. Kyle Cowden, nurse in hospital for wife, asked, what kind of monster is she? Normies get it. News spinning like a top. Shard Falkers Gaming. Shouldn't today be Herd's Turd Thursday? Herd's Turds Thursday. Kangarilla. Hi, Nick. It's my birthday. Watching your show and enjoying some whiskey. Take some of my real currency. Thank you. Joshua Avalos. Hey, Nick, I've been watching since Rittenhouse trial and enjoy your content and law talk. I guess I can't agree with some of your perspectives on Legal Bites' channel because you're a grifter, lol. Wait, what? You can't agree with some of my perspectives on Legal Bites' channel because I'm like, you mean going over to her channel and agreeing with my perspectives, or agreeing with my perspectives about her channel? I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what you're stating there, but either way, thank you for the donation. Heike says, have you seen all the quotes Amber had her story from? I linked to you on Twitter. I've seen a lot of it going around, but again, I haven't verified any of them. So I'm not so sure, but you can certainly check it out. Cody Wolf, how about a Mark Richards style Racine, Wisconsin for old time's sake? There you go. Mo says, yellow dress. Girthworm Gin, 149. It's Amber's Turds Day, part 2, the Electric Boogaloo. Should it be the Electric Poogaloo? Like, if you're going to go all the way there, you got to go to Poogaloo, I would think. Lacey Ann, oh, that's what he means. I see. I'm nice to everybody. Jackson Kai says, I understood enough about addiction. Now we know why she had to say her father had struggled, because she obviously knows it was from her own addiction. Ryan Miller, can Johnny Depp be recalled after Amber's case is done? Yeah, I think he's subject to recall still. And have the jury members smell his fingers to see if the cocaine trailer park search happened. Robert Leather fell asleep on a sofa last night. Oh my God, I'm a junkie. I fall asleep on the sofa like half of nights because I get done at like 4 a.m. I go upstairs, I sit down, I grab like a little snack before I go to bed. And sometimes I'm asleep before I finish my food. Sometimes I'm asleep before I even eat my food. And then other times I sit down, I eat my snack, and then I go lay down in bed and go to sleep. It's again, this Johnny Depp thing is, he slept on a chair. I fell asleep in this chair the other night. I got done with the show, and before I could do anything else, like before I could even stand up, I was out. Let's see. Nightmare Zero, hashtag toxic napsculinity. Get it trending. Jacques Cersei. If you want to see what a real domestic violence looks like, watch Christy Mack testify against War Machine, then watch Turd testify. It'll make you really... Wait, is Christy Mack's testimony against War Machine public? Oh, that'd be phenomenal to watch. I might do that soon. Chininator, I noticed the girl lawyer is objecting today. Is that by design? Well, she's handling the cross, so it's her witness. So she does the objections. That's how this has gone in this courtroom. Not all courtrooms work that way, but it's a good system. One lawyer on each side handling the witness, and whoever's on it is on it. Objections and examination. Let's see. You do the same thing. Pull it up. I'm not going to pull up the Christy Mack thing now. We're gonna go a little bit longer on this, and then, like I said, we'll get the rest of them tonight. But the Christy Mack thing would be interesting to watch, either on a night show or during the week next week, maybe compare and contrast with Amber Heard. Slash and burn theory: Amber could actually sway the jury with this utter BS. It's a real scary thought. Absolutely, she could. If the jury believes her. I don't believe her. Most of the chat doesn't seem to believe her, but the jury very well might. And there's no way to really get around that. Marinas, hey, thank you for the big donation. Says, hi, Nick, working late in South Africa, enjoying the stream. Amber Heard claimed that Johnny broke her nose the night of the 2014 Met Gala. There's a Facebook post of Amber Heard and Johnny Depp at the Don Rickles, one night only, special taping the very next day. Christy Mack is all law and crime cucks videos. Perfect. That'll be great. Nicholas Hooker. Are you a dirty hooker? Is it just me, or does Amber Heard's entire testimony sound super rehearsed and an obvious attempt of an actress to appear sincere? I don't think it's just you, buddy. Jacob LaFoon, she's a nag because she was raised with horses. Slash and burn theory: Depp's kids hated her. Do people forget that? Well, I don't know anything about Depp's kids' perspective of her, but if they're not going to testify, then that won't matter. Let's see. Yeah, social media doesn't believe her either. No, it's pretty clear. But social media is just a subset of the population. And really, though, there are people on social media who do believe her, even if the majority don't. And that is, again, the danger. The danger of all this is that the wrong people for Johnny Depp are on the jury. Let's see. I've got a poll up on Twitter. I'm wondering how the Twitter poll is going. Let's see. All right. So my poll on Twitter says, do you believe Amber Heard's or Johnny Depp's version of Australia? Johnny is winning 98.1% to 1.9% after 8,000 votes. So, woo, not close on that one. Bone CK. Johnny's team, what if any of these arguments occurred while you were working at Hooters? Nikram, I'm getting PTSD from her testimony. Erica Ashforth, Umbrella Guy founder, juvenile record DUI. There you go. Ian Mack filmed Magic Mike XXL in October/November of 2014, though. Toloco Badger, would Depp's team be allowed to add more witnesses to counter any part of Heard's testimony? Yes. On rebuttal, they can call. Remember, they're time limited. That's the trick. They're time limited, but they can recall on rebuttal. You can call witnesses who aren't even on your witness list if you have reason for it. Postal, can I get a Mother's Day toast for my mom, Betty? Just not Maker's Mark. First time I can spend the day with her in 7 years. She's from Piers, Minnesota. Been making her listen. Thanks for being my co-pilot while out delivering the mail. Yeah. Where's my... I can do a little Mother's Day toast for Betty. Absolutely. Okay. Fix that later. To Betty, happy Mother's Day, Betty. It's hard to imagine not speaking to your child for a period of 7 years. And I don't know the circumstances which brought you apart, but I do know that the circumstances do not matter in the face of the joy of reunion. So enjoy your time with your child. May you have a blessed Mother's Day, and cheers to all the mothers out there. All right. Aniston Jade says, you got to check out the statement from Johnny Depp's spokesperson just released. It's on Court TV. Love the coverage. Let's see what we got. There was one 2 days ago. You saying there's one more current than this? Oh, here we go. Johnny Depp's team calls Amber Heard's testimony the performance of her life. Johnny Depp's team is trying to tear apart Amber Heard's testimony, claiming it's nothing more than performance art. This is from TMZ. Johnny's spokesperson tells TMZ their prediction during opening statements has now come to fruition, that Amber has been preparing to give the performance of her life in this trial. They now say their prediction was dead on accurate. They claim the stories of abuse have evolved with new and convenient details as time goes on. By contrast, they say Johnny's recollections have remained exactly the same throughout the 6 painful years since her first allegations were made. They also say the upcoming cross-examination from Johnny's team will be telling, as Depp's attorneys zero in on alleged inconsistencies in her stories. As you know, she testified. Now, if they've got a transcript of her behind closed door testimony from the UK, which they should have access to that, they can bring up that she testified under oath to different facts. As you know, Amber wrapped up day 2 of her testimony where she told the jury he called her a nagging bitch and a cunt. So yeah, there you go. That's, well, I mean, you would expect them to come out heavy on this. And of course they're going to. Purple Prophet. Did the supposed 5-hour recording from the Australia night get struck? It was not admitted in so far. It was not admitted in. Ian Mack, wait, I read that one. Yakosai. New drinking game. Take a shot whenever she says, 2 shots whenever she references the kids, 3 shots whenever she steals quotes or events from movies, books, or TV. Stay hydrated. No, you'd stay killed. What are you talking about? You'd die immediately doing that. John Bassinger. So he wanted his wife/partner to stop taking roles of desperation in which she was the half-nude eye candy. Tried to make her respectable. Bjorn Krasek says she speaks naturally when talking about dealing with his addiction because she was legit annoyed at that. Contrast with her stories about alleged violence. Gags, I once passed out from drinking after being at a party for 30 minutes. I must have abused someone also. Photos of him sleeping don't show anything of abuse. Correct. Prince Dobler, I think Depp's lawyer should keep objecting on the leading questions for no reason other than just annoy crazy cat lady. Yeah. Oh, and it was very effective today. Camille did a great job today. She really did. Caroline Ann. Nick, can you play the stream that shows both Heard and Johnny? His reactions to her BS are priceless. No, I'm. There's some question as to whether or not that actually would be infringing content. So I'm not positive on doing that. I'm liking the camera angles we're getting on the people. So no, for now, no. But I might switch after the break. I'm not sure. Haven't decided. Dylan Flanagan, been so triggered by lies and gaslighting, been so gaslit in the past. It truly is hard to watch this. How do you do it, man? Keep up the good work, by the way. P.S. Sorry for spamming you a few months ago. Oh, you're forgiven. I don't even remember it. But thank you for hanging out. Radioactive Redhead read that one. KG, thank you for the donation. DeBuzz General featuring Shave something. This is sub Hallmark movie level of acting. Mr. Squiggles, every time she cries, it looks like she's constipated and trying to pass a grumpy. None your business. Oh my God, the atrocious acting is laughable. Boosh McFadden, I think I speak for all film stars when I say boo. Jeremy Tremblay, for someone who cries so much, it's a good thing she has a Kleenex box right next to her. Weird. I used to know someone who was named Jerry Tremblay. Not Jeremy, though. Randy May says, you have to hit rock bottom. Nope. Jacob Laffoon, do we have to pay extra to see her only tears? Yes. Yes. Tom, thank you for the donation. Retsueto says, Amber Heard sounds like a kid in acting lessons who is waiting for their teacher as what to do next. It's painfully awkward. Oh, yeah. It's terrible. Jandon Bean Patterson says, toast to my dad birthday in Richard's voice. To the lost. To the lost. Cheers to your father. Let's see. M Daily. Yeah. Okay. M Bruiser. Ice 119300 says there is a series of photos that Amber took that showed Johnny's drug table, but in each one things have been moved or even taken out like property of Johnny Depp's box. Can this still be used as evidence? Yeah. They could attempt to admit all of them on cross. They don't want to do it on direct, but they could definitely attempt to admit them on cross. FPS Aries says, I didn't realize so many people had the names they, them, everyone, they knew, and all. Hollywood sure has some unique names. Zerosifer, the talented Mr. Ripley, the thing with Dickie, it's like the sun shines on you and it's glorious, and then he forgets you and it's very, very cold. Amber yesterday, the thing with Johnny, etc. Yes. Again, I seem to recall something like that in her testimony, but I don't know if it's word for word. I'm kind of curious how close it is. Shawmut, Johnny presented himself as flawed and broken. Amber is flawless. It's everyone else's fault. Look how perfect I am. Winged Paragon in Elmo voice.
It's not hearsay. I watched it.
Gross. Chemical Hazard. Has anyone noticed Johnny's candy pile has less THC gummies and a growing amount of Prozac in its place? What's up with that, Nick? I have no idea. His candy pile, it looked like pills to me. So, yeah, but he's not testifying anymore. He can actually be on his medications. When he's up on the stand, you don't want him medicated. Whiskey Actual. Did Amber Heard just want Johnny Depp to die of an overdose for the inheritance money? Probably would have been more convenient, frankly. The Hard T. Have you seen that Amber's opening statement was from a movie? It's like the sun shines on you and it's glorious, and then he forgets you and it's very cold. Talented Mr. Ripley. Greg S. What, if any, actions by Cat Lady have pissed off the judge today? Tom, objection, fan fiction, American Woman, American Woman. Oh my God, she acts just like Kristen Stewart, right down to the stutter. She definitely auditioning. If I was going to audition, though, I wouldn't act like Kristen Stewart. She's horrible. Bear Business 1. So the only time Amber could not / has not cried about Johnny is during the trial. Timothy Reaper, did you hear about the dwarf mystic that escaped from prison? The authorities warned there was a small medium at large. Bootleg Kokoro. Camille is so smart and on the ball. Plus, she's gorgeous. Jacob M. Did Cat Lady train dolphins in her youth? Blind Press. Cat Lady lawyer doing her best to show us her dolphin speech. Bear Business. Heard lawyer makes goat noises versus Johnny lawyer with goat objection street. Liz Lear. After the sound she made, I'd like to make a motion to change Crazy Cat Lady's moniker to Angry Goat Lady. You know what, Remy? That's mean. It's a nice shirt, Nick. Do you get all your clothes from United Way? This is a U.S. World Cup soccer jersey, jerk. Gosh, you're mean. Ugh. Some people. By the way, I should have mentioned it earlier, but if you haven't hit like on the stream yet, go ahead and hit like. I mean, you're still here while I'm reading super chats. You must have enjoyed it something. So go ahead and hit that like button. I really appreciate it. It helps out. Robert Guardial, check out Mr. H Reviews video. Amber's opening statement is from the talented Mr. Ripley. Kevin 11, can't wait for Cross. Maybe we'll see her cry genuine tears for the first time in her adult life after getting wrecked on the stand. She did have one tear come out today. One tear. I saw it. I saw it drip. I don't know if it was real, but I saw it drip. Sword and Scale, can we just be civilized about this and have Amber and Johnny Depp's lady lawyer mud wrestle to settle the case instead? I think that's fair, frankly. I think it's fair, and Dr. Mommy can ref it. Tor Theo says, can you have a standing hearsay objection? Mark B, I love the increasing irritation from objections. That's why you do it. I can taste fried food. Objection. Damn autocorrect. Amanda Jones, go to the Mr. H Reviews on YouTube. He shows how Amber used the script from the talented Mr. Ripley. It was word for word. Unbelievable. Random commentor. Hey, Nick, do you know any attorneys familiar with class action suits against companies like Indiegogo? I may know some people. None in my area do, and I can't find any who do. Well, you're going to be in arbitration, and it's probably not going to be a class action. They'll probably have to be individually filed arbitrations. But I do. Like, is it Indiegogo or is it Kickstarter? Patreon? Who are you after? Boojalicious, having to wait 10 days for Kamami to put Amber on a cross is the biggest tease of 2022 so far. Also, Elaine is an annoying dum-dum. Yeah, I agree with most of that. Patrick Stewart. What, if any, evidence do you have for defense that isn't hearsay? Zankragor, thank you for the clown shooting himself in the head. Very nice. RB, Amber sounds constantly exasperated. It's annoying. Joe Knox, so literally every time you got in an argument with Johnny Depp, he slapped you around, so you married him. Right. JK Win, message good logic to wake the F up, lol. Rooster Cogburn, think Amber has a list like Hillary Clinton? All of chat is on said list. Battle 03333. Depp's team alley-ooping those objections. Go team. Cameron Carlson, the audio popping may be caused by your browser. I had a similar issue running on audio interface in Safari. Switch to Firefox. Save the issue for me. Sorry if you've already tried this. I have not tried switching off of Chromium. I use Chrome and Edge. Really didn't want. I don't want to get onto something else, but it might be the solution. I could check. KG0610, Johnny Depp, played by Amber Heard, with the voice dropping / gravel accent. Kid. Feels like I'm watching a bad celebrity impressionist set. Nikki Ryan Frost, all her crying, but have there been any tears? JK Wynn, anyone else noticing? She says the same actions done to her, just changing, which argument like each time was the same thing. She won't say her actions. Stardust sent a Fox or something. Thank you, Stardust. Time stalling. The defense attorney is very skilled. Her cross is going to be better than Gage Grosskreutz. You mean the plaintiff's attorney, I would imagine. Johnny Depp is the plaintiff. Ryojimata, so far, current witnesses fully contradict her, aren't testifying, and she's telling obvious lies with no evidence to back her up. Yep, very credible. Yeah, they really needed some other witnesses to fall on that credibility sword and start laying down some testimony that gets them from Johnny Depp's story to her version, in my opinion. Andrew Stone, have you seen Amber ripped off word for word talented Mr. Ripley for opening statement? Caleb Gruber, can you turn on subtitles for the court feed? Headbang Tiger, sounds like he was trying to help her make smarter career choices and not be typecast as a bimbo not controlling at all. It's also not controlling to not want your partner's intimate areas displayed for the world. Like, that's not a controlling thing. Felipe Move, Nick, Amber today changed my mind. She's telling the truth. I'm kidding. I'm amazed she can say all that BS. What a harpy. She used to be so pretty, but the prettier, the crazier. That's why you're not crazy at all. Thank you, Felipe. That was really nice. It'd be cool if you choke on a bunch of bullets. Just kidding, buddy. Thanks. Leslie Squad. Amber Heard mentioned the Johnny Depp and Kate Moss stare tabloid story from forever ago. Johnny Depp smiled at Chu, and Chu turned around and pumped his fist in victory at Camille. What does this mean? They've been, for whatever reason, they want to get that in. They want to get that in. I don't know. I'm not familiar with the scenario or the story, but that might have been something that was motioned out, like they weren't able to talk about it, and now they can. But maybe they just want to show that if she's going to tell that story, now they can bring up the tabloid and say, you stole this story, didn't you? I mean, of course you did. You knew about the story. You knew about the tabloid. Who knows? Maybe it's as simple as that. Maybe it's bigger. Bo Stoker says, I didn't blast out Amber's house on your locals page in Yucca versus Yucca V. Someone else did. I was not involved. What's up with this loving girl next door look with the sweater? Someone tell her she looked evil. I haven't seen that post. I have no idea about it. Carmadia. Camille and Curly Sue team are awesome. If only Camille could replace objection hearsay with objection lie. Tortheo, nothing says joy like squint eyes and showing teeth. JK Win, next she's going to say he whipped it out and started smacking her with it, then turned her into a hand puppet while doing lines and downing a bottle of 151. I mean, most of that stuff she did. Samuel Ute, do you notice while on the stand she makes minimal eye contact with Johnny? If this is your chance to tell your story, make him understand how bad you hurt. Sam Chadwick, the doc really nailed it with the histrionic. Holy moly. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Dr. Muffin's analysis of Amber Heard seems spot on. Lawyer lady is giving cat ladies everywhere a bad name. Yes. Yes, she is. Gee, I am loving Ben Chu's tie today. Did you see the clip on your locals of Johnny showing him his drawing during court? Ben looks so proud. Lamau. Auburn Gal 98. Any chance cross exam starts today? I think I said earlier it was a possibility, but a very, most likely would be after we come back. And now we know it will be after we come back. Dag the Gnome says, how hard do you think it would be to prove she's deliberately perjuring herself? Everybody needs to calm down on the perjury stuff. There's almost no way you're going to get an actual perjury charge, much less a conviction on her. Zerranks, I still don't believe Amber, but I often wondered how actors and actresses who were involved dealt with their other halves engaging in risque scenes. John Quinn, is Fabio on the cover of this novel? FPS Aries, Amber, was the floor clean or dirty? The jury wants to know. Greg S. JD's problem was he penetrated the monster. Oh, no. Aussie Whiskey Snob, the question Camille has to ask when getting her to recount her trauma, did that make you grumpy? JK Win, he then put the dog on a leash and told her to heel, walked her upstairs to where the grumpy was rubbed her face in it and said, bad girl, and whacked her nose. Degris 77. Nick, is it normal for a judge to let a witness narrate answer to simple questions? She keeps going on and on. Yeah, unless either the judge gets annoyed or the other party stops it. And there's nothing to stop on those things. Let her go. Let her go. Her story got crazier and crazier as she went. Angry Monkey, is she reading from a novel? Great lines. Subtitles. Golden Raspberry Awards need a new category for worst courtroom performance by a female witness. Winged Paragon. Personally, I think cross before break would be better. Media doesn't have a week drumming up Amber Heard support. You know this, what her PR team wants. Yeah, it is, but there was no way to get it. There was no way to get there. No break would be better, frankly. Timothy Reaper, he had lifeless eyes, black eyes, like a doll's eyes. When he came at me, he didn't seem to be living until he grabbed my wrist. Carol Clark may have been asked, think Johnny Depp will be put back on to refute her testimony? We'll miss you and your great commentary next week, but we'll tune in for other antics. Yeah, I'll be here. We'll probably have some shows talking about this next week, maybe with some other people. Zankragor. Court Eklund. This chick is giving fake tears Chuck Schumer a run for his money. Hawk Girl. Steven Crowder is live and is watching the trial on Law and Crime. Tried to warn him that he will get copyright strike. It would be very cool if you were a guest on his show. Love to go on Crowder, but you got to get invited. KB. Why do these lawyers, mainly Amber Heard's team, play recordings, show pictures, etc. to witnesses, but not ask any questions to witness about the evidence presented? Well, they don't want the answers. It's pretty simple. Josh Robbins. The collar of Amber's overcoat is fringed like it's been torn very purposely. Chairforce Gaming. Amber Heard's tear ducts must be so traumatized that they don't even produce tears anymore when she's crying. Miscellaneous. The tea guy needs to use Amber's a lot of tea as an ad. Like a lot of tea. A lot. Nathaniel Caraveo. Every time Amber stutters and freezes up, all I can think of is that her lie generator.exe has stopped responding. Camille is killing this, and Amber's frustration is building. Michael, I saw a Twitter thread claiming Amber Heard regurgitated movie lines during her testimony. Is there any truth to that? Seems to be, but again, I haven't verified it. But other people have mentioned it. Casparius, Amber Winnie the Pooh in a bed should bring tissues up on the stand with her, laced with onion juice. It might help her case better. Andrew Marshall, yo, folks, support Nick with even $1. I've canceled all subscriptions and only use YouTube and Rumble. Drinks on me soon. Hey, thank you. Alex Bubis, Amber says Johnny questions her loyalty too much. They should ask her on Cross about how she flirted with Jason Momoa into a divorce while filming Aquaman. I have no doubt that Johnny's concerns were legit. The online bizwiz, Amber admits to falling in love and being in bliss while she was drinking and then goes on to say anytime he drinks, he is a monster. Lies! Oid Sagina says, the main reason I find Amber Heard's story hard to believe is the non-existent history of Johnny Depp being a control freak abuser. Just her? Brock Sigelski. Has anyone noticed she's dressed like Ruth Bader Ginsburg? Kind of. Ruth would have had a black dress all the way and a doily because she's weird. Alejandro Hernandez. I wonder how much Wish is charging Amber for her lawyers. Braxton Hoystad just saw that Heard's opening statement was a direct quote from Marge Sherwood from the Fantastic Mr. Ripley. Matthew Fry. Hey, Nick. Was late today. How's the trial going? Anything interesting or worrying? I think the trial ended up going just fine today. I think it went better than yesterday. I think her testimony was a complete disaster. Ugh. The real Bambunga. Viva Fry is live streaming your live stream. Brian Miller, do a stream with Legal Bites during the break. We'll see. I don't know what she's up to. Mr. McDan Jam SC. Thank you for the donation. James Thompson. Does Amber come off as angry to you? Yes. Even when she tries to cry, she flashes micro expressions of scowling and furrowed brows. Oh, yeah. She seems very angry. Toby Jean Almy. Hashtag radioactive redhead. Heart eyes. Great trial coverage per usual. Here's $5 because you're the only one who can say my name right first try. Really? Toby Jean Almy? What's so tough about that? Raider 87, there's a video Amber posted of her holding her dog out of her car window. Can this be brought up in court to impeach her story at all? Yeah, if you wanted to. May just not want to focus on it because it's not that important, but if they wanted to, yeah, I think that would be impeachable. JK Win, can you lower volume? Hard to hear Joe over your voice. Oh, Zenothium. Nick, do you think the objections also extend the direct so that if they planned on finishing today and getting the break, they won't get everything in? I mean, the objections could extend direct, but I think DUI guy brought up a very good point. It's way better for them to not finish direct before today ended. That way they can come back from break and do a little more direct before the cross starts. Corey Bates, she keeps looking at the jury. It seems like she is gauging whether or not they believe her. She is. JK Wynn, Nick, I need you to lower your voice because you're talking over Joe, which leads to Joe speaking over Viva. And I can't tell you. And can you tell Joe to lower his voice so that the Inception audio isn't so crackly? Thank you so much. Julie Wilson, is Lily Rose going to testify for Amber Heard? I doubt it. Bogey 34, Johnny Depp going to buy Camille a boat? Scott Fletcher read that one. Jolene Nichols, Texas litigation paralegal here. I enjoy listening to your channel while working. My husband is a trial attorney and enjoys your commentary too. Keep up the good work. Hey, thank you, Jolene. That's very much appreciated. Abe Man, 1974. I name my firstborn to Camille, whether it's a boy or a girl. Sarah Shamlin, she filed TRO on Lily's birthday, but she cares about kids. Westfield 90, I think the jury will negatively view Johnny too aloof coloring in his coloring book during the whole trial rather than paying attention. I don't think they will, but they might. But from a non-jury perspective, because I agree they very well could. From a non-jury perspective, though, for people out there are a bunch of people who listen better and pay attention better if they have something to do with their hands and maybe even their eyes. If he isn't doodling, he's going to be fidgeting, he's going to be uncomfortable, he's going to be moving around, and that could look worse. Robert Monroe, drink every time a question is led with what if any. We know you die. Mina Burrows, thank you for the Fox sticker. Corey Bates should make a shirt that says objection hearsay or objection non-responsive. Winged Paragon, make a cat t-shirt saying what if any. President-elect 4 doors more. Amber mean mugs a jury during every sidebar. Asylum 247, has any effect on the jury? Would a pacing for storytelling and struggling apparently goes off script and can't maintain the storyline? Yeah, that if a story feels unnatural to you, it probably feels unnatural to a jury. So yes. Yes. The Scott says Amber treats the lawyer's objections like a director saying cut. She turns off the emoting and goes into remember your lines mode. Every sidebar, she looks like she's waiting for filming to resume. Hold on. Oh, yeah, that was good. I get to go to the chiropractor tomorrow. I'm very excited. Zankragor cracks me up every time Heard glances at the jury during some of these approaches. BGM, like to see shirts for what, if any, may we approach an objection hearsay? Heard is just coming off as a C-list actor with a D-list defense. Michael Weston says her mouth distorts unnaturally when she lies. She does. I kept calling it the Miley Cyrus scrunch face because she would do that. And it reminded me of like Miley Cyrus trying to hit a medium note. But for her, that was like her scrunched up face. Cameron Mason. I would be pissed at my lawyer for the stupid line of questioning that is constantly getting objected to. Elaine is clueless. Johnny Rivers. Amber Heard is definitely one of the people who never shut the F up about how life-changing Infinite Jest is. I just imagine being cornered by her at a party telling me all the health benefits of kale. Ugh. Andrew Shapiro, I am so confused on what is and isn't hearsay. So again, hearsay is an out-of-court statement made by anybody. Out-of-court statement offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted within the statement. So if I'm trying to explain that you did drugs, you're the defendant, and I say, well, defendant told me you did drugs. I shouldn't say defendant because that's a party saying, okay, hold on. That's an exception to the hearsay rule. So that's the hearsay rule though. That is hearsay, but that would fall under an exception. So you have hearsay, an out of court statement made by anybody offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. They told me they had a sale going on. Okay, well, they have a sale going on. You're trying to convey that there was a sale going on. You only know that because someone told it to you. That's a hearsay statement. So then the exceptions are, there's a whole bunch of different exceptions, like an adverse party state or a statement by a party opponent adverse to their interests. That's why Amber Heard can say everything that Johnny Depp said, but you can't say anything that she said because none of her statements are allegedly adverse to her interest. So hearsay is a long we're talking weeks of evidence class in law school that detonated. No, a whole semester, actually. A whole semester of evidence, but weeks just on hearsay. Matt R. FYI, Steven Crowder is doing his own stream and is drinking for every sustained objection. You might try to get on their show. That would be fun. Mr. Changalang, day one of heard testimony went so badly she is testifying in the same manner Johnny testified. Slow and deliberate. Listen to her tempo. Ashton de Rojas, any casting director right now. More emotion, Amber. More. Who the hell recommended me this amateur? Chris, how convenient that she's suddenly sad when on the stand. She does realize the jury can see her during the whole trial, not just while on stage, correct? Sherry Law, this is likely the last acting gig she'll ever have. She had to give it her all. Yeah, I agree. Or I hope. I shouldn't say I agree. I hope. I hope she loses right now. Chris says, how convenient that she's suddenly sad when on the stand. Wait, read that one. Dole Feed says, cry S&B. Bets on the back roads. Maybe little sleep would help squeeze out tears. Tyrus Dallet, no flushed cheeks, no red eyes, no tears, completely fine 20 seconds later. This is the worst acting I've ever seen. Musician educator, I feel like she's drawing out answers to avoid cross before this 10-day break. Yeah, I think they had enough questioning planned to do that. Sean Sorhut, who makes the decision to make the trial visible to the public, the judge, and do both sides sign an agreement form? They can. Otherwise, one party can make a motion. In this case, Johnny Depp's team moved to have the trial publicly broadcast. Amber Heard's team fought against it. Johnny Depp's team won. Devil May Cry. Hey, Nick, thank you for streaming and also educating us. I've been following you since the Vic case. It definitely helps me get through my days delivering beer. Got a bottle of Royal Salute waiting at home. Nice. Tankrat. Tara Reid's account of Joe Biden's sexual assault on her in an interview with Megyn Kelly was more believable than Heard's testimony, and Tara was not an actor. Miss Mickmel, thank you for the donation. My printer's being loud. I don't know why. Root for beer floats. Amber, I have to support my suburban cattle ranching family with my niche acting career. Johnny, I'll pay millions to support y'all. Amber, no, I want to be independent, trifling, and mistreat you. Cameron Mason, so he is narcoleptic. Falling asleep randomly is a medical condition. Zachary Rossfield, wanting sex a lot is not like Johnny, yet she tried pretending he was a groomer. Lamau. Caitlin McConnell, thank you for the donation. Jay, isn't it a credibility issue when a witness repeatedly changes from they said to me to I saw upon a hearsay objection? Could be taken that way. On rebuttal, can Depp rebut what she claimed he said, or would that be hearsay? Yeah, he can deny the statement. Sure. Yeah, that wouldn't be hearsay because one, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter of the statement. Right. So, anyway, at that point, you're going to the credibility of of yourself, and your credibility has been attacked. You should be able to respond. Michael Weston, story gets weaker with more and more details. Plus, it's the statement's already in evidence once it's in. So that can't be hearsay. It's already in evidence. Kyle Cowden, if you report half of what you use, you get less maintenance, not more. What a liar. T. Odom, would they call Johnny back to the stand during the rebuttal to address any of what Amber says, or is it just once in the stand for the plaintiff? Thanks for all the good info. No, I think he'd be subject to recall still, and he could be called on rebuttal. Oh, my shoulder. Guy Vermectin says Amber is the face of Arrakis. Kyle Cowden, why do you have the sniffles without water? Raoji Mata, I have two of my friends that haven't been watching this right now, and they feel that her crying is fake and practiced. Rage Magi. Did you see the article stating some of Amber's testimony was copied from the movie The Talented Mr. Ripley? Yes. Scott Campbell, Amber's looks got her into a DC superhero movie. Her acting talent wasn't good enough for Mystery Men. Hey, Mystery Men actually has some pretty good actors in it though, so don't hate. Ordinary Adonis 87, a little behind your feed, but the way Amber is talking reminds me of Kristen Stewart in Twilight. Not great acting there either. Not that I've seen it. I watched all the Twilight movies. I hated them, and I thought she acted about as well as it bored. Jonathan Diaz says, defense lawyer, and tell the jury what Mr. Depp said to you on December 15th. Amber Heard. It was really strange. He just started whispering, let the bodies hit the floor. Oh, wait, no, I'm supposed to say, let the pee-pee hit the poo. Let the pee-pee hit the poo. Okay, there you go. Thank you, Jonathan Diaz. That was horrifying. Christine Daly, it's a wonder this guy made any movies since he was constantly drunk, high, or passed out. Sword and Scale, this audition is not going well. Perhaps we should have her read with the couch. Andrew JMP 34. There, absolutely no way a jealous abuser would let his partner be in Magic Mike film. Total BS. Yeah, it doesn't seem plausible to me. Raven Winter, these objections are really working. I didn't remember anything Amber is saying. None of your business. Is it me or does she seem to cry at odd times? She's mimicking humanity. Seed Fan says, what is this objection compound thing? If you have a compound question, questions should be able to be answered in one shot. So if the question is compound, let's see. If the answer to the question would be confusing because you have to answer multiple different things, then it's a compound question. That's the shortest of it. Trying to think of how to ask a compound question. Well, like, yeah. I'm trying to think of an easy one. My brain is just shot. It's a badly worded question, which makes it harder to think of on the fly. But basically, it'd be like saying, what were the kindergartners doing and where were the first graders or something? Like that's a compound question. You should ask that in two separate questions. We'll simplify it that way. You should ask, what were the kindergartners doing? And then you should ask, where were the first graders? Because you could have some overlap in that answer that could be attributed to one of the questions, but not the other, and get attributed falsely. That's the shortest way I can describe that. Mr. Squiggles, you need to download more RAM, Nick. I have 64 gig of RAM. Not applicable. Took me begging you for 3 years to get volume meter. Well, yeah, but still doesn't help. Just kidding. Felipe Mube says, Recato Law, can you explain a bit more why she can lie in the stand and it is not perjury? It is perjury. By the way, you didn't change your clown uniform before the stream and also forgot to remove the fake nose and the white makeup. That's right. I am a black man. It is perjury, but getting a perjury charge is almost impossible. And again, the main thing is the courts want people who aren't lying to come in and testify without fear that they'll be accused of lying wrongfully by the other party or by an observer. So perjury, lying to the court intentionally for the purpose of misrepresenting in a trial, would be perjury. But they have to have rock solid, again, beyond a reasonable doubt proof, because it's criminal. And you better be damn right on it. You have to be right, because they just want people to come in and testify. And perjury, it's easier to just drop a sanction on them if they get too egregious. But more like the threat does enough. Perjury puts people in prison, and they don't want to do that. It's detrimental to the actual administration of justice overall. Sword and Scale says, keep the stream going for another 12 hours. Nick, don't be a puss. I'm done. I'm done. We're at 7:00. I need to go hang out with my family for a little bit. Get some dinner in these kids. It might be fun planning a 24-hour stream for the closing arguments. That I might be able to do. I'll think about that, because then I could just start the stream and we could go and be on verdict watch during the 24-hour stream, have guests come in. That might be a way to do it, but I'm not sure. So I will be back tonight again at 11 p.m. Central Time. Come for the night show. I will finish the super chats. There are many. We'll hopefully talk about some other subjects as well. But I thank you so much for hanging out with me and, of course, supporting the show. It's always encouraging. And with that, I hope you guys have a great day. Hope to see you tonight as well. Peace. Peace. Wait a minute. One more chat. Bruno says, I'm 45, have some life experience. I just can't believe Amber's performance. She is acting and it shows. Goes straight to Dr. Mommy, borderline personality disorder. She keeps switching emotions badly. Nonetheless, this trial is more entertaining than the combined movies from them. Damn. All right. Good night, guys. Peace. Peace.
Oh, he drinks a fair bit, but you realize that it just helps get his noggin jogging along. With his glass by his side and his kids asleep tight, we'll hear some lost-plaining tonight. With his microphone muted, we'll laugh at this boomer until he explains it's all part of the plan. Watch his face become redder as he becomes meta, raging at idiots from Twitter and Erlang. From the white shores of Maine to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we have now. Oh, his lady is fair, and she handles herself with the grace of one who has borne many children. As the wife of a lawman, she makes sure that he has the time and the place to provide for them there. So pour out an Ardbeg, a Balmore, a Lafroig, the spirits glow as the ones who get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what we are now. Oh, the guests are all plentiful, from Doug T to Drexel. They bring their perspective and spice to the mix. But the reason we're here and the one that we cheer is the one who is showcasing us his career. Get unemployed. So pour out a glass for the tea post on Twitter, as we hear lost-plaining tonight. From the white shores of Nairn to the hills of Glenlivet, there's no one who explains the law better than Nick. So pour out a glass for the ones who have passed, to make the law what